magnet, reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults, total chaos. Triple hook, recall hook, trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults, total chaos. Triple hook, recall hook, trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
And we are back with the MCT AMER South. things are heating up and a whole different level, and the stage is set. The pressure is real and every team is coming in sharper, faster, hungrier than ever. You can see the confidence building, and right now, this is where the contenders start to look like champions. So buckle up, because if you thought the action was intense before, we're just getting started. Day 11 begins now. So we've got our bold and loud, wonderful casters here, Private Dancer and Rico, here to liven up the matches. How are you guys today?
I'm feeling great. I know Entity 7 gets themselves a little bit of a break this week, but your friendly casters, we get no break. We're going to be here bringing you guys all the action for what will be the last week of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, you're totally right. All the action, all the happiness, all the excitement here for one more day of MCT AMER South. Hi, Zina. Hi, Private. Once again, it's a pleasure to be here with you guys. And today we are going to have 3 matches. There's going to be insane.
It's gonna be so much fun, but first, let's quickly revisit the Swiss stage format.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's final. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
Right. You win, you face stronger teams, you lose, you regroup against others in that same spot. So it's true a test of adaptation across every round.
We might not be at a point where teams have to risk going home, but this does give them prime positioning about where they're going to end up starting off those playoffs, which might be worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, so things are going to be a very wild in the Swiss format once again here. So we got teams with 2 victories and 1 loss facing teams with 1 loss and 2 victories, and also it's a completely challenge for these teams, not only to prove themselves, but also to prove to the community, to prove to the fans that they can win this battle.
All right, and let's check out this quick video.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
And these global bans have made these matches so much fun to watch. Been enjoying it and seeing all these heroes that weren't played before on the stage here, so it's a treat for sure.
it just adds a different dimension when it comes to drafting, to have to worry about, all right, now I've used this pickup, what am I going to use for the next one? Or even when the enemy is starting to get a successful draft against you, do we still go with some of those prime pickups and possibly waste it with a loss? It's especially with this next matchup, which is, or actually today, we're featuring 2 best of 5. So we're going to be kind of getting to that limit when it comes to some of those hero pools.
Yeah, so you're talking about hero pools here. It is a very high possibility that we can see new heroes, not so in the meta. We were to see a Valier, for example, in Sega's hands from Octa Gaming. We were to see other Marcel's, as always we have to talk about him, but maybe today he's gonna get a high win rate here for these 3 matches. So that's what global ban is, so every team has some possibilities to redraft or rethink the strategies here to surprise the opponent. So that is what global ban is. That is what MCT AMER South is.
Yes, the global bans have been making things possible, like an Odette coming out, right, against a Marcel, stuff like that. It's so much fun to see these heroes and just the strategy that these teams come up with just to make all of this work out. And also, it's so much fun to see all of those heroes not being able to be chosen on, on the whole lineup on them right there on the side. You see that whole lineup of bans. Well, it's so much fun.
Yeah, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at the rosters and coming up next.
Yeah.
But first, guys, open MWI qualifiers. So, ladies, if you have not registered and you want to be part of the esports scene, the registration starts now. So get your team in there, get on a team, and join in to get to these qualifiers.
Yeah, we've seen how popular that they have been here in North America, especially with North America being coming up with 2nd place last season for MWI. So there's a lot of pride, a lot of honor going into that. So make sure to kind of get your roster positions now.
Yes, and we cannot forget, guys, be a part of a community, MLBB Esports. Check us out on all the socials. We're on Kick, Twitch, X, Insta, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Check us all out. We're everywhere. And this broadcast cannot be brought to you without Runestone. Thank you so much, Runestone, for coming in. If you want to light up your gaming experience, go to Runestone for those real-time data.
Yeah, if you want a company that shares the same passion that you do for gaming, you're going to go no further than runestone.gg.
Yeah, so thanks Runestone for once again here make this a thing's possibility for making this MCT AMER and North possible for us and the community for MLBB.
All right, enough of that, guys. Let's get into the nitty gritty of it all. Let's go check out today's schedule.
Ooh.
We have Octa Gaming going against Dreammax up first with a best of 5, then Alpha 7 against 9Z Globant. Kind of match, right? Best of 3 there, and Infinity versus Influence Rage, best of 5. They are now called something different, right?
That is correct.
Titan,
That's going to be
yeah.
Titan Esports Club. I believe they just went through a little bit of a name change. Still the same logo right now, but it is kind of common to go ahead and announce that out. Just it's going to be a little bit of a change. And if the North, what we saw from Influence Rage in the North is any contention about what we might see in the South, is that we might see Titan Esports Club here starting to step out here in the night's closing best of 5.
Yeah, it makes total sense. It's a brand new changes. Now things are changing in MLBB scenario. New teams, new organizations, and new rosters. We are so excited to announce to you guys that Influence Rage is one of these announcement. So now we are seeing Titan Esports here with the roster of Influence Rage. So things are going to be very exciting, very, very wild. Also for the next future for AMER North, AMER South, and the MLBB scenario.
Yes, guys, let us know who you think is going to take these matches today. I kind of really want to see our community's thoughts on that? Who do you think in each match is going to win? Let us know in the comments.
Yeah, the past weeks that have come and led up to this, I want to say that Entity 7 has already just come in like a blowtorch, setting themselves apart. And I want to say this week, these teams that you're seeing now, they have the opportunity now to start setting themselves apart. The final opportunity before we get to those playoffs.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting match, especially for the first one, because we're seeing Octa Gaming, who actually faced Dreammax before in this tournament and won in a 2-0 score. So now Dreammax has his time for revenge from Octa Gaming. Not only for revenge, but also to guarantee a spot in the next stage in the playoff here on MCT AMER South.
All right. And let us check out Octa Gaming's lineup this time around. Who are they going to be playing on their team today? All right, we got Lucy here on the XP lane jungle, Thanatos Tizzy, we got mid lane Sajin, and V2 on the gold lane. Roamer will be Saber.
Yeah, a big lineup for Octa Gaming. They've been very, very dominant here. They're going to be bringing their 2-1 record here up against their challengers, Dreammax. And like we said, this is kind of a little bit of a little history behind these teams they've already faced here this season. But now, like we said, looking for that placement, looking to get into the playoffs across the board from Entity 7.
Yeah, it's a very interesting roast up here for Octa Gaming. We're seeing that they are very victory so far with 2 wins and just one loss for Entity 7, the first one who guaranteed the spot for playoff here. So I wonder if we're going to see Valor again on Sagan's hand here on this unconventional draft. So we are waiting to see that. But now the next team, the opponent, Dreammax.
All right, yes, for Dreammax here, we'll have King on that EXP, Jump Style for their jungle, mid lane, we got that Shy Kite, and gold, Chimera, and our roam, it's Blink.
Yeah, this is a team that has had a couple of issues when it comes. There's a little bit of flexibility, but being the team with the only female player, Kite has really stood out to me, especially with her mid lane and her ability to get some great placement. It's something that they fell a little short of when they did face Octa Gaming the first time, but I'm looking for them to kind of clean up those pieces and come back stronger today.
Yeah, and talking about not in the first time here, it's not the first time that Dreammax also shows to the world a female mid laner. There was once back in the past that she is actually very good. Now we have Kite to represent so well here. Dreammax roast. So we are excited to see this this battle in the mid lane, Sagan versus Kite versus Sagan. So we are excited. I'm so excited to see what is going to happen in this best of 5. So important, not only for a win, but also once again to guarantee a spot in the playoff, to take a rest, to take a little time to take a breath, to rethink the strategies, the draft. It is also important.
Yes, the Swiss stage is set for them to kind of like get a feel of the other teams before going into those playoffs, right? So this is a very exciting thing, and it's exciting to see Kite on the stage here with the fellas doing a wonderful job there. Really great with being what is the word? Assisting. For sure, in all of these matches.
And it also kind of brings us to the point, like you were talking about, MWI is coming up, the qualifiers, so women around the world, not just north, not just south, starting to get ready, getting onto those rosters, so we can see some incredible events from them coming up here as well. I want to say a lot of the leanings probably going towards Octa Gaming, but they have been so dominant in what they've kind of issued out and how their drafts have been. I'm definitely looking, like I said, I'm looking for Dreammax to see what they've learned, how they've grown. They do very well with some of these kitey, mobile type of compositions, but I want to say in the past they have been getting a little caught. Here, they're at the tippy top of the mountain, right behind Entity 7. Here, they're looking to kind of hopefully get that upset win over Octa Gaming.
Yeah, and it is very interesting to see about like Dreammax not roster and their time to adapt to the tournament. You know, there was something similar that we saw in the last season here, that they started like not so well. They started losing the first matches, but they were like able to evolve, to grow, especially in the gold lane from that side, from that time that it was Gremio, and now they have Chimera. So it is very important that Chimera has a very solid performance for Dreammax here, because King in the XP lane, okay, he's a great jump style. He's evolving once again in the jungle. So Dreammax here have this time and have the chance to even grow, okay, and okay. Today they have a very hard challenge, that is Octa Gaming, that only lost for Entity 7. But at the same time, that is a hard challenge, is a very good chance to them to prove to the fans and prove themselves that they are able to be one of the favorites to win this championship.
Yes, for sure. Octa Gaming is doing well. They've only lost to Entity 7, and Entity 7 is a very strong team right now. They have been doing an amazing job running through this tournament. The Swiss stage is their playing ground right now.
Yeah, but I think we're about to get right into it. Like you guys were talking about, Octa Gaming only lost to Entity 7. Dreammax's only lost to Octa Gaming. So a little bit of revenge here, a little bit of us to be able to see what they've learned, if they can put it together in this first draft. A best of 5. Could be a long series for both of these teams.
Yeah, we were talking about like before the broadcast here, because both teams are very good, are very hard try here. So there is a very high possibility that we have 5 games in the first match here today. So today is going to be a very exciting day, a long day. So stay tuned and keep watching us here. And the first match is only the first game of the first match here. And we also have the draft in your screen. Octa Gaming in the blue side and Dreammax in the red side. Sora for Octa Gaming, the first ban. Freya, oh, what a surprise, once again, the ban for Dreammax.
Yes, of course, Freya 100% banned as always. We got the Expanding River Zushin being banned as well. She has been a force to be reckoned with here during these Swiss stages in both North and in South. So and it seems like they're getting rid of all of the mages right now. They got Ivy, Yve taken out as well.
Yeah, you've still got some options there with the Valentina out there. We were even talking about perhaps maybe we might be seeing a resurgence of the Valir coming out. But it's just right now, Mage has just played such a pivotal role in that early game advanced. Are you going to be able to get the early game? Are you going to be able to get those rotations to help out to the side lane? So it's one of those big focal points for a lot of teams. I do like that. I feel like we're at a point now where we finally accepted it. Maybe we just don't have the tools we need just yet to just let out a Zushin. So many teams I've been seeing, like, they just let it out, and it's such a hard thing to counter. I feel like you have to base an entire draft around trying to make sure, can we get to that back line? Can we close the distance on it? So it's gonna be very interesting to see where we go. A lot of the prime picks, I feel like we've started kind of adjusting when it comes to the draft, when it comes to what we want to start picking up. We're gonna take out the Phobius, which is gonna leave open, I want to say, a Valentina pickup possibly from Octa Gaming.
Yeah,
Oh yes, and Baxia too.
Okay, Baxia here. Probably for jungle, the first pick here for Octa Gaming, but now here comes the response. Oh, Valentina and Suyo for a Dreammax. Mid lane probably, and the jungler already selected by the Dragon Boys here. So now we are going to see what is the response for Octa Gaming. Remember that we are here in the map feature. We are heading for the Expanding River. So as we were talking about, like, with some players, they do actually like think about like what map features. Okay, the draft is very important, but the map features is still impact just a little bit here on their strategies, on their ideas. So they have to think about it also.
Yes, and it looks like Marcel's open as well. I wonder if they would pick that up here, but then at the same time, we're going to see double golden hours happening. With, that was the choice. Oh, Harriet here being chosen as Carrie, the Shredder, as I call her. has been taken
Yeah,
out
that-
here. There's also up there with the
Everything is
MM,
within my
so the gold laning. So not MM. But
A big interesting thing for me is that I remember we talked with some of the teams, and they had said that when drafting is coming apart, they feel like a lot of their drafts can go into any map, and it's not like this high priority for some of the teams where there's like expanding river. What are the best champs for it? No, they just let the champs kind of flow into these. With that said, when you talk about heroes like Valentina, possibly like something like a Khalid or something that already traverse the map very, very quickly, already have these giant early games. If you combine that type of opening with an expanding river, you're talking about a mid and a roamer, even a glue here that can get up and down to these different points on the side lanes very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's a very high independent XP. Probably, if you assume that Glue is heading for the XP lane here, maybe roaming, but we don't know. But it is a very interesting idea for Octa Gaming here, bringing a Cho. Okay, Cho is not with a very high win rate here. Like I think only one win, if I'm not wrong, or something like that. But Harriet here for Octa Gaming in a gold lane, like focusing in the late game. Maybe they are thinking about bringing an early game here for the mid lane, like Lilia, that could be an example. But Dreammax is expecting so much Octa Gaming because they are already banned Valier here for Sagan, you know, in order to not him to pick this hero to interrupt, you know, to disturb their draft, you know. So Yuzong was the last ban here. So now Octa Gaming, what are you going to ban in the last time here for this first match?
Yes, it seems like they're trying to make sure they're not getting any of that EXP or mid lane here. Oh,
okay.
Oh, you said a Bruno chosen?
Bruno was taken off the bar, so a big focus onto the gold lane. The kind of, I mean, a huge focus. You got the carry, Claude, Bruno taken off. I'm not even sure Granger's still out there that you can use against the Harith. We've seen that time and time again. It's weird because I feel like Granger has big problems against Harith, but time and time again we've seen it really kind of comes down to the skill level and how Grangers and players can kind of really focus some of those shots. Oh, but we're gonna go with the Obsidia pickup. For me, though, what's interesting is that we kind of had the Cho. I believe he's at like a 40% win rate right now. And for me, what Cho does for a team, I feel like can be done by a Kalea. And a little bit easier too, whereas Cho, he has to jump in, he's got to get his positioning to make sure that he lines up to get them back into their team. Kalea, you just jump in, you pull back, and you've got an opponent coming towards your teammate with a great amount of damage that can come out from your team. So it's very interesting here that Octa went for it this way.
Yeah, now the final composition here for Octa Gaming come with Vexana and Lapu. Vexana, okay. I'm not seeing, I'm not getting the idea for execution here. Maybe with Grok, that for me at least here would make more sense. But Vexana here with a great AoE, but now they're responding with Guinevere, probably. Okay, now setting up. Okay. No, wait, what? Okay, Guinevere is going to the jungler. Blink is going to the Romy with Glue. Suyo in XP lane to King. I have to be honest, it blew my mind.
Blew mine too. This is definitely not how I would have thought that this was gonna go. So very interesting. I want to say Dreammax doing the best they can. They want to keep this kind of flexible. We're gonna see if that pays off, because like we said, certain heroes shine in certain lanes for reasons. So are we going a little bit too far outside the meta, or are we tap dancing that line just right?
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen here in the game one. But that, actually, for me, it was a surprise here to bring a Suyo and Explain, especially versus Lapu. I don't think that this matchup here is going to be very interesting for King, but I think that they have an idea, especially now with jump style, with the Guinevere here, with a higher probability to focus in a specific pick off, for example. Even before the objectives, we have Cheikite here with Valentina, with the pack of abilities here, especially for coping the ultimate. So everything is possible here.
Yeah, it's going to be very amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting off the night with a bang. It's going to be Octa Gaming taking on Dreammax. This is one match of a possible 5.
Yeah, so it's only the first match here, my friend Private. So let's go. Welcome to one more day for AMER South.
Yeah, interestingly enough, as we go ahead and see immediately, I want to say Thanatos TZ already having a little bit easier time on the jungle, already starting with the invade. Saber's going to be coming up on the back end, looking for a little bit of support. Chimera on the side as well, putting some damage on to Thanatos TZ, who takes even more damage from Segan, coming up from Octa Gaming to kind of help secure that trail out, which means Jump Style's already a little bit behind, and a minion behind as well.
The Octa Gaming here already showing their welcome, playing aggressive, playing forward, trying to surprise here Jump Style in his own jungler. But now he's able to focus on farm. Now he's heading for the purple buff. So both teams now are very quiet. Now they're taking a breath here, only to focus in the next levels to reach the level 4 to fight is even in the first turtle. Oops, in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of damage coming out there. No worse for wear is Blink and Shaykite doing the best they can for a little bit of rotations here. Big question for me is going to be Jump Style. Cleverly, Jump Style is on the Guinevere there, so you can put that into your books there. But I'm kind of wondering like where his real target is as we go ahead. A little bit of a flicker there down from the bottom. Jump Style does find a pop-up too as well. Now looking for the damage, gonna have to use that clone to get away. King able to put on some damage, but he goes down. Thanatos TZ with the kill and a reply coming in the form of Lucy going down. I believe Shaykite able to get the kill there. Now trying to get some positioning. Shaykite even comes in and steals the gold minion away from Octa Gaming. 3 members now against 2, and they decide not to go and start this first hurdle. That's going to give the side of Dreammax a little bit of an advance here. 4 members, great positioning, down to 10%. Thanatos TZ comes in, looking for the damage he can. A big pop-up comes in. King scoops up the turtle while Thanatos TZ finds a kill, and then a reply in kind as down goes Thanatos TZ. Lucy looking for, I want to say Lucy looking for an escape there, is able to get away. 2-2 for Octa Gaming and Dreammax, and a turtle in the pocket of Dreammax.
Yeah, I think that the time for Octa Gaming here were not so interesting for them. Was not so good because Lucy was trying to reach level 4. You know, he was still in the level 3 when Octa Gaming trying to contest the turtle. But now they were after the level 4. He joined the fight. But I think that Dreammax already the superior numbers. They guarantee the turtle. So Octa Gaming, oops, that could be the 2v1 here. Lucy has to take care. Oops.
Oh. Baited into a fight, and Shaykite was hiding in the bushes. Thanatos TZ coming in, hoping that he can make Shaykite pay, and he does. That amazing amount of tankiness coupled with the Tortoise Puissance ultimate is more than enough to take down the mid laner of Dreammax.
What is that box here? What is that box here, dude? You saw the damage caused here, but now can 2v1, the 2 players from Dreammax here trying to do something in the jungle. Here comes Thanatos TZ.
Oh, big flicker comes out with the damage from Segan, and Jump Style goes down, finally starting to edge ahead. Right now, it's just 2 teams standing in the middle of the ring, throwing out haymakers back and forth until one of them begins to stagger. And I think we're still at the point of both teams just going head to head 110%.
This is an honest battle, but now in the mid lane here, killing spree, my friend.
Yeah, Shaykite goes down again. The combination of Saber and Segan. Segan, I want to say the Vexana is probably one of my favorite like comfort picks in the mid when I don't really have to worry about the positioning and stuff like that. People really underestimate what she brought to a lot of metas here. Lucy in trouble, gonna come in with that Raving Fires. King in trouble, and just narrowly gets away from the ultimate on the back end. Thanatos TZ looking, smells blood in the water. He wasn't even able to make it here soon enough as Lucy immediately able to hit him with that stun and find the kill. 6-3 right now. Octa Gaming in a great position. Turtle down to 10%. Is that going to be enough? Thanatos TZ finds himself a turtle while the rest of Dreammax trying to escape from the Zaman force. Blink in trouble, looking for an escape, does get to the safety of his tower at top.
when you work here in a competition with a very late game with the Suyo, with Obsidia here, Private, I don't think this is a good idea to battle, you know, face to face with Octa Gaming. They have to wait the power spike for Obsidia. They have to wait for a jump style here, make the calls, because this chaotic situation, this every time a battle situation is not good for Dreammax. They have to calm down, but Octa Gaming didn't care, and once again in the top side can be the chaos. Oops, in the bottom lane.
King's gonna go ahead and find himself a kill onto Lucy, but that's not going to protect Dreammax's tower. That's gonna be the first tower of the game. And oh, we see a little bit of cutting. So Dreammax tried to make the most value out of, losing top right now. They're gonna be able to claim themselves a little bit of bottom as well.
Yeah, Obsidia here like trying to farm, trying to play attention, but oh, almost.
Yeah, big flicker comes out of there. I have to agree. Obsidia, while I see and I understand the thought behind it of being able to lock on to Harris, you just need too many items. Now, big pop-up comes with a Violent Requiem. That's going to be jump style, trying to find himself an escape. Does die. Oh, he goes back in, though. He had himself an escape, but maybe the ego got a little better of him, decided to go back into the fight, and that's where Octa Gaming claimed themselves another kill on jump start, or jump style.
Another kill here on Jumpstar. He is a 0-3 so far with this Guinevere. You know, like, the idea is a good... Oh, Chimera could be the next victim. Oh, okay. Saber now heads back. But once again here, Octa Gaming playing forward, playing aggressive here, trying to benefit, especially V2, who is having a great late game here with the Harriet. But once again, the protagonist so far here, it's Lucy, Thanatos with a Boxer so far. But next turtle here! Oh!
Yeah, Jumpstyle actually was able to come in, claim themselves a turtle. That's not going to stop the rest of Octa Gaming trying to chase them down. Big pop-ups land on the blink, who's in a little bit of trouble. Has that split on somebody's head. Lucy able to find the kill. 8 and 4 was the Lord work. Wait, was that the turtle? I think that was the last turtle that just came out. And now you have the rest of Octa Gaming trying to enforce their will through mid lane. Tier 1 tower is down on the back end. Saber gets taken out, but he did his job of pushing the enemy away.
A worthy sacrifice here for Octa Gaming because they already took down the turret number 1 here in the mid lane while they are losing Saber. But so far, it is good for Octa Gaming. We're seeing now the builds. We're seeing the Starlium side with 2 Harriet. Even the Heavens, a Feather also. Wings of Voices of the Wind. Oops, King, he's in trouble. Oh, he was forced to use Flick. Oh.
Thanatos TZ was trying to bob and weave his way out of this. Is he going to be able to get away? He's already about, I want to say, 6 and 1. Looking forward to escape. Lucy coming in, looking to try to help him out, and he has the Tortoise Boostance activated, and he still gets away, walking through 5 members of Dreammax.
I thought that Blink would bring Thanatos to the rest of the crew, you know, because he was in a very low HP, but I think that he changed his mind, so he just left Thanatos TZ. He was able to survive, giving once again Octa Gaming time for reset the waves on the sides. But if we see the map here now, Private, Octa Gaming has a very, very interesting advantage. They only lost the turret number 1 here in the bottom lane. So now Dreammax, it is forced to play back. It is forced to play safe once again because Octa here has the domination for the map. The first Lord is going to appear now in the upper side in the river. Both teams know that we will have a fight back here for Dreammax, my friend.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if they really want this fight. You can see them positioning here. Jump Style just has yet to be able to get those ultimates on the target he wants. Another Way of the Dragon comes out. Zaman Force has been laid down. The Lord helps out with the pop-up onto Dreammax. That's going to be a kill onto Blink, and the rest of Dreammax having to get or stay all the way to the back. Lucy comes in. Bravest Fighter form. Jump Style dashes away, leaving out that clone, but the clean Lord pickup coming out from Octa Gaming, and the Winter Crown does not save Jump Style. I mean, that's going to be an 0 and 4 start for Jump Style. The rest of Dreammax unable to reply. 5 and 10 for Octa Gaming.
This glue is so squishy so far here, my friend. The first Lord guaranteed by Octa Gaming. One more advantage. We're heading now for the 10 minutes and 14 seconds. The goal lead here is already 4K for Octa Gaming. Dreammax has to, once again, Dreammax are focusing especially on Obsidian's late game. 3 items so far. Sky Pierce, has Claws, Voice of the Wind, but it's not even enough for Obsidian to cause the damage that Dreammax needed, Private.
Yeah, you see Thanatos TZ doing a good job trying to zone out the rest of Dreammax.
Oops.
He actually, Zaman Force laid down. Octa Gaming's doing such a great job. Oh, Wave the Dragon on the backside, followed up by the damage of the Vexana coming from Segan. And they are such a well-oiled machine. The Way of the Dragon comes out. Thanatos TZ doing a great job of zoning out Dreammax. The moment they want to turn around onto Thanatos TZ, there's a Zaman Force laid down to slow them and separate them out. Meanwhile, Segan just waiting for an opportunity for one of the enemies to get shut down or stunned. Now we're gonna go in here. Lucy goes in deep, gets taken out by Chimera, but V2 answers back onto Chaikai, still trying to put damage onto this bottom tower. Ooh, looks like Blink actually might be a little deep onto Saber. Thanatos TZ getting chased down by King and Chimera right now. Big Way of the Dragon lands onto Blink, who's still trying to chase Segan, finds the kill onto the Octa Gaming Mage, but he will not last long against 4 members of Octa Gaming.
What chaos here, and don't stop, Private.
Yeah, Thanatos TZ actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. You can see Jump Style and Chimera trying to put on those bone bullets onto Thanatos TZ. Got caught, got stunned, but still able to walk away. What is able to stop Thanatos TZ right now? Chimera having to dash away as the combination of Lucy and V2 right there with the Zaman Force and the, I want to say the champ stance coming out or from Lucy on that Lapu, able to ult in and clear them back.
Did you see Vito's damage with the turret? Only with the first, like the ultimate, the dash here, so much damage to 2 players for Dreammax. But now Octa Gaming are chasing the enemies.
Yeah, I mean, the Hereth already, you already got Holy Crystal, you already got Glaive, so you've got the penetration and the biggest magic damage item. On the back end, we do have a Winter Crown followed by the Violet Requiem, able to help taking down Segan, but now they turn around. Chimera finds a kill onto Saber. The rest of Octa Gaming now have to turn around. Ooh, but up at the front, Thanatos TZ finds a kill onto Chimera, looking for his second, finds it on the Blink. The rest of Dreammax have to turn around by himself. Thanatos TZ able to turn around this 2-kill game from Dreammax, and you see the rest of them getting zoned out.
Thanatos TZ is a bus killer here, Private, because Dreammax, we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with the 2 kills for Chimera, but Thanatos with a double kill for Baxia, once again bringing Octa to the game, bringing Octa here. But now the Lord is in with a half HP. Will we have another fight back? What is Jump Style?
Yeah, Jump Style's waiting. He wants to jump on a Thanatos TZ to stop this Lord from coming out. Ooh, but they immediately jump onto him. Segan and Thanatos TZ turn around, immediately find the stun and the huge amount of damage. Saber up onto the top, looking for a Way of the Dragon. Does not find it.
Jump Style trying to surprise, trying to steal the lore, but the people from Octa Gaming, they were so aware about that situation, so they deleted. Jump Style was simply vanished in the Land of Dawn here, trying to steal the lore. So once again here, 14 minutes of the first game, Octa Gaming heading now in the top side, trying to take down the turret. Oh, that could be a 5v5. Let's go, Prime. Oh!
Yeah, Zaman Force laid down. Segan's right there to find the damage onto Chaikai, who goes down immediately. They turn around, give a little damage out to Saber, who does have the immortality on his side, starting to work on the last and final high ground tower. Bravest fighter into the back end, but a Winter Crown to counter. On the backside, Jump Style goes down, killed by V2. We have the split out for the side. Blink gonna use that flicker to get out. He's hoping to lure the team away, but they immediately turn on King. Lord and 4 members of Octa Gaming here to take down the core. And ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 for Octa Gaming.
Game 1 here goes for Octa Gaming with a very early aggressive early game here. Goes and has the victory for Octa Gaming, and this is only the first game, Zina.
Yes, what powerful domination there. We had Dreammax keeping, it even in the beginning of the game. They even claimed that first turtle, but right after that second turtle came around, Octa took it, and I can't even say it, Thanato Tizzy, he claimed like 5 kills already at that time, and after that, total domination. Octa took it all, They dominated the map, kept that pressure, and kept on going with it.
I was a little curious about the Cho pickup. But with how dominant the side of Octa Gaming was, honestly, I feel like they probably could have slotted anything into that roam position and it would have been just as successful, especially backed up by Segan, who here, you see there 12 assists there. He was basically almost there for almost all of the kills. A great game there to back up Thanatos, who was going to be right there in the front line, putting on the damage.
Yeah, no, checking out the stats here, only almost 15 minutes of the first game here, 21 kills for 11 for a Dreammax. And I was thinking about that. I was thinking every show's a play. I was thinking about that. Okay, so maybe Octa Gaming here, they were trying to tell us why Kalia, when we have a show here, only like always playing aggressive. Thanatos TZ here with a 90% of team participation, 71 here for Lucy, and 67 for a V2 in Harriet. So Octa Gaming dominated the game for even the first minute. And Dreammax trying to respond this aggressive all the time. I think that this chaotic playstyle for Octa Gaming is not a good matchup for a Dreammax trying to respond. Because, for example, maybe King had some kind of advantage on the early game with the Suyo in the X lane. But we know that in the mid and the late game, Lapu was about to be a very hard beaten. So this happened. So I think that King here was like neutralized the most of the times. Basidia didn't have the time to grow, didn't have the time to appear in the late game, even though she had 4 items, so I think that maybe for the idea for a Dreammax here with the glue in Blink's hand, not this aggressive one, not trying to pick off, not having these ways of to isolate one or another player, was very good for Octa Gaming, guaranteeing the first victory.
I think you say something very interesting there, especially saying that maybe it was just that Dreammax were unable to keep up at that front pace. Like I said, but it was like both teams were in the middle of the ring starting to swing away. It's just that Octa Gaming, they always maintained the core concepts. They always covered each other's escapes. They were always there to help out, to separate Thanatos TZ from the enemy when they turned around. And Dreammax, maybe a style of gameplay that they're not as comfortable with as we take a look at this MVP.
Yes, now this was a performance you can't ignore. Calculated, precise, and impactful. We got the Thanatos Tizzy here on that Baxia, showing them why Baxia is a priority ban. 8-1-11 KDA, 51.8k total damage, and 646 golds per minute. He was doing a heck of a job.
Very nice here. So the MVP goes to Thanatos TZ with a very insane Baxia. So at least I saw it twice, like 2 times that Baxia here he helped and he saved the situation for Octa Gaming. One was in the bottom lane when we got the first double kill, and now in this time here, so we also saw Thanatos like getting 2 kills here, like saving Octa Gaming situation, making him unstoppable, and guarantee the first victory for Octa Gaming. So in the future, I will show a very good anime for Xena called Saint Seiya. That he has a very good character there, Thanatos.
Oh, well, they had those skins, right? The Saint Seiya skins here in mobile. But Baxia, we now know why he should be a priority pick, and he showed it. A priority pick, priority ban. because he was going off and killing everyone. His mobility is off the charts. The way he can get away and get in there with his tankiness is unreal.
Yeah, and we saw with the 90% fight participation from Thanatos TZ, he was the spearhead of that group and that offensive barrage you saw at the beginning of the game. Like I said, there's just a well-oiled machine coming from them. He would go out. If the team turned around and things looked a little bit hairy, the rest of the team was right there to make sure to get that separation, allow Thanatos to get back safely. Not just that, but the amount of damage coming out from Segan on the Vexana pick. Cho was right there too to help peel things away for his team members as well. So, like I said, and what I was getting at with my first little rant there was that it felt like Dreammax, they were able to hang in there for a little bit to kind of keep up this pace, keep up really, really fast. And after a while, you start, and that's what you want when you're dealing with teams like this, is to put them in something. Yeah, they'll keep up for a little bit, but little by little, they start losing track of those little basics, covering the back end, not turning around into bad fights that we're gonna have, protecting some of our squishiers. You want them to get into a point that they're just kind of like always trying to make these snap decisions instead of like sticking to their game plan. And I feel like Octa Gaming really did a great job of enforcing their game style onto Dreammax, especially with the composition from Dreammax that I feel like needed to wait for a couple of items to really start getting online, especially with that gold lane pick.
Yeah, especially with Obsidia here, who needed, like, there are some memes about Obsidia that, okay, Obsidia is going to be strong after 2 games, after 3 games, wait for it, wait for it. You know, we also have these memes, but jokes aside, Obsidia has a very strong late game, but for this happen, for this composition work, she needs protection. She needs a time to farm. And we already seen the first turret for Octa Gaming was in the top side, was in a gold lane that Obsidian could not be able to stay for long to farm, you know, to game these items, to buy more time for Dreammax. And you combine with Thanatos bringing a Baxia, a very high mobility, a very good control on objectives. I think that when Dreammax saw Baxia, I think that Jumpstyle trying to respond with the Guinevere, with the mobility, with the jumps, you know, trying to counter in some way, in somehow, this Abax's choice. But once again, Dreammax has the potential, Dreammax has the tools to fight as even with Octa Gaming, but they cannot go into Octa's performance, Octa's playstyle, you know, because if they face front to front, maybe it's not a good idea for a Dreammax.
Yeah, Octa was putting on a whole lot of pressure there for Dreammax. They weren't able to recover from it, and they didn't know how to answer back. But right here, we've gone ahead and banning of course, the Freya, and here the Uranus ban. I'm thinking maybe they're trying to pick up a Zushin, because I know that Uranus is like picking up a boulder. So trying to deal with him is hard if you were planning on picking that Zushin, right? If that is going to be open right now. And they also got rid of that Phobius as well.
Not just that, but you're picking up a boulder that can immediately use consecration and immediately purify out of your team and put his stacks onto your entire team as well. I see the Phobius pick up here, which is very interesting too, because I want to say the first draft, I feel like the Phobius was there to set up that Valentina pickup. They already used the Valentina pickup. So maybe kind of like a little bit of a detriment to their back line. I was really happy with Octa Gaming's first draft too, picking up the Harith and then just banning out every single marksman that they could think of, to where there weren't any real great pickups left. Obsidia was I was kind of like, even with Obsidia with weapons, or with items, I feel like you still had to deal with the burst damage that was going to be coming out of Octa. If you use the ultimate, what does Obsidia do? She just latches onto a target, stays pretty close to them, and what are you going to be able to do with that if the entire enemy team is just blowing you up? So I feel like it was a great draft there, a great read by Octa Gaming. Here, a priority Harith pickup by Dreammax.
Yeah, the first pick here for a Dreammax. Maybe I'm not sure, but maybe there could be the possibility here for Dreammax working with Harriet and Zetian's composition in the mid lane here, like just to nerf the magic resistance for Octa Gaming, for example, and they can bring a jungler with physical damage. That could be a possibility here because we don't have a Zunshin, but okay, we still have Ivy if Octa Gaming not choosing here in the first at the first time. So maybe that could be a possibility for Dreammax to think about this, right? But what is open is a Sora, which was banned in the first game here, but now is in Octa's hands, Zena.
That's interesting. Do you think that they forgot to ban out Sora by leaving him open, or they decided they wanted to get up? Yeah, I kind of forgot too. So maybe that was the case here, or they thought Uranus and Phobius was more of an issue since they were picking up this Harith, right? Since all that blinking he does. So, Harith is a very strong gold laner right now, and they saw that with Octa. They wanted to make sure they took it this time around, and probably see what we'll see what they can do with it, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking on the side of Octa. I'm wondering if we prioritize the carry pickup here, just to have something that that you don't have to aim, that you can just use that speedy light wheel and hopefully be able to burst down the Harith while he's trying to dash circles around you. Here, a very early game pickup there for the side of Dreammax, especially with a Hylos pickup out there. Hilda, I want to say one of her biggest, or she shines when trying to be that early game harasser, getting into enemy jungle and things like that, but she has issues when it comes to things like slow, like CC, or enemy roams and junglers that are not afraid of the damage that she can bring. So tankier jungles, tankier roams that can slow them. Here you've got a Hylos that can probably do a decent job of being able to slow and hold Hilda down.
Yeah, the aggression here could be the key to victory for Dreammax in this second game here, bringing in Hilda with this a very map domination, aggressive style for this composition. And I have to be honest, I'm really concerned so far about like this Octa Gaming composition so far, because we got 3 close range heroes. We got Suyo, we got Hylos, and we got Sora. Okay, maybe in the gold lane here we can have a carry, we can have a Claude, for example. There is a very high possibility actually, because they both teams did not ban the carry, did not ban Claude, for example. So we have to wait what is Octa Gaming are about to bring in the mid lane here. Maybe it can be not Ivy anymore because Dreammax banned, but can be Farsa, for example, who is still open, not Zunshin anymore. So I think that Octa Gaming now is going to work about like this range situation, because if you so far 3 melee heroes for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, it looks like Valentina is still open for them on the side of Octa as well. Right, and they're not able to choose it on the side here of Dreammax, so they really don't have that counter for that Sora in that sense.
Maybe in the mid lane, private.
I was gonna say Lilia. I was honestly gonna go for Zeshian, but they went ahead and banned it out. They banned out any of those setting type of mages that would help out to lay down the glorious pathway. Because what you're looking for on Octa side is an engage. You're looking to Hylos to lay down that glorious pathway, and these melee close range heroes to close that distance as quickly, as fast, and as efficiently as possible. Especially for a composition on the side of Dreammax. They've got a lot of kiting potential. They've got a lot of dashes to be able to get away. So do we have something that's going to be able to enable the Octa Gaming composition here? And I'm trying to think when it comes to the mid lane. I mean, Lilia, she isn't exactly like an engage type as far as like being able to help close the distance for your team. I'm actually kind of clueless here because maybe we turn it around. Maybe we, if we're Octa Gaming, we try to bait out some of these fights. Force Dreammax to try to come to us, to try to close the distance on us, and we can turn it around on them. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, especially I feel like this first turtle is going to be a little bit easier for Octa Game. Oh, as I say that, we pull out two of the tankiest, thickest boys on the side of Dreammax.
Damn, so now Terizla and Leomord here. It's a very hard engage here for Dreammax composition so far, with Terizla and Leomord calling the Phantom's team, even with the Hilda here causing depression in the jungler, you know. So now let's see what Octa are about to bring in the mid lane. Lilia, it is still a choice, but I don't think that maybe with the with this danger coming from Dreammax here, especially in the close range from Terizla. But once again, we're seeing Valier in Sega's hand, Private.
Yeah, well,
this is actually... Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking Lilia wasn't a good choice here. The fact that Kimmy and Harith both are very mobile, can get away and stuff. Lily is hard to catch those mobile heroes, right? So she has a harder time here. So that pickup of Valier is really good on their side.
It'll be interesting to see how they go in with it. Valier's going to be more on the front end, trying to push people away, trying to slow them down. I see how it can meld, especially with Saber on this Hylos. If you lay down a lot of those pools, get a lot of stuns, get a lot of slow, you'll be able to kind of close the distance on there too. For me, it kind of comes down to jump style and King. Are we going to be able to kind of sink in on a target, be able to blast them down, and will the rest of Dreammax be able to kind of read that, find that target, and be able to kind of zero in onto them? It's going to be a very tough game, I feel like, for either of these teams when it comes to trying to accomplishing their strategies.
Yeah, and I believe that was Dreammax's idea when they banned Zetian, because one of her buffs is like to push away, you know, the enemies with her buff. But now they have Valier with the second ability, which has the potential to disengage the enemies. But now let's see what is going to happen, my friend, because here, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the Lane of Dawn, Dreammax versus Octa Gaming. It's a best of 5 for the playoff spot. Let's go, Private.
Yeah, you brought up a great point when it comes to trying to push people away, but that's why I'm kind of really looking for Dreammax. How are they going to play? Will they be able to layer their skills properly? Because if you layer it properly, you have to push away King when he comes in for the penalty zone. If layered properly, right after that, you'll have jump style coming in with the Phantom Steed as well. And suddenly, Segan doesn't have a push anymore. Suddenly, Segan doesn't have any more of his pools and he'll be taken down easily. But like I said, it comes down to how well this team organizes when they are able to get some of those stuns out there as well.
But now see here the first minute, losing, trying receiving, taking the pressure here for a Hilda and a King with a Terizla. But now we're seeing both teams are trying to reach level 4, but Thanatos sees it's thinking about something versus Chimera. Can be a 2v1.
Oh, yeah, I think he sees on the back end. He's looking for that evil queller to land. Oh, comes in with a little bit of a...
What?
Okay. Yeah, dude, I don't think he really wanted it. He could have been a little bit more patient. I feel like they might have been able to get something from there, but you do get a little bit of that defense underneath the tower there, so maybe not wanting to risk it.
Yeah, but Thanatos is still in level 3. I think that he lost some time trying to dive the Harriet, while Dreammax here guaranteed the first turtle. I don't think that... Okay, that was an idea, but the execution was not so good, Private.
Yeah, and maybe a 1v2 on the bottom lane. It doesn't guarantee you anything. Speaking of which, we do have a little bit of engagement coming in here. Flicker has to come out, and Shaykite goes down even with the help of the Phantom Steed coming out from Dreammax. Jumpstyle tried to help. Blink was right there as well, but it was Octa Gaming, a 3-man ambush there, able to find the first blood.
That was so bad for Dreammax here because not only for a Kite being taken down, she was forced to use the flick, but still she was taken down. But here once again.
Blink walks into the wrong bush, immediately gets taken out by Thanatos TZ with an evil queller. Glorious Pathway is out, but defensively is gonna have to get away. Barging in. Thanatos TZ finds a kill onto King. Kite picking up an immediate Sky Piercer.
You were baited, Dreammax. You were baited for Octa Gaming. Say again. Okay, now he's able to survive to play back. But even though we are seeing Sora like causing so much damage, taking so much gold energy in a top lane, there comes a response now for Dreammax with Leomord and Teresa. But so far, Octa Gaming are like seeing the best chances, are seeing the best breaches in a Dreammax composition. But now, once again, oops, here comes the trouble. No.
Yeah, really interesting here too, because you're talking about some of the almost wasted time from Thanatos TZ watching this bottom lane, and he was down there again, hoping he could find something. But he, like, even though he's wasting all of this time down there, maybe he's not farming as fast as some of the most of the other Suyos we see. But he's sitting at 3-0 right now. So when it comes to these fights, he's able to hone in on the target he needs to, able to get those kills to keep him in these games, keep that farm up. We do have the second Lord being started here right now. Wanders over and reset by both of these teams. Now looking and jockeying for position. Does look like it's a 5-on-1 though, favoring Dreammax. Ooh, taking a bit of damage, coming in with a blazing duet. Blink gets taken out by an evil queller from Thanatos TZ. The rest of the Octa Gaming running in underneath the tower and still finds another kill. 6-1 for Thanatos TZ.
Thanatos TZ, the god of the death here, Private Dancer so far for Octa Gaming with the 6 kills. Yeah, it's 100% of team participation. But now here comes the 2v1 here in the bottom lane. Chimera, okay, he's able to survive. But once again, a Private Octa Gaming with this aggressive playstyle. But one thing that I didn't get it, because when, as you well said, when you get Hilda, you gotta have this domination, right? You gotta have this pressure, especially in the enemy's jungler. But we didn't see here for a Dreammax. We didn't see a Dreammax playing aggressive. You know, they were surprised all the time for Octa's engage. You know, guarantee the kills for Thanatos. So I think that maybe Dreammax, I don't know, maybe there is still there just a little bit with the miscommunication or something, because so far with that composition coming for Dreammax, that we respected some aggression, but Octa Gaming, once again, the glorious path to engage, not disengage. So it's gonna be very it's becoming a complicated situation for a Dreammax so far.
Yeah, the problem is that at the mid lane, you basically got a huge counter for the Hilda, and that's a Valir who's going to slow, who's going to stun you. Every single time you try to close the distance, he can try to push you away. Who's the next target that you want to go for? Do you want to try to help out King against a Sora? I mean, you're not going to be able to burst down the Sora like that. And then I feel like your only real target was probably V2 at the bottom lane. And unfortunately, I just didn't see that pressure down there as well. So you're not getting the value that you would like to get out of a Hilda pickup here. Now we do have a Zaman Force laid down, and now Lucy coming in from the back end finds a pop-up. 4 men for Dreammax are going to be able to find themselves a kill. However, they are not. Oh, actually a little bit of an ambush here comes out with the glorious pathway. Thanatos TZ comes in there with the Soul Sever, chunking down Kite. Saber on the front end. Jump style goes down. Saber actually might be taking a heap of damage. Zaman Force has been laid down. The rest of the team comes in. Thanatos TZ finds himself a stun, but almost gets taken out. A Saber goes down. Back end, we have a blazing duet. King able to find himself an escape. 3-7 right now in favor of Octa Gaming.
There was a chaotic team battle here, but now Octa Gaming takes the time and takes the chance to guarantee one more turtle. 2 turtles for Octa Gaming versus only 1 for Dreammax. Okay, Lucy trying to defend the turret, and he was taken down. But now once again in the top side is going to be another chaotic situation.
Yeah, penalty zone went down and locked down the Sora. Lucy gets taken down as Chakai joins the fight down there as well. 4-9 right now. I feel like maybe a little bit more even as we move into the mid game than it was through the first, but Dreammax still have a lot of puncture holes that are starting to leak in right now. Chimera, I feel like a lot of their hopes really leaning on Chimera and hopefully Chakai being able to kite.
Yeah. No, that was good. That was good. But now we're seeing Octa taking down one more turret. This time wasn't the top side, only the first turret in the mid lane here. It is still standing for Dreammax's favor. But even though we're seeing the gold lead here heading for a 3k for Octa Gaming. Another situation that we can talk about is V2 with this Claude. You know, the clock is ticking for Octa Gaming. Okay, even for a Dreammax, because they already have a Chimera with the Herald, is another strong late game, you know. But for me, for Claude, it's even way better because they have more ways to escape. They have more. He has more mobility, you know, with the Daxter hologram. So I think that maybe Dreammax has to find a way to try to burst a Claude here in the possible future team fights. But the question is, how are they going to do that? Because to get to this Claude, they have to pass through Sora, Hylos, you know, even Sagan. So it's not going to be that easy.
Well, you were talking about the Claude. He's got one more, I think only like 200 more gold he needs before he can get that Trinity build. There he goes. He went ahead, already got the corrosive sight. So as soon as he comes in with this blazing duet, it's going to be like a whole new Claude that has been eating his vitamins and saying his prayers at night, because he's going to be able to dish out a huge amount of damage. You see on the front line here, Octa Gaming doing their best to try to tank it in. Big stun comes out onto Blink, but Thanatos TZ decides against continuing on with the engagement. Now they just need to bide their time. Lord is on their side, and they can continue trying to macro up through the jungle.
Yeah, the macro here now, Dreammax is trying to compensate somehow in the top side here. But the question is, the situation, is the Lord is heading on the bottom line here. So now 3-4 games, V2, okay. Both teams now are trying to do something in the mid lane, because it is only the only side that is still have a turret number 1 is still for both teams. While the Lord is marching in the bottom lane here, we are having 10 minutes and 40 seconds in the second game. The goal lead here, not only far from 3k for Octa Gaming, but more than just the goal lead is the map domination, is the advantage for the Lord. Octa Gaming is playing for it. The horizon is not the limit.
Well, not just that, Lucy keeps on pushing this top, pushing minions into it. Dreammax answers, and as soon as Dreammax leave, Lucy's right there again, pushing top lane. So you're getting a huge value out of this Lord at bottom lane. You have lanes pushing up at top. Meanwhile, the bulk of Octa Gaming is enforcing their will through mid. That is just the perfect way of being able to take advantage of this Lord, that Dreammax have the answer. You're split pushing as well, while the bulk of your forces are pushing through mid. Now, down to only high grounds, bottom and top minions and lanes about to push. Evil Queller for Thanatos TZ, looking for a target, does not find it. Now, big defense underneath the tower, changing down to almost about a quarter of health down. Octa Gaming, they're doing they got already. That was a huge Lord for them, even if they didn't break into the high grounds already.
Rizal here. Okay, once again, the items, we have the Heaven's Feather and the Starling side with 2 Herald. The Trinity Core for Claude, now heading for the 4th item here. But now once again, Octa Gaming in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a great pathway put out there. Oh, a big penalty zone lands on the 3 members. TC actually have to get some distance. From the side comes in the Phantom Steed as well, and 2 down for Octa Gaming. A huge amount of damage coming out from Dreammax. Immediately pushes back Octa's jungler, and then from the side, Jump Style, a great job to come in and clean up the pieces. And none of this would have been possible if not for King with that great flicker penalty zone that landed onto 3 members.
Yeah, there's a rule, and the rule says do not underestimate Dreammax. They are not dead yet, they are not done yet, and now here comes the chance to guarantee the second Lord, but Octa here is trying to fight back.
Yeah, Thanatos TZ on the back end looking for a way to get in there. Is getting harassed there by Blink. He's going to come in. Oh, we do have a glorious pathway, but Jumpstyle is able to get himself a Lord. Blazing Duet coming out from V2. Dreammax being chased down by Octa Gaming, looking for an angle to get in. Thanatos TZ finds himself 2 kills there as well. Now they're going to go ahead and make short work. What Lord was out there?
What Lord? there was a Lord here, it's not anymore. You know, I think that okay, maybe Octa is trying to okay, they push the limit, they push the top side here. Can't be the end, Private.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and use that glorious pathway more as a zoning tool. Now against 3 members, down goes King, looking to latch on to Jumpstyle. He's going to try to dash his way to safety. Still trying to coming in, trying to find himself an angle. Jakite, braveness on this girl to go up against 3 members, keeping that distance, knowing that she still has that ability to create distance and kite them back, and still trying to push Octa Gaming back.
As the song says, this girl is on fire. Shake right here with the 5 kills in the Kimi. She is trying to defend Dreammax's honor so far, but now once again, they have super minions in the top side here for Octa Gaming. Octa Gaming managing the situation. 1 more item for Claude. Malefic Gun to increase the range, especially for the Blazing Duet here, and working with the Dex's hologram. Octa Gaming causing pressure, denying farm for Dreammax. They're playing together, they're holding together, but they cannot farm so far for Octa Gaming. I think that 1 more Lord is going to be the end of the second game.
I mean, I usually am a big critique of early Sky Piercers on heroes, especially when your team is losing. But Jakite does such a great job on this Kimi, even on their back foot. It's 6-12 right now. Jakite is 5-1-1, really making use of that Sky Piercer, and I feel like is going to be one of those. If they can turn it around, it's really going to be bent on Jakite and Chimera being able to step up and dish out that damage. Unfortunately, Chimera having a rough game here right now. 2-4. So it's like, it's basically resting on, can Jakite find some of these targets? Can she also protect herself? Can she create that distance? And right now, it's a lot of boxes you need to check to be successful against Octa Gaming, who can, I want to say, a lot can go wrong for them right now. He's sitting at Seagans, had a perfect game so far. He's got 9 assists as well. Saber's 0-2-10 right now. He's been involved in most of the fights, and you already have V2 coming online. Thanatos TZ 8-1-0 right now. So they have themselves a great game. They have a lot more wiggle room in which they can actually step back, but you can see now Dreammax looking for an angle to possibly come in onto this Lord. Lord has been reset.
Blink
takes a 25% damage from a V2 right there. V2's doing a good job. He's going to continue to go around this Lord to keep up those stacks of Claude, because he wants to come in with the Blazing Duet with all 5 stacks. You see them go ahead and reset it. V2's just going to continue shooting it, keeping those stacks on. Unfortunately, Dreammax not in a great position to try and contest just yet. V2 again on there as we dance around. Saber inside. Blink goes in. Going to get caught. underneath this bush. And you see from the back end, V2 comes in, is going to use that BMI to get himself back towards the Lord, to kite himself back. And right now we're just dancing. Octa Gaming, they don't need to take the Lord. They want this fight first. They can afford to be as safe as possible. Now Blink goes into a bush there with Lucy lying in wait. King looking for this flicker penalty zone if he can find it. Unfortunately, you're talking about some heroes that either have a way to separate themselves from you, like the Valier, or you have V2 who can BMI his way away from you as well. So you're very limited on the targets you can really do with this penalty zone. I want to say, if I'm Dreammax, I'm trying to split push. I'm trying to create some type of pressure with these lanes, hopefully to be able to get to those side lanes. Now 10%, Lord looking like he's going to be able to go over to Octa Gaming. Glorious Pathway has been launched down. Jump Style's going to have to create some distance. Blink being chased down by the Saber and Thanatos TZ on the back end. 4 members, big penalty zone, lands onto 3 members, but the blazing duet on the backside. V2 spraying out damage. King finds a kill. 2 down for Octa Gaming. Thanatos TZ and Saber both go down. King doing a great job with that, but Blink still has his immortality as well.
Yeah, Blink here was not able to die this time, and I was about to say about like a great job from Microgame from Octa Gaming, because the minion waves in the bottom lane, they were so huge they forced Cheikai to head back and to clean the minion wave. That was the opportunity for Octa Gaming, guarantee the Lord, but the situation gone oops once again.
Big penalty zone lasts on the 2 members, and unfortunately that's V2 with an ultimate down. Lucy goes down. Segan's gonna look for an escape. V2 came in, he had the blazing duet, but when the penalty zone landed on him, he had to BMI away, so he basically wasted his entire ultimate because he had to disengage from that great penalty zone. King, I want to say, I didn't say too much about him in the early game, but he's being a core reason that Dreammax have been able to turn around a lot of these fights with some great penalty zones onto like 3 members every single time they come in for an engagement. Look at how tanky Saber is there. There's 3 people there pecking at him, tickling, doing what they can to try to bring him down, and he's just walking it off.
Oh, Blazing doing once again private.
Yeah, but the Chimera able to get away with that Zaman force. You can see on the side where King gonna go ahead and put on some distance there. Jump Style comes in, has the horse, has the Phantom Steed. Cheikai able to find a kill onto Saber. Now on the back end, are they gonna be able to blast down Lucy? Thanatos TZ finds a kill onto King. Cheikai continuing to lock onto Lucy, looking for the damage, but now has to find an escape. Thanatos TZ comes in for the flank. Cheikai might be trapped, has that flicker out, and a little is going to be able to try to get themselves away. V2 trying to spray on some damage, and it is just Cheikai here trying to defend it. Blink comes in, has the immortality, but continually getting slowed by Segan.
Yeah, only 2 players left here for Dreammax. Maybe, I don't think that Octa Gaming here is forcing the end of the game. They're waiting for the next minion waves here in the mid lane. Could be the end, my friend Private.
Oh, blazing duet onto the back line. Cheikai in trouble. Immortality has been procced, but there are 3 members there to clean up. Tower is able to take down Lucy, but is there going to be King coming in? Not sure if King has it in him to be able to stop this entire push-up from coming. Jump Style comes out, has the Phantom Steed as well. Octa Gaming actually thinking wise about continuing on this fight. They know it's smarter to just turn their attention back, get this Lord, and do it safely.
Yeah, the safest way here, but Dreammax is coming. They want to fight back this very important objective. Blink here is knowing that only Jump Style. Here we go.
Yeah, Jump Style activates that Phantom Steed a little bit early there, 25% left onto the Lord. Oh, now Jump Style's way deep underneath here, looking for an angle, looking for a way to get in. Penalty zone has been hit. Thanatos TZ takes down Jump Style, and the marksman for Octa Gaming able to find a Lord and another kill. It's just Cheikai and King alone to try to defend this, and down goes King. 4 members left from Octa Gaming, a Lord looming in at mid. None of Dreammax's downed players are going to be up in time. Shakeite on the back end has an immortality. Winter Crown activated again, trying to take down Shakeite. Finds the kill, dies, but enables his team for their second game of the series.
Another different, chaotic, bloodly game here for the second game. Guarantee you one more victory to Octa Gaming, 2-0 Xena. What a match.
Yes, wow. Octa Gaming found their confidence there, making sure they dominated the early game, keeping that rhythm, and keeping it throughout the whole time, right? They just... Thanatos Tizzy, he was still strong with the 6-1-0 by the 6-minute mark, and... that pressure, they just gave so much pressure to them. I do have to give it up to Shakeite, though. She did a wonderful job trying to fight that off.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only so far you can go trying to fight that off. Like I said, she really made the most use of a lot of her items there too. Like I said, Sky Piercer early on Kimmy. I know it's part of the build, but sometimes I roll my eyes for some of those early Sky Piercers, especially when your team is behind. But when you're talking about somebody who's starting off the game 5-1-1, it's a good item to be picking up to try to at least make this game as competitive as possible. Big shout out too coming out for the Tarizla pickup, who actually paid a little bit of dividends. King did his best to kind of come in, get a lot of those penalty zones. Unfortunately, Octa Gaming, let's talk about this 16-3 Thanatos TZ on the Suyo pickup. Not just that, a Segan 0-1-17 V2 3-0-12 on the Claude. It's just when the picks that they have, not only such great drafts to shut down that Hilda pickup, but they know exactly when some of these heroes are really supposed to be doing enough during a lot of these fights and waiting for a lot of these power spikes.
Yeah, the whole team here showed an astonishing performance, especially for Octa Gaming, and we are talking about like Thanatos' performance, the Sagans, and say V2 for example. But Saber here, like we were talking about that he was able to walk through the composition, walking through the Dreammax's front line, you know, that he was taking so much damage, but he wasn't able to die. He bought much time for Octa Gaming, you know. So, but for me, I think that Dreammax bringing Hilda, they had a very solid idea, like to play in aggressive, to have a very interesting early game here, to dominate the map. But by the time that this idea wasn't working and Hilda was losing the potential, losing this aggressive situation, Octa Gaming was like turning things to easier for them to not only lead the advantage, but to manage an advantage. We were talking about like King's
performance
with the Tarizla, that from mid to late game, he was very interesting with the penalty zone, like 3 or 4 times that it was well connected. That was a good for Dreammax to extend the game for much time. They, if you ask me, that Dreammax had some chance to win the game, I would say that they had this the chance, but no, you know, they have the possibility to be better. But Octa Gaming, they were so confident to the composition, to the idea, you know, even though Thanatos with the 16 kills with a big responsibility, but V2 with the blazing duet playing so well. Even Sora, which was like with a negative KDA, he was so important with the ultimate tanky here for like to take down and get so many crowd control for Octa Gaming. So even though Dreammax played very like the next possible team fights, they were able to play very well, taking 2 or 3 players from Octa Gaming. It didn't seem like Octa was about to lose this game, not only because of the goal lead and the pressure, you know, but for many situations in the second game.
Yes, and when it came down to execution, this player delivered it flawlessly again.
Oh.
Thanatos Tizzy taken That MVP with 1630 KDA, 78.7k total damage, 802 golds per minute. He is a force there in the jungle.
I'm in shock.
Yeah, I mean, he really was able to shine here, but for me, the entire team and being able to enable him has been the highlight of this story here. They create this great barrier up in the front. They give him space when it comes to this Lord as well, and it just enables, especially when it comes to Suyu picks and a person like Thanatos TZ, who's going to be able to kind of get in there all the time and find a lot of these kills with that evil queller as well. And that's another thing too. He was absolutely phenomenal when it came to like one of those abilities like the evil queller, where you got to aim in there, find some of these weaker targets out there. So a great and well-earned MVP there from Thanatos TZ.
Yeah, working with Suyu and the jungler. We had this we had Dreammax playing in the first game here, but only in the XP. We know that XP that you need more time to get the full potential of the hero, get the full potential like what a Suyu can bring. In the jungler, like you have a very fast farming, you have a very fast pathing clear here to reach the level 4, the first levels faster as he can and get more damage as he can. So we saw actually in the second game what he's able to do when he gets stronger. So Thanatos TZ MVP once again. Thanatos 16 kills. Are you the boss? Are you the owner of the game? My goodness.
Well, he should be. I mean, he knows how to work his heroes really well and play it very wonderfully. But at the same time, his team knows how to be there for him. And that synergy and also that CC that they had on their team, the Valier, the Sora, the Hylos, that was really hard to deal with for sure.
It's funny too, because we brought up at the beginning of it that Thanatos TZ maybe lingered a little too long at the gold lane, hoping to find an early game gank. He did that twice, but still was able to keep up with gold because of how well he was doing in these fights, because of how well he was able to find these angles, find those evil quellers, find these great kills onto the enemy. So even when you're not, I know I do like to see, I think the safer option with a lot of Suyos is to like just farm, keep farming. Heck, we might even give up the first turtle as long as you keep farming, because Suyu is one of those great farmers. And once you get to the mid game, if you've been farming that very consistently that whole game, there's not many heroes that are going to be able to stop you. But right from the beginning, he tap danced that line very well. Understood, I can go down here. Dang, that sucks. I'm not going to be able to get a kill, but this fight coming up, I'm able to find these angles, able to get in, get those kills, and still able to maintain my lead and my farming ability as a jungler.
Yeah. Another thing that I was thinking about and I saw in the last team fight, because we were talking about, okay, Suyu's potential, we were talking about Octa gaming synergy, as Azina was saying. Maybe I felt in the last team fight from the Lord, I felt some miscommunication for Dreammax, because we were seeing a response for a Dreammax, especially with the penalties on from King and the Phantom Sting for jump style, you know. And the last Lord, we already seen, like, I think that Private already said that he said that, okay, maybe the Phantom Sting for a jump style was too early, because we saw the Phantom Sting coming up almost from the grass, from the bush and the orange buff, you know, through the Lord, and the King was not so close to apply the penalties on, you know. So the wombo combo that could be brought from Dreammax didn't work out in the last team fight. That could be one of the win condition and keys for Dreammax to do something, to try to win this game. But in the last battle, in the last team fight, I think that there was a miscommunication, there was a misunderstanding in the execution for Dreammax. Once again, Dreammax is a very strong team. We already seen that they were not dead yet. They trying to head back in the game sometimes, you know. So Octa Gaming, they are aware about that. The players know well this team, so they didn't give a chance for Dreammax to get back in the game, and that what matters. 2-0 for Octa Gaming, and now we're heading for the draft for the third game.
Yes, we're trying hard there at the end. We can see that the Kimmy was starting to come online, and you said that Trizla was doing an amazing job with those penalty zones, but that was not enough. As you said, that miscommunication made it so that they weren't able to hold it off any longer there. They are banning out here Sora and Baxia. They're making sure that Baxia is not in the game right here. Zushin and Freya, top contenders for priority bans, for sure.
So it was brought up, and I actually have a question for you too. And this is what we were kind of talking about when we tried on the side of Dreammax to have a flexible draft to keep Octa Gaming guessing. You don't know where these heroes are going to go. The Suyo pickup, which has been such an instrumental role in the jungle position, was it wasted putting it in that XP position where it didn't just lose, but you didn't really get the value you usually get out of a Suyu who's ahead because he's constantly farming, and instead had to kind of sit back and play, I want to say almost passively in that XP lane.
Yeah, as I said before, in the XP lane, Suyo, like King, I think that King's idea was like to respond a Lapu Lapu in the early game, because we saw in the first game like he getting the kill, Suyo causing so much damage in Lapu, but we knew that from mid to late game things are about to be different, because we know that Lapu needs time, Lapu needs some items here to get the resistance, to get like the sustain, you know, and the damage potential. So for Suyu, maybe could not the best idea, because Suyu is not focusing in defense items, for example. He is focused on farm, he is focused on damage, he is focused on items that can cause this, that can cause the DPS. So for XP lane, okay, in the early game, if the idea is to work very well in the early game, that could work better for Dreammax. But we didn't see that because King was neutralized so many times in the XP lane, you know. So maybe that's why Suyu is heading for the jungler more times than the XP, especially in the competitive situation. So maybe for XP here, I don't think this is a good idea to bring Suyu.
Yeah, great point. I do think Suyu does belong in the jungle for the fact that that farming was right. So maybe if they had swapped it in the, that first game, maybe it could have been a different story, as Gwen would be handling that side. But here we go, and we're picking up Harley on the side of Octa, and Dreammax will pick up Fredrin and Claude. Thoughts?
Yeah, with I'm trying to think of, I mean, it's kind of funny to me that from the week 1, week 2, and now at week 3, beginning in South, we're starting to see the lack of Marcel anywhere when it comes to either some of these bans, when it comes to some of the pickups, which is honestly surprising to me, because I feel like the South is one of the places that actually knows how to use Marcel, while in the North I feel like they're still banning, they're still trying to pick him up, still trying to use him, yet I think none of them have been successful with him just yet. Here, a big tanky front line, not just that, but a good early game coming out from Octa Gaming when you include the Grok out there as well. Claude, you're gonna need some items for him to start coming online. Tanky still in front, you got the Fredrin and the Hylos as well, so a decent amount of healing coming out from the side of DMX. A little bit more of a rounded draft coming out from DMX. My only problem is I'm waiting for that early game possibly from them. I feel like DMX so far have just, their starts have just been so lackluster, and it just starts steamrolling into more potentially the lead just starts drifting away from them if they're not able to get that control in the early game. And that's not just them, that's most teams right now in the current meta, is if you aren't able to at least have a little bit of control in the early game, these games so quickly begin to spin out of your control. And Dreammax have been a big one of those, that's not able to really encapsulate that early game, get the advantage, harass like they want to. They've been countered at every single turn here. Even last game where they tried to pick up the Hilda, you had a Valir out there, and it's like, what is Valir? What is Hilda gonna do? It's like, because as soon as you walk up to a Valir, you're just hit with so many abilities. You're slowed, you're stunned, and it's just like, okay, well, that's it for me in the early game.
Yeah, I think that Dreammax, oh, they banned Valentina. That could be a good chance here for Octa Gaming, guaranteeing a ZTN, for example, in the mid lane here to match with Harley, especially with the follow-up damage that comes with the burst of the Herod in the ultimate, with the nerf of magic resistance coming from ZTN. So let's wait to see. Benedetta is the last ban here for Octa Gaming. Interesting fact is, most of the teams, when they are in the blue side, they prioritize this Harley, you know, in the first pick here, especially to guarantee a very interesting early game. But not only for that, but I think that it is also to somehow control the rest of the draft from the enemy, because they have to adapt from Harley. Not only for Harley, but when it comes, what comes with Harley, you know, with the follow-up, with the damage that comes, you know, from this very strong jungler. So here, as we were saying, Dreammax is focusing on resistant heroes with Hylos and Fredrin. Now he comes with Kagura with a very high burst damage here, especially in the magical power. So let's see what is going to happen. But once again, Harley here is getting a high prioritization in the blue side, especially in the first pick.
Yeah, I'm thinking Kagura was kind of to maybe counter being picked off if it was an easier, you know, stand still mid there. So Kagura has that escapability to get away. I do like the side of Octa here. Harley's able to pick off that backline if needed. Yuzong could kind of get there as well. So it's still looking to see what else was chosen here.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me because it did feel like the Hylos pickup was kind of veering towards a possible Eve pickup from Dreammax, but then you had the quick reply to Yuzong, the Grok, and basically said, I dare you to pick something that has to stand still for their ults with both of these heavy hitters on our team. We got a Black Dragon, you're going to have a tech charge coming at you, so they had to go with something a little bit more mobile, something that has an escape. Kagura fits that perfectly, but it's the big thing for me is is Kagura going to be able to lock on to somebody with that umbrella to get that yin yang overture onto somebody.
Now the last pick here for Dreammax is the Insun Shin in the gold lane versus Moskov. That's gonna be very interesting matchup here, especially because of the abilities for Insun Shin here to spot the enemy and a very potential for physical damage. But let's wait to see what is going to happen in this game. But always reminding the people from the chat, as the main star of the show, we are talking about and we are handling the global ban. So the team, if the team choose a hero, for example, they are not allowed to choose this hero again in the second or in the third game. Only in the best of 7, and if it comes to the 7th game, that is all reset, you know. So the global ban doesn't allow you to repeat the hero in the game or in the best of 3, in the best of 5. So you have to keep in mind that. So Octa Gaming was not allowed to repeat the Claw, to repeat the Hylos, for example. So we are talking about the global ban. But once again here, bringing the Harley and Lilia's idea in the mid and in the jungler here to cause dispersion, especially with this magical damage that comes with these two heroes. Could be very interesting for Octa Gaming. But now here, my friend Private, let's go to the Land of Dawn once again, because it is already 1-0 for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, these boys woke up and chose violence immediately, find themselves a kill. I believe that was onto Blink. So the Roam apparently got surprised in the early game here as well. The thing for me too is looking at this composition coming out from Dreammax. You've got a lot of heroes that need items, that need scaling. King needs that Trinity build. Shaykite's going to need a lot of magic items to be able to kind of get a lot of that damage out there. Chimera, he is able to scale faster, but still needs to scale to start getting ahead. And there's nothing really securing a lot of that early game for them. Shaykite actually gets bounced back a little bit, trapped against the wall, but uses that umbrella escape to swipe over it.
Wait. I'm only seeing now. I'm so sorry, guys. I have just a little bit lack of attention, but have I seen right a Claude in XP lane? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that too. Yeah, so we do have the Claude, and he's going to be going up against Lucy on the Yu Zong. I'm not sure. We've talked about this before when it comes to, okay, we don't want to be shackled down by the chains of the meta. Chimera gets taken out there. Black Dragon swooping around, checking around the area for another clean pickup of this turtle from Octa Gaming. You don't want to be shackled down by the meta, but you have to respect, you have to understand what the meta represents out there. Claude is going to get zoned out pretty hard by the Yu Zong. Claude doesn't have a huge, I want to say, range himself, and for something like a Black Dragon that can close the range on you very quickly, especially because there isn't the threat of the damage that King is going to have before he gets that Trinity build.
Oops.
Oh, that's easy. Is he going to be able to get away? Shaykite finds the kill. I was about to say, there's no way that Thanatos TZ finds himself an escape here. Actually got dashed into the wrong bush there. Shaykite was waiting there, and unfortunately for Thanatos TZ, gets an umbrella right to the face. Saber down now as well. Dreammax starting to answer back. Thanatos TZ comes back. Is he going to be able to get his purple buff? He is. Glorious pathway laid out, but Thanatos TZ able to scoop it up.
Yeah, Moscow's ultimate here was for nothing, but now Dreammax is playing aggressive with a very beautiful outplay from Shaykite, guaranteeing the kill, and she was able to survive the running away. But Chimera, she is so lucky.
Yeah, the Thanatos TZ, I mean, there was no way he was going to let that slide. So that's going to be 3-2 for Octa Gaming right now. Dreammax, I mean, I feel like they're going to start. They were doing great when it came to kind of trying to put on that pressure. The only question is, are they going to be able to continue that pressure without falling apart, without losing some of those basics that makes a team so lethal?
But I have a question here. When you have Claude and Instant Shin, which one are going to be prioritized to farm? You know, because both of them needs farm, both of them needs items to impact in the game. But now the next turtle here, both teams are aware. Here comes the dance.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and it looked like Dreammax went ahead and reset there. Actually, no, that was reset there by Saber. So a well-placed wall there and resetting and pushing out the turtle. Jump style's going to go in. Black Dragon is out now, and that's going to go ahead and activate the pathway coming out as well. Big pop-up comes with the tech charge. Segan finds the kill onto Shaykite. Now Dreammax looking for an escape. They chose the wrong fight here. Blink might be taken down again. 5-2 in favor of Octa Gaming. A well-placed amount of bombs, and Black Dragon come out and find Shaykite right away.
Yeah, we're gonna find the turtle here with Lucy, with the Yu Zong, with the ultimate open. It's not a good idea because we both know that the Black Dragon has a high potential to zoom the players to after the ultimate. He still has the dragon form, which has a more damage, more resistance. So maybe for Dreammax here, forcing the ultimate before the objective is good for them to have a good chance before the team fight. But now here comes a 3v2 Hunger Games.
Oh, King! Evil, they're looking for a tech charge, right? Oh, at least with the blazing duet, but Segan was right there on the Lilia to blow him up. In comes the Yin Yang Overture. Black Shoes come out from the bottom. Up at the top, Blink trying to fight off the team. Kite finds an escape, but Saber's on the back end, swings them against the wall. 4 members tech charge. Saber separates himself from Dreammax and uses the wall on the back end. Lucy comes in, finds the kill onto Kite. Chimera is dead. Second on the list as V2 dashes in, jump style. Ooh, tries to go in. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get away here as Segan finds the killing blow there as well. 3 down for Dreammax.
Yes, and Lucy's ultimate was just for celebrating the team fight that was positive for Octa Gaming once again. The first turret in the bottom lane and taken down for Octa Gaming. 9-2, gold lead here, almost 6K. I don't think so. I don't wanna be too early here, Private, but maybe we're seeing a disaster for Dreammax.
I mean, we're talking about like 6K at the 6-minute mark. Like, I don't want to call things out a little too early, but it's looking like Dreammax are having a rough game here. Tech charge comes out. Glorious Pathway is out as well. From the backside, King looking for an angle to get in. Oh, but almost gets immediately blown up. Is he going to be dangerous? Magic takes care of King, and that was immediate. Thanatos TZ sitting at 3-1 right now. Octa Gaming up 10-2.
10-2, the next turtle here, the third one is heading for Octa Gaming once again. 3 turtles versus 0 for Dreammax. Dreammax, they weren't able to even touch in any of the Octa's turrets so far. Map domination for Octa Gaming. Thanatos TZ once again with an astonishing performance. Now with Harley, Sagan with Lilia 4-0-4. Even V2 here with Moskov, that we know that he needs at least the core items here to have the power spike. But at this point of the game, Moskov here is just one more here for Octa Gaming. Here comes once again.
Yeah, Black Dragon onto the backside, looking for a squishier target. Blink. Ooh, he's gonna jump onto Blink and gets a 2-man petrified jump style underneath the tower. Blink trying to crawl his way out to safety, is gonna be able to get away. And you talked about it, the items that they need, and they're still getting their purple buffs refused to them. Segan sitting here with a purple buff of her own. Chimera is going to be down for the count. The deadly magic coming out from Thanatos TZ. Blink gets taken out by Segan. The rest of Octa Gaming going to go ahead and start enforcing their will through this mid lane tower. And we are down to high ground towers for Dreammax. And I don't believe they've even put a single auto attack onto the side of Octa Gaming's towers.
Yeah, I believe that. You know, we have to see, but even I think that there is no damage, no single damage on Octa's turret. But even though here Octa's is still causing the pressure, it is still playing forward, still playing aggressive, now with the focus at least to activate the Holy Shield from the last line of defense. Dreammax here, it is forced to play together, it is forced to play back, because they don't have jungler, they don't have a farm here, only for the minion waves that is heading from the sides, and they don't even have the Lord, which is going to be guaranteed for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, they're trying to set up something here too. They don't, Octa Gaming doesn't really want the Lord here. They're gonna try to bait it out, try to get a fight started. And unfortunately for Dreammax, they're not even able to close the distance. So that's gonna be a free Lord. We do have the Blazing Duet coming out from King and gets nailed with an SOD coming out from V2, bringing V2 to 4-0-2.
Yeah, here comes the chase. Oh, at least they got the first turret here, Private. They got the turret in the top lane here for Dreammax. But even though it's not even far from enough for the Dragon Boys to get back in the game. Once again, we saw a Guinevere in the first game. A pick, okay, Guinevere is a very strong pick, but maybe from the last choice for a Dreammax here, maybe trying to respond Baxia, I think that it could be better. And now in the third game, we're seeing Claude in the XP lane. For me, it is the same situation for Suyu. He needs a farm, he needs gold, he needs items to impact positively in the game. But now here comes the Lord.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out as well. The rest of the team going to go ahead and put the finishing touches onto the high ground at the mid. Now moving their way to the top. Big Petrify lands on the King. Has the Blazing Duet out. And Lucy does go down on that Yuzong. The rest of Dreammax looking to maybe pay the favor back. Taking a heap of damage is Jumpstyle, who has to get back to the healing of the base. But from the side, V2 laying on the damage. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a clean sweep for Octa Gaming.
V2 doesn't know how to play here. He's not for playing. He focused the turret, guarantee a 3-0 clean sweep for Octa Gaming.
What a sweep. What a sweep that was. Octa had full control this time around. They knew that they had that confidence, right? They took all the objectives. There was a huge gold gap. They punished them with kills. They just were unstoppable. I don't know what else to say there. They couldn't do anything to stop them.
I think we talked a little bit about what would the games be like if Dreammax had improved since the last time they saw Octa Gaming, but it never occurred. What would happen if Octa Gaming had improved since the last time they saw Dreammax? And here, with not allowing a single win for Dreammax here, and they seem to have an answer for everything.
Yeah, we're checking out the stats here from the last game for Octa Gaming. 14 kills versus 3 for Dreammax. Only one turret taken down for Dreammax. There was the first turret in the top lane here. But now we're seeing the stats. Sagan once again with Lilia 507. Thanatos, another astonishing performance from Harley 4-1. V2 Moskov, we didn't talk too much about him, but 4-0-2 here with the Moskov, a very good KDA. So Octa Gaming, a good and well job, a good job. Very well job for Octa Gaming
well
to
guarantee.
Sure. Thank you. For guarantee a 3-0 sweep here versus Dreammax. To be honest, I was expecting more games. I was expecting a very a stronger even a match between these two teams, but what we saw here, guys, was Octa Gaming only passing through.
I mean, Octa Gaming, even when it came to all of the fights, they understood their power spikes. They did a great job of drafting to be able to kind of dominate and lead through the early game as well. And you see here, like, Jumpstyle, where I don't understand his pathing here, too, is to try to go down into enemy territory. Maybe I would have been looking for a little bit more of an escape there as well, to try to find my way back to some of my towers. But, all of these games have kind of just been repeating the same thing for Octa Gaming. They have a great pool of heroes they can go from. They have great counters, especially when it came to Hilda. When Dreammax fought, oh god, there's that SOD that took out King. But like, even when it came to Hilda on the side of Dreammax, Octa Gaming just seemed to have the perfect draft to be able to take it down. And maybe that is part of the problem. That's something that we might have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to Dreammax. Some of these picks that come out there, the Claude in the XP lane, the Guinevere was picked pretty early as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at that MVP.
Yes, and a performance built on confidence and control. This is your MVP here. Sajin takes that away from Thanos' Tizzy this time around. Going in with the Lilia, 507 KDA, 52.8k total damage, 769 golds per minute.
Yeah, Sagan, you broke the rule here. Oh, Thanatos Dizzy, we're heading for the record here, but now Sagan is a boss killer once again, with Lilia heading and securing the MVP with the mid lane from Octa Gaming. The guy responsible for bringing Valier, for bringing Vexana in this match, now shines once again with Lilia. So, as we were talking about a private, it's a very good combination coming from, especially when you have a very hard early game combining to Harley with the follow-up of the damage that can come with the burst of the ultimate, you know, and the high DPS that comes from Lilia. So they knew what they were doing, you know, especially when you face the team who brought a Claude in the XP lane, you know, making the third game. I think the idea could be good, but the execution and what we saw was not like even close to be good. So 3-0 for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, a great game for Octa. A lot of synergy coming out from their compositions as well. The Lilia pickup, a great, especially when you combine it with the Black Dragon. You just had a huge birth of zoning area when it came to trying to push onto these towers. Now, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna sit there? Because the closer you are, you're gonna get hit by the bombs coming out from Lilia. If you try to stand back just a little bit, you're prime target for the Black Dragon coming out. So what can you do? You have to like stand so far away from it, and there was no good answer that unfortunately Dreammax could put out there. Octa Gaming just played a very, very sound game, and I feel like they took that loss to Entity 7 to heart and have been like sprucing up all these things. Like I said, we were talking about Dreammax, the improvements that they have made, and that they were going to try to put up against Octa Gaming. But Octa Gaming showing that even as good as they were in their first meeting with Dreammax, they still had that much more room to grow in their second meeting here.
Yes, they did an amazing job, but they just swept that whole team. They are improving as you go. This is what we're here for, guys. That Swiss stage is all about that training and making sure that they are at top tier for those playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, guys, for me, I think that for a Dreammax situation, because we're talking about Mobile Legends, so the MLBB scenario, especially talking about the competitive one, you have a very high rotation for rosters, you know, lineups for the teams. But with the Dreammax, not only the changes for the roster, we had the role changing. We had King from a jungler to XP lane. You know, we had Jumpstyle. Okay, he was a jungler for so long. We had the change from the gold lane that was Gremium the last season, but now they have Chimera. You know, so okay. Maybe we can talk about how long do we have to play together to get the synergy, to get the experience, you know. But for Dreammax, maybe this high rotation of players, of like role swapping, I think that they need they have to find a way, they have to find a team and start playing together, you know, because for a tournament like AMER, for example, when you need time, maybe this time can be over as soon as you think. So you have to think about it. You have to have a project, that you have to have a lineup that can play together, that they can have the synergy, to play very well. Once again, Dreammax is a very traditional organization. They are very good. It's a very hot one of the champions here in AMER, in the South region, you know. But in the last seasons, it's like a roller coaster. There were some championship that they were very high, that the other ones that they are very like not low, but in the medium average. But I believe that for Dreammax, they don't want to be minimum. They don't want to be average. They want to be the top. They want to be champion. So they have to get this idea and this planning for having a lineup and playing together for so long time.
I kind of feel like there's also something to be said about some very, very strong picks in this meta, some very strong picks for draft that maybe don't need to be the first pick, that can be countered a little easier than some that you know of. Hilda does, I mean, we don't see her often making, I still think she's a big priority in the meta, but there's certain things when you pick her early, you leave her open for counters out there. I feel like Hilda is a very one-dimensional type of hero that's it's high risk, high reward. You're really betting on the game to go a certain way, and if it doesn't, Hilda's gonna be the first one to suffer. Other things too with the Gwen. I feel like that Gwen pickup, especially in the jungle, there were a lot of mobile heroes picked out by Octa Gaming too, and that's not really where Gwen shines. So you want to be able to get the stun down and hopefully come in with Gwen on a secondary where the enemy's either slowed or stunned or something like that, to make it easier for the Gwen to land a lot of those stuns. They went up against the composition where I feel like half the roster had a dash or something that they could use to be able to get away from Gwen. Yeah. And these things have to be kind of on your mind when you're drafting certain things into that too as well. And then of course, as I kind of brought up ad nauseum, I feel like we kind of reached a bit out far of the box just for the sake of being different and hoping that that difference on its own strength could maybe cause some type of upset. But when it comes to a team like Octa Gaming, Entity 7, some of these other Alpha 7, things like that, you're not going to win a game by frazzling them. These guys have composure. They know how to be patient. They let things like the Zushin pick through because they feel confident in their ability to get to that super late game and be able to take care of it. So they're just, I feel like it's just going to be back to the drawing board. And you brought up the perfect point too, being able to play together to get that synergy that you need. It's not an easy thing to be playing one role for an entire season, understanding that, getting the depths, the little things that you need to understand that role, and then being like, okay, now they're putting me on something different, and you have to relearn everything about that. Your priority changes. What you take from seeing on the mini map changes how you react to things like that. So it's something that's it's going to be some growing pains. But like you said, a strong team with a lot of history here in North America. Unfortunately, just Octa Gaming this season have been put together. They are a monster right now.
Yeah.
Yes,
for me,
they are a monster. Go ahead, say what you need to say.
No, I was thinking like Private was very surgical in his words about like, especially when he was talking about like planning the drafts. That could be, that is a very special situation because we are talking a very high championship level. We're talking about AMER South. We're talking about the best teams in the South region, you know. And when you work and when you talk about drafts, when you play against Octa Gaming, when you play against Alpha 7, Influence Rage, you know, like, okay, the idea to think out of the box, to think differently from the others, it is a good thing, you know. But if you go too far with this innovation, with these new things, you know, maybe when you work on something out of the meta, can be not so good when you're facing these hard teams, you know. Because for example, we were talking about Sagan's picking Valor. So Sagan picked Valor in the first game. He picked in the second game, you know, in the second weekend. So we're not seeing so differently. He picked Valier. We talked to him and we asked, will we see more different picks than Valier? And they say, okay, you can wait, but no, only okay. Lilia, Vexana, Valier. Not so far from that, you know, not like not in Aurora, not in we already seen Eldora in the last weekend, but you know, not so far from the meta, you know, not so far from the idea to guarantee the advantage for Octa Gaming. So you can work in the meta, you can work in a draft that can surprise the enemy. But when you were talking about AMER South, then we were talking about our very good teams. You have to think not only twice, but maybe 3 or 4 times before doing it.
Also, and not to harp on Dreammax, just Octa Gaming, dude. Thanatos TZ, those first 2 games, absolutely unstoppable. You are talking about a well-oiled, a team that understands. A lot of those games were very even too, where I said like whether it was the Boxia, it was basically poetry, because Boxia would come in, get the damage, and even chase away the enemy. The moment that Dreammax would turn around onto him, like, all right, we got him, he's a little too far, the rest of the team would come in there, get that separation for him. Everybody played their role exactly how they were supposed to make the composition work. They understood. It felt like, looking and watching that, it felt like there wasn't a part of that composition they didn't understand. Even the Cho that I was questioning, I'm like, I feel like there's easier picks to accomplish what a Cho can. Even then, still able to execute, still able to get a lot of that, I want to say, the peeling ability that Cho provides with it. The team just really kind of came together there. And so I feel like the communication is a huge deal for them.
Yes, Cho was an amazing player for sure. He was able to get that back line and help that team with all those assists. He did a wonderful job there. I think it was a comfort pick for him. But let us look at the open qualifiers right now. The MWI right now is open, ladies. If you want to join in and get in on that esports team side, make sure you go in and register. The registration starts today, so get your team registered.
Yeah, she almost screwed up, said guys there, but we already have our light when it comes to some of these other championships. This is an opportunity for a lot of those great female players to shine when it comes to the qualifiers and get up onto that main stage. Like we said, big pride because North America out of nowhere came up and was able to get second place. It says a great thing about the place of MWI in the qualifiers right now.
Yeah. And it is very interesting thing to say, because when it comes about like female players, the last year we got female players who got the esports awards, you know, like from MLBB. So it is a very good thing for not only for the scenario, not only for the MLBB, but for the ladies, for the women to shine more and more here in the MLBB scenario.
Yes, and just for you viewers, remember we have these diamond drops here. Make sure the longer you are in the chat, the more that you get a chance at these amazing diamonds to get those skins that you've always wanted and saved up for. So make sure you stick around, comment more, engage with us, and you will get more of a chance.
Yeah, we see all those viewers out there, Deadpool, Kushwa, I think Mini Martini out there watching. Stay active in the chat, respond and things like that, and you will have yourself an opportunity to win some diamonds for yourself as well. Just a little way for Munsun to go ahead and give back to those loyal viewers that we have.
Yeah, from the friends in our chat, from the for the friends who is still watching us, the Pinoy, the Slayer, the GM of Zedia as well. So you have the chance to get a diamonds for you. I need diamonds because his nick is Fisher. It is still in the house, and I need to change his nickname. I didn't have the chance. I didn't play so much.
I think you do need to change
I would change the nickname because most of the people are like, is Nick what? I say, no, it's Nick is Fisher. You don't get it, but that's okay. Only the geniuses are not being understood here. But it is a chance to get diamonds watching the broadcasts.
Yes. Well, guys, make sure that you follow us all over the place, please. We are trying to grow here in North America, so, and yes, make sure oh my god.
warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults, total chaos. Triple hook, recall hook, trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys grabbed your snacks because we're ready for the next rounds that are going to happen. We have Alpha 7 going against 9Z Globant. What do we have to say about them?
Well, I mean, the action doesn't stop. We're not even halfway through the night just yet. Going to be moving on to our best of 3. I believe this is another kind of grudge match. A little history behind these teams who have already faced each other. I believe it was in the first round that Alpha 7 took on 9Z Globant. So another opportunity for both of these teams to show us what they've learned.
Yeah, so yeah, guys, it's gonna be a very, very long afternoon / night here with us. Now we're heading for the second match, as a private well said. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. Alpha 7 2-1 so far versus 9Z 1-2. 1 win for a Black Sentence the last weekend, and 2 losses, one of them for Alpha 7. So even though we're seeing that situation, I believe that we are going to have a very interesting match. It's a best of 3 this time, you know, so we hope to see the 3 matches. We hope to see both teams like fighting for the victory so far.
Yes, we are hoping to see them match up. This, they have already gone against each other around, I think around the first rounds, right? So, but Alpha 7 came up on top on that one. Let's see if 9Z Globant is able to fight back. Maybe they learned a thing or two to be able to contest them this time around.
An interesting factoid too, Alpha 7 and what we just watched, Octa Gaming, neither of those two teams, who I think are very, very even, neither of them have faced each other yet. Yet both of those teams took their only losses to Entity 7 as well. So I want to say this is a pretty big hill for 9Z Globant to try to be able to come back from. Some of the big, I want to say, outliers that really kind of weigh some of these teams against each other. I feel like 9Z Globant last week pulled out the Marcel. Not successful with it. I feel like the draft didn't really support it either. Where on the side of Alpha 7, they're one of the few teams that we have in the South that has been super successful with the Marcel pickup, doing very well to combine it with, I believe it was the Terizla, Chang'e, and Guinevere with Marcel. The CC coming out from Marcel with that golden hour really made well for a lot of those pickups as well. So 9Z Globant, it's another one that kind of stands on the side, just like when we're talking about Dreammax, that we need to make sure that our drafts, we're thinking about our drafts and then the early game. I feel like for some reason, the early game from some of these teams they feel like it's something that can be, I feel personally, the early game is a priority in your draft. How do we affect, how do we get through, how do we dominate the early game? And because if there isn't a plan, if you're just thinking about the mid-game power spikes you have, a lot of these heroes that need items and stuff like that, you're gonna have a hard pathway.
All right, let us take a look at the lineup real quick. Who do we have here? We have Hesu, Flick, Frostlane Eve, and Upatizzy and Pakitu for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, it's a very interesting lineup here from Alpha 7. The guys who have some very high expectations, which is a very, very hard team here so far. They have to prove themselves that they are able to be one of the champions, to be the champion here of AMER South, with 2 imports, Hesu and Flick, Frostlane, Upatizzy, and Paquito, who came from Influence to Rage, but now we're heading for 9Z Globant's lineup.
Yes, 9Z Globant is having it on the XP lane Chino, jungle lane Luis, Inho. We got mid lane Fishin, gold lane Gusta La Gusta, we like to say that, and our roamer, Alboro Crazy.
I want to say last week I finally they had some great games coming out of 9Z Globant, so they did have a little bit of growth. It was very fun to be able to say Gusta La Gusta as they were doing very well. I do know I think I keep saying the jungler's name wrong, Rico, and I want you to give me one more of the, especially with the great accent of yours. It's show me how me and the viewers are supposed to say the jungler's name.
Yes, boss, loud and clear. So everybody say Luizinho.
Luizinho.
Luizinho. Luizinho.
All right, it's still gonna come out. I'm gonna say it, Luizinho.
Come on, come on.
Yeah, but we're definitely looking for this team to, like we said, last week, a great week for 9Z Globant. They had some great victories there. We got an interview with them to find out, like, they do have some inner workings. I believe, Rico, you've been the big one to point this out. You've got a lot of good players, but different personalities, different play styles on this team that sometimes can leave one or the other. Either the roam gets a little too ambitious when the rest of the team isn't ready, or just people just playing on different aspects and different personalities when it comes to this. Hopefully here, they've kind of begun to mesh that together, it's to synergize that together against a team like Alpha 7, who I want to say has had some very interesting drafts and things that they've been able to figure out. They've been one of the funner teams that I've liked to watch, especially when it comes to them being able to counterpick.
Yeah, and I was checking here actually, because you said about like the last match from 9Z versus the Black Sentence, but surprisingly, the Marcel, he was very good actually in Alboro Crazy's hand. You know, he won the game, and you were talking about like how he fixed in that composition, but especially for the disengage situation, you know, because we used to see Marcel like playing forward, aggressive, especially playing with the second skill and this and his stacks of the buff, you know, like to get this crowd control. But we are not able to see this Marcel like aggressive one. But in the last game for versus Black Sentence, Alboro Crazy brought Marcel in the first game, and they were really, really good. Alboro Crazy always like getting a very well use of the golden hour to benefit the team, to benefit the execution. It was a very, very good thing to see.
Question: was he using it with the trio like everyone else, like Guinevere and Trizza, or he just brought his A game with the Marcel?
It's a completely different style. I remember it now that you're saying it. I remember it was mostly used to help secure a lot of escapes. If one of the teams got into a hairy situation, Golden Hour would come out, freeze the enemy out, help 9Z Globant create that distance to be able to get away. So it's two different kind of play styles, especially Alpha 7, like he was talking about, the more ambitious. They're gonna send Marcel out to set up these ganks that they want. Whereas 9Z Globant, a little bit more passive. They played on the back foot. They allowed the enemy to come, try to maybe waste some abilities, and they were able to freeze them out. Another priority Boxia pickup here. This time though, 9Z Globant, so waiting to see what Alpha 7 has to answer with. And if it's anything, they're gonna need to be very careful if this Boxy is gonna be played anything like what we saw from the last series.
They got the carry here with the Kalea here, but Sora's still open as well. So I wonder if they're gonna pick that up on this side of 9Z. But carry is that shredder that will take them out in the late game. But if she's handled in the beginning, then they're just gonna have a harder time, right?
Yeah, and I remember here, and for the last time that Alpha 7 faced of 9Z Globant in AMER South, the first game, they brought Kalia in their composition, you know, and that was a victory for Alpha 7. So maybe 9Z has a plan to deal with it, but we know how strong is that pick? How strong is the pick in Paquito's hand? As we seen him playing, as we know that he is aggressive one. He likes to go through. He likes to play forward. You know, so 9Z here has to take care about that.
One thing though, from this side, when you have Kalea on your team, you're looking for a little bit more burst damage to be able to kind of help gun down some of those heroes that you grab. Fortunately, early to mid game, carry is not that answer that you're looking for. She's gotten more sustained. This is what I'm looking for, something else to kind of help with a little bit more CC, a little bit more damage that can come out from Guinevere. The big thing though is how well are these compositions going to play against each other? You grab somebody with that Tsunami Slam, you're going to have Garakacha kind of gunning for that position. It's going to come in very hot with that Avatar of the Guardian. So it's gonna be very interesting. Now going into that the banning phase right now, I think we're looking for maybe to ban out some of the mages on the side of Alpha 7. And then what we're looking for 9Z Globant. We've already got our marksman out there, already got our roam and our jungler. So XP lane, maybe mid. I doubt both of these teams are probably gonna focus too much on the mids, or do we just go ham and just ban every single mid that we can think of so that nobody has anything left?
Yeah. We're there. They're going with that
what
one,
did you say?
taking out all
what
those mids.
What did you say?
Yves, Lunux, Lilia, Zushin, Bai. They're making sure no mid is available. But ZTN is out, right? They still have that option.
ZTN
as well as Valentina.
Valentina, Kimi, it's another option here. Maybe not Lily anymore because she's banned here. But an interesting fact that the last game, Alpha 7 brought Lunox for that composition. So ZTN here is out once again for Alpha 7. Let's see. Well, please don't tell me Valentina. Please, Dynasty, don't ban Valentina. Come on, don't ban. Or Kimi to the mid lane, please.
It's very interesting that you talked about that too, because that was kind of what I was reading into here. If 9Z Globant decides to slot in the glue pickup, it's something that's familiar with this composition from Alpha 7 to possibly use the Lunox that they were able to last time they faced the glue. Kalia, as soon as the split came out from the glue, Kalia was right there, snatched up the glue, and then Lunox would absolutely dominate him on the back line as well. Ooh, and there goes the glue pass up there as well. So Valentina still open up on the board. We still have the Kimi open for that mid lane as well. And there you go, Paquito or Alpha 7 gonna go ahead and scoop up that Kimi pick.
Yeah, I think they're going to pick up the Valentina, most likely try to steal Kalia's ultimate to kind of help the team with more CC. I'm not really sure what other mages are available. I can't think of Valir, but then Will that be helpful? They're too jumpy, very mobile. Really.
I
No
believe
here.
that 9Z here, to avoid any kind of trouble, they are going to pick Valentina and Sora at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good thing. The only thing for me is that Boxia, Harith, Gatakacha, and
Fake it.
Lear
Is that you?
are
No, it's
all-
faking. Okay. With Valir,
Zeshi got a little bit of a makeup there, but no. This is 4 magic damage dealers on the side of 9Z Globant. So that'll be very interesting to see if that's not something Alpha 7 can kind of work around. They do take a little bit of time to really kind of come into their own. I agree with you, Xena, though. When you're talking about a Valir pickup, this is kind of a mobile draft that you have coming out from Alpha 7. So I wonder if the idea wasn't about being able to hit them as a Valir, but to be able to use that Vengeance Flame to get out of a possible pickoff from Kalea to helpfully get him down to that back line. And, ooh, here we go. A Lapu Lapu pickup for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah.
All right.
So compositions here finished with both teams. Let's see what is going to happen. Akimi versus Valir in the mid lane here is going to be a very interesting matchup here, especially from Valir. That it depends of the skill shot, especially. So let's say the fishing has the aiming, that he has a perfect aiming for it for using Valir here. Gusta with Harriet in 9Z's composition, so here comes with a very high magic damage. Luizinho to compensate here with Baxia. We have a Fulvius. So I think that the idea for 9Z, it is to roaming so fast to the objectives when you have Fulvius and Baxia. You know, so Fulvius is a very strong even in the early games here. So the idea, and at least in my point of view here, it is to trying to getting these first objectives, especially the turtle ones, to get to play as even as Alpha 7 as they like to play aggressive. So let's see what is going to happen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be stepping back into the Land of Dawn for our second series of the night, featuring Alpha 7 taking on 9Z Globant. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a best of 3.
Yes, the best of 3. Here is the second match of the day. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. Alpha 7, 2 victories, 1 loss. 9Z Globant, 1 victory, 2 loss. So let's see what is going to happen. Let's go, my friend.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this Valir can be played into it. The most obvious targets will be Flick when he goes in for the Violet Requiem, or Hesu when he comes in. Another pop-up, actually 2 pop-ups land there onto 9Z Globant, and you can see already healing coming out from Malburo Crazy. But as I was saying, the 2 main targets for Valir to be able to hit in my head are the Guinevere when they jump on somebody, or it's going to be the who was the I believe it was the mage for the side of Alpha 7. All I know is that the Violet, not the Kimmy, not who's the jungler then? Oh my god,
The jungler is Flick.
On what?
So what hero? What hero was it again that he chose?
What's Guinevere?
There's
Guinevere?
Baxia.
Baxia. The 9Z
Baxia was 1. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one?
Yeah.
So
jungler.
the big thing though is that the 2 main targets that are going to be that you could possibly try to use the Valir onto, they've got abilities that can stop them from being CC during their ultimates or during their abilities. The Violet Requiem, you're not going to be able to stun a Guinevere out of that, and by the time, especially if you're timing it after a jump, Valir is just not that fast. He's not going to be able to get that stun out as soon as that, before that Violet Requiem comes out there as well. So it's going to be, I feel like the target selection for Valir, I feel like the only saving grace for Valir is the fact that he has the Vengeance Flame. That if you do snatch him up, if you do try to grab him, he can get away. And there's kind of a little bit of a scaling issue on 9Z Globant's part too as well, where a lot of that roster, a lot of those heroes are waiting for items, waiting to kind of get into that mid game.
I feel like Avilier's choice, I guess, from maybe their thought process was the fact that they want to try to slow down these movements, right? So, well, good luck on these matches.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But for me, I still think that for Guinevere here, you were seeing a Burrow Crazy like trying to cause trouble in the purple buff for Alpha 7. But even though I'm thinking about like a Flick having some troubles trying to pop up versus Luizinho here in the Boxia, or Augusta Lagusta with Harriet that has a dash, so it's not a very high mobility composition from 9Z Globant, but Flick has to take care about like the targets that he can jump to guarantee a kill or some kind of advantage.
Yeah, that's an interesting point too. And now that I'm seeing the draft out here, Hesu was the second one I was thinking of. If you try to go ahead and get the stun or flames on a Hesu, he can just go use that ultimate and a bravest fighter stance and be able to get out of it. Turtle gonna be cleaned up. Luizinho gonna pick that up very easily for 9Z Globant. So there are weaknesses on both sides. Speaking of which, Hesu does go down there as well. Paquito on the back end might be taken out, has to use the flicker at the last moment to get underneath his tower. Flick gonna be able to jump back to get to safety as well. First blood going to 9Z Globant.
Yeah, there's a power trinity here that I was talking about. Like when you have the Getoch Kaka, when you have the Luizinho playing with Boxia and Fovius, these objectives, at least in the early game, are very strong for 9Z Globant. First blood for 9Z Globant in Chino's hand. That is a very interesting start from 9Z Globant.
Yeah, I do kind of like 9Z Globant when you figure out that there's not great targets for Alpha 7 either. Flick's gonna have, Avatar the Guardian comes out. Paquito gets caught there, is taunted down as well. And a tsunami slam, but El Burrow Crazy comes in, finishes the job. That's gonna be 2-0 lead for 9Z Globant. But as I was saying, the targets, and right there, perfect example. We don't have great targets to be able to latch onto 9Z Globant. Other than Fashion, who you're not gonna be able to grab because of Vengeance Flame. Everybody else is going to be dashing around or too tanky for you to really want to grab onto, want to jump onto if you're Flick on this Guinevere as well. So I feel like both of these teams are trying to push compositions and winning scenarios that aren't realistic for the enemy team either. So it's going to be an interesting game as we continue on here. But right now, 9Z Globant with a firm lead of 2-0.
Yes, and I agree with you. There was a very clever play, but now in the mid lane here, we're seeing some troubles. We're seeing some fights, because when Flick tried to jump over a Fashion, he used the Flame of Vengeance, and so he escaped. Oops!
Wow, I just saw 3 men get popped up over there. Alpha 7 in trouble. Chino finds a kill on the Flick. Now trying to turn it around. Fashion takes down Paquito. Hesu in trouble. The damage ticks down onto him. That is 3 members down for Alpha 7. 9Z Globant opening up at the 5-minute mark with 5 unanswered kills and 2 turtles.
It's burning! It's burning, Private! It burns to the death here for guarantee 1 more kill for 9Z Globant. Another turret, another turtle, sorry. 2 turtles for 9Z Globant so far. Go lead, already heading for 3K for 9Z Globant. A very strong early game. Alpha 7, what will you do in that situation?
Right now, this is a perfect start for 9Z Globant, because I feel like the longer this goes on, the stronger they get, especially with the matching. Avatar the Guardian comes out, Tsunami Slam does not protect the them. 9Z Globant with another kill there. 3 kills for Fashion, 2 for Chino. 9Z Globant are on a roll right now.
You know what? Paquito knew that situation because he sent an emoji despite that situation. I think that he didn't know about the other 2 players from the follow-up, you know, but he knew that situation. I think that he could escape, he could play safe, but once again, 1 more kill for 9Z Globant, and now Goose! Oh my goodness!
Oh, Gusta La Gusta making short work of Upatizi up at the top lane. And I feel like Alpha 7, they just are completely unprepared. Hatsu gets trapped by 2 members. He is not making his way out of this fight. Unfortunate for Alpha 7. Flick not able to get down there fast enough. It is already a 4K gold lead at the 6-minute mark for 9Z Globant. And I want to say I am absolutely baffled and surprised, pleasantly surprised to see Alpha 7, who I thought was going to have an easy time with this game, now struggling. This is telling you how much the growth has happened from 9Z Globant. That game yesterday was nothing compared to the domination, the surprise we're seeing. 9Z Globant very secure. Next turtle going to be picked up here for them. Alpha 7 not even in a position to contest.
I agree with you here, my friend Private, because when we see the historical for the 2 teams, Alpha 7 with 2 teams versus only 1 for 9Z Globant, and we can still talk about 9Z Globant situation, that so many players, so many good players, but with a very strong personalities, but now they're playing together. Their synergy, at least in the first game, are almost perfect. And plus, Alpha 7 is completely lost here, Private Dancer. Something is happening to Alpha 7 today.
Yeah, and maybe this is just what we were talking about and what they talked about. They have new players that they were just trying, great players that have a long list of titles and history behind them in South America, in LATAM. They just needed to get that synergy. They just needed to get on the same page. Here, I don't know that you could be anymore on the same page. An 8-0 lead before the 8-minute mark here. Alpha 7, the only problem right now is I feel that you could count even as a possible negative is we are at 8-0. We've only got 1 tower, so it's not like 9Z Globant have been transitioning all of these kills and all of these fights into great objectives and pushing towers just yet. So we still have to wait for that mid game to come out to see if they've gotten enough of a lead to kind of really be a little bit more comfortable with themselves here. Another tower taken down. I believe that was the bottom tower taken down. So both side lanes taken down for Alpha 7, who have yet to be able to find an answer for this 5K gold lead of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and actually there's one more thing that we can consider about here. Cabral. So last weekend, Gusta talked to us. They have the BL as a coach and Cabral now to the team, to the coaching staff, you know. And Cabral was the coach for Alpha 7 from the last 2 seasons. So Cabral knows the team very well because so far only Paquito wasn't in this lineup. But Hatsu, Flake, Upatizi, Frost, they were in this lineup before. So Cabral knows them very well. So maybe can be one of the things, one of the reasons that 9Z is playing so well versus Alpha 7 so far.
Yeah, and even when it comes to that turtle, allowing it out, they're forced, Alpha 7's forced to kind of try to get these long-ranged pushes up at the top, but immediately, especially when it comes into expanding rivers, you see how fast Chino was able to get to the top lane all the way from the bottom. Ooh, nice little Violet Requiem comes in, traps him underneath the tower. Flick able to find a kill onto a Burrow Crazy. The Mountain Shocker does not land for Hatsu on the back end. Luisino comes in, might have bit off a little more than he could chew, but look at how tanky he is. The rest of Alpha 7 has to run away with half health, while Luisino able to take out the Alpha 7 jungle.
Luisinho, this is so unfair. What is Boxy about? Oh, one more jump!
Oh, wow! Wow! You would have thought that it was Luisino was the one who jumped on the Flick. Flick jumped in on and immediately took 90% of her health as damage. What a great surrounding from 9Z Globant, immediately collapsing around their jungler to be able to punish Alpha 7 even when they have a great gank. No, Hesu in the wrong side of his tower gets taken out, bringing us to a 9-1 game.
Hesu completely lost, not in the jungle, but in the bottom lane here. Guarantee one more kill for 9Z Globant. Private, we are talking about 9-1 to 9Z Globant so far. Gold lead. Oh my god, my math now it's not so clear, but it's almost like, okay, 5 plus 3, 8k for 9Z Globant. But they have to take care because Alpha 7 is very strong. They have resilience, so they can head back in the game. So 9Z Globant has to take care.
Yeah, we do. I mean, the saving grace on the side of 9Z Globant, I feel like Phoveus begins to fall off a bit there. Luisino will become a little less, you're going to start having your items. You'll be able to maybe burst down. But, I mean, look at here. Immediately, the Alpha 7 has to disengage from this as 9Z Globant basically own Alpha 7's jungle right now. We're at the 12-minute mark right now. Sans any huge mistakes, I feel like Alpha 7 are going to have a very rough time trying to find the advantage, trying to find the pickoffs that they need. I haven't seen one successful Tsunami Slam, I feel like, come out from Alpha 7 just yet. And I feel like that's one of their big marks here. That's one of the big things that they're really leaning on. Also, I mean, hoping for Upatizi to really get farmed up onto this carry. But I mean, carry's one of those too. When you're behind, you're not just waiting for the Trinity, you're also waiting for that Malefic gun so you can get the range, so you can be safe while you're dishing out all of this damage.
Yeah, and now meanwhile, Border Crazy gets an immortality here for buying much more time for 9Z Globant in a possible future team fight. So it's another leverage for 9Z Globant, who guarantees another Lord here. Almost a 13-minute. Maybe can beat the Lord to finish the game, but they have to pay attention because they have a carry on the other side who has a very strong late game, especially with the true damage that can melt down the tanks like a Boro Crazy with Gatochkaka and Luizinho with Baxia.
Yeah, they're just doing such a great job. Taking a look at 2,600 gold for Gusta Lagusta on this Harith right now. The only thing, he's even got the concentrated energy too, so he's going to be able to get a ton of health back. He doesn't even need penetration just yet because Alpha 7 haven't even gotten to the point of picking up magic defense for him. Now we have the Lord coming in at mid. Ooh, catches two members with that ultimate from Frost Lane E. Big damage going on to that mid lane tower as well. All lanes starting to crash in. As you see, Hesu going to go down to bottom, splitting up their priority. Big defense here coming for Alpha 7. They are able to protect their high ground towers, but it's only a matter of time right now at the 14-minute mark. Ooh, incoming. Zaman Force has been laid down. Hesu takes a heap of damage. You can see the rest. Gusta Lagusta coming in, trying to rain damage onto that high ground tower. Unfortunately, not able to find it. Mixture of the Avatar, the Guardian comes in. Violent Requiem is out, bouncing down the damage onto Alpha 7. Luisino goes down. Alpha 7 trying to turn this around. Bro Crazy in a little bit of trouble here, looking for the opportunity. Great comeback here, at least for Alpha 7. Make sure to point out that 9Z Globant overstayed their welcome and now a player down and have to retreat.
The response for Alpha 7 was so fast because by the time that they saw the initiation for 9Z Globant, Tsunami Slam hit the players, hit the target, guarantee the kills for Alpha 7. They are able to defend the base, but first, the turret in the top side already taken down. In the mid lane, you see, there's no HP ever in that turret. So more advantage for 9Z Globant that they now are they want to wait another Lord to secure the victory, to turn things easier so far.
Yeah, and the thing too is on the side of 9Z Globant, they already have the protection that they want against the carry, against the Kimmy. They've already got, I think I saw 3 Radiant Armors coming out from them, 3 Chastised Pauldrons coming out from them already. So they're already planning for this late game where Frostlane Eve will start coming online, where Upatizi will start coming online, and they're doing a great job of prepping for it too, because I mean, you're gonna really slow it down. Even with that little kill that Alpha 7 was able to get back, just Frostlane Eve was just never really able to take off because Radiant Armor, they're all doing like the max defense that they can get. You see here, Tsunami Slam actually comes out, Big Jump comes out as well, and we do have a Winter Crown out for Chino, coming back with the demonic forces onto the backside, finds a kill onto Flick. Zaman Force laid down Alpha 7, running for the hills, trying to find themselves an escape, but onto the back line. Chino diving deep with that demonic force, finally taken down by Frostlane Eve, while Gusta La Gusta finds himself another tower. This is going to be a clean Lord pickup for 9Z Globant.
Take my energy, Chino. Take my money. Take my everything here. What a great play for Chino here. Guaranteed the advantage for 9Z Globant. But the idea for Alpha 7, especially with the Tsunami Slam, the idea was good, but maybe the target wasn't so good here. Oboro Crazy? You want to use the ultimate versus Oboro Crazy versus a Gatochkaka that he can buy so much time for 9Z Globant, and that's what happened. They were not able to kill Oboro Crazy. That bought so much time for 9Z to respond so well, guarantee 2 more kills, the advantage to secure the Lord, and now they're heading to the possibly final game.
Man, I mean, you're looking at this, the gold leads firmly, almost a 3K gold lead there for Gusta La Gusta, has the penetration that he needs, almost a 10K gold lead overall, 12-3, Alpha 7 found themselves on the wrong side of an angry 9Z Globant, now charging in through mid lane, minions at the bottom lane as well, Lord starting to hit down onto the tower, Hatsu in the back line taking a heap of damage from Chino, he's gonna use the Winter Crown, is that gonna be enough? Flick gonna dash himself to safety, the rest of damage onto the core. That is a dominant victory for 9Z Globant.
Dominant victory here for 9Z Globant in the first game in the best of 3. What a surprise, Zena.
That is a surprise. 9Z brought their A game this time around. They did not like that sweep from the first set of matches that they had gone through before with them, and they were able to recover this time around. I think they weren't able to, Alpha 7 was not able, they weren't prepared. They weren't prepared for this. I think they expected them not to be so dominating this time around.
I don't know if they woke up, they're eating their Wheaties, what they had for breakfast, what they're wearing, but continue to do that. Don't change a thing. Whatever this is a completely different team than we saw from that first round coming out from Alpha 7 taking on 9Z Globant, where 9Z was swept. This was a dominant game by 9Z Globant. This was a synergy that you saw from them. I mean, they had an answer for everything here. Even like we said, I thought maybe it would be a little tough for Feshin on this Valir. Where were his targets? But if you turn it around on Alpha 7, where were their targets? Who were they going to be able to get with the Violet Requiem? Who were they going to be able to get with the Tsunami Slam? And then you're kind of getting into a point where you're really depending on the late game of Frostlane Eve, really depending on that late game of Upatizi. And I want to say by the 7-minute mark, you already had full Radiant Armors on 3 members of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, they're really prepared here for Alpha 7's idea and composition. But once again, as you well said, the targets for Flick here using Guinevere were not that easy, because you had Gusta La Gusta playing with Harris. Okay, he has dash. You had Chino. He has the stacks from the ultimate here, especially to focus in the back line. You have Fashion that could use the Flames of Vengeance to respond back this initiation. So it was not that easy for Alpha 7 with this idea using the Guinevere so far. Maybe if they proc, like for example a Suyo with a high burst damage from the jungler, that could work very differently. But in this game here, 9Z Globant knew what they were doing, knew what they had to do to guarantee the first victory so far.
Yeah, a great and dominant victory for them.
Yes, for sure. They were very victorious there. Valir, I just have to say, we were saying that Valir may not do much here, but look at this. But Valir went in ahead and took gave that additional CC and extra damage right there. But so here we go, right place, right time, every single moment. We have the Gusta Lagusta on that MVP with that Harith, 203 on that KDA, 47.6k total damage, 805 golds per minute. He was doing an amazing job as this gold laner here.
Yeah, gusta la gusta, gusta mucho of being MVP here for 9Z Globant. The man from 1-1, the man from Beatrix here, the gold laner for 9Z Globant, guarantee so far, playing very well with his Harith. Even though what we have a composition for 9Z Globant who didn't have this hard engage, who didn't have this hard initiation, we're only to have this follow up from damage. We were used to see Gusta always using the ultimate, using the dashes to cause damage, using the dash to farm and getting the items for 9Z Globant. That was one of the keys to victory for 9Z Globant to play versus Alpha 7 so far.
Yeah, he kind of continued on with the domination. There was a point where he was about 3k gold lead for him. So did a good job. A big shout out going out to the Phoveus as well. He was doing a great job of being able to back up a lot of the damage, keep them onto the backs while his front line was able to really dominate. I'm absolutely kind of speechless a bit. 9Z Globant with such a great first game. I want to see this continue. I would love to see the surprise here, to see them be able to take down Alpha 7. There was a few teams that oddly, it wasn't 9Z Globant who I was thinking was just gonna be able to wholly be able to turn this around. That game, I want to say, gives me hope. I want to see what else they have on the docket, what else they have in store, because like I said, we heard the interview about that the different things that they were kind of battling with, where it came the synergy, a coach or players on their team that just hadn't been there long enough to really build that synergy. Maybe we're starting to finally see the fruits of that labor.
Yes, yeah. 9Z is doing a wonderful job here. The fact that they were able to come back and show their driving force this time around, Alpha 7 was not able to think that they can take them on, right? So I wonder if they were just preparing to dominate them like they did in the first matches. Maybe that they kind of weren't in the mind to be like, oh God, I don't think that they're able to take us on again like this. All right, we're going to be prepared the next round. So I feel like Alpha 7's going to give them a fight next time.
Yeah, makes total sense. And when we were talking about like the surprise for 9Z, we were saying we are talking about like the positive surprise for like there's one more team to play as even with the strong ones, you know, not like, okay, it's a surprise because Alpha 7 is better. No, because we were talking about this potential. We were talking about 9Z's potential since the first weekend, that we're talking about like, okay, they're such a very good players, you know, that they're not matching each other in the play style, in the playing when we're playing together. But now we're seeing something different. Now we're seeing a team here, a very strong team playing together. You know, for example, with Gusta Lagusta with a very solid performance, with Albury Crazy not being crazy anymore, with this first picks that we were able to play so aggressive, to play so forward, to being killed so many times, you know, to give farm and gold lead for the other team. We're seeing Fishing playing comfortable. We're seeing Chino playing shiny with Fovios and other XP heroes here. So we are able to see now a different 9Z Globant, a very strong one versus, not only versus Alpha 7, but probably versus any other team.
I do want to point out too, I mean, Entity 7, I think it's pretty firm that right now, according to stat-wise, they're kind of the top of the mountain right here in the South. So everybody's kind of looking, how have teams faced against them? How have teams weathered against what Entity 7 has been able to bring? Alpha 7, like I said, their only loss so far has been to Entity 7. 9Z Globant have not had the opportunity to face Entity 7 just yet. So maybe one of those random wild cards that we didn't know about, that when it comes to some of these, and there's some teams out there that when it comes to competitiveness, when it comes to teams that that bring that type of energy, sometimes there's teams that just tend to shine when they have that when they're facing that type of competitive edge, because it brings out the best in them. Here, like I said, maybe we might be looking at this has been why it's been so hard for me to do any type of predictions or picks here for the South. When I go for one, I try to look up the stats, I try to see how the matches went last week, and then this week they're a completely different team who have learned from their mistakes, learned a little draftings that they need to do, to the point I think I might be like at 40 or 30% with my correct predictions when it comes to these teams. And it's just a great energy for all of these teams to have, to know that as good as they were last week, or even with some of the shortcomings that they had last week, they'll be able to kind of come back and bounce back from that. And even if you might think that they might be at kind of the lower rung of some of these teams, they might have some surprises still in store for you. Still on the blue side though is a 9Z Globant. They're gonna go ahead and focus off a lot of those, I think a big focus there onto a lot of Flick's hero pools when it comes to the Fanny, the Suyu taking off there, those heroes that really shine when it comes to like technical and mechanical ability, leaving like that. I always say this too, especially when I'm watching North. There's some players that I think are great, they're gifted, especially in the jungle position, that is absolutely wasted on like a Fredrin pick or something like that, where they can't just dash around or really utilize the mechanical ability like they would be able to on a successful Lancelot or like a Fanny. And then you put them on a Fredrin and it's like, okay, so they're just gonna dash forward, get all the aggro, try to find this great time to get the Appraiser's Wrath. So I do like where 9Z is here, taking away a lot of those mechanical options from Flick.
Harley here? First pick? Is that possible? Nah, they're not used to, not able to use bot. Oh, carry!
Yeah. They're making sure they secure the carry pick here. Alpha 7's banning out that Marcel. You said 9Z was the one that was doing well with that Marcel, right?
Yeah.
So they're just making sure that that's not happening again. Apparently here.
It's a new 9Z Globant here. Now, this carry pick here, at least in the first pick, I don't know, maybe for me, maybe can be too early. Okay, but it forced now Alpha 7 to think in the draft to not take so tankies our heroes, you know, because of the true damage, because of her buff. But now we're seeing Sora and Valentina, the pick and the counter pick in the same team here to avoid trouble.
Yeah,
Smart.
I like that coming out from Alpha 7. You pick up the Sora and her counter, so that's not something as an option for 9Z Globant here. And then yeah, you've taken off, like I said, you've narrowed down, you've taken away a lot of the jungle picks from the Flick side, leaving him a lot of those heavier, tankier assassins. And then you've said, hey, and if you do decide to pick up a tanky pick, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start things off with a carry that will be able to shred you down. Though, do want to say, Carrie, a late game hero, does need the items. It's an argument now if she's good with the Trinity or if she needs that fourth item when it comes to getting the Malefic gun so that she can have the range that she needs to. And with that, they're going to take one of the tanky, they're going to narrow it down even more to tank off one of the tankier picks there with the Fredrin. I mean, when it comes to junglers, you still got, like Harley is still open as well. You've still got Leo as well. Boxia, yes, is open for their side. So there's still a decent amount of options for the side of Alpha 7.
Yes, I'm thinking Alpha 7 will pick up that Hera since they took the carry, so they're swapping the gold lanes here unless they ban that out or target ban that. I'm not even sure what they'll secure for, but they did secure that Sora and Valentina, which will be hard to deal with.
Yeah. As we were dealing here with the meta, which benefits, okay, now Harley for Alpha 7. Okay. Very interesting early game here, especially when it comes to the jungler. But as I was about to say, as we are dealing with a meta situation here that benefits a long period of team fight, and that is one of the reasons that most of the teams are prioritizing these tankies in the jungler, like Fredrin, Boxia, for example. You know, like not only to guarantee the objectives, but to have some advantage in this team fight here. That can be one of the good situations for both teams. But now we're heading in a different situation that we are seeing Harley here for Alpha 7. So Hylos, it's a banning here for Alpha 7, as I was thinking to protect a carry, and now Harriet in 9Z Globant. Arlott here probably to the XP lane or a roaming, who knows, to get a very interesting knock-up here from other players. But now it's not going to be very easy for him. When you're facing Harley with the teleportation, when you're facing Valentina with the dashes, so he has to take really care about that. Yep, is the last ban here for Alpha 7.
I almost feel like it's almost easier for an Arlott. Once he gets that mark onto you, he's going to be able to dash to you regardless if you're coming in with a teleport, regardless if you're Valentina who's dashing back and forth. Arlott's still going to be able to close the distance onto you. It almost fulfills the same thing like we had with the Phoveus pickup last when they were able to have that Phoveus get into the back line. Arlott, I think, lacks a little bit when it comes to like that burst damage that you want. In fact, I kind of feel like the early to mid game, we're lacking a lot of damage from 9Z Globant with this current composition. Harley, I feel like doesn't have a great selection of targets he can really go with, except for possibly the carry. But I mean, are you wasting your time waiting on the carry, especially those first few objectives where carry most likely isn't even going to be around a lot of those fights here? Big focus onto that gold lane by the side of 9Z Globant, but Alpha 7 gonna scoop up that Bruno.
Yes, they were able to scoop out the Bruno. I noticed that they were trying to target ban there, but I knew that they'd had that Bruno open for sure. Harley, I feel like he is going to go for that carry to make sure they don't have that late game at the end, so Bruno can shine if they end up going there, right? So, like you said, the only people that he can aim for is carry. Farsa, she's pretty good at escaping, so it's going to be hard for the Harley to catch that.
Yeah, not only for the escaping, but with the possible execution here that comes with the ultimate from Khalid and the other feather strike here, the ultimate for Farsa, that can be very interesting. And I agree with the idea that Arlott, when they marks at someone, he regardless any kind of a dash or some situation like that, he can chase the enemy, he can track the enemy, you know. But if he marks, like for example Harley with the teleportation, and if Harley heads back to the rest of the crew, I think that Arlott is not gonna have this damage enough to take down, you know, so he has to take care about that situation too.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are locked in here. 9Z Globant looking to continue the domination from that first game. Alpha 7 has to be very quick about their thinking. This is the best of 3, so there are no room for mistakes. Next game could possibly, or this game could possibly be the point to win this series for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, the last pick here for Alpha 7 comes with the Paquito with a Badang. I hope that Badang comes with the skin for Saint Seiya, please. Meteor of Pegasus. Now we'll see with both teams here with the compositions. Okay, 9Z Globant has the advantage here. That's 1-0 in the best of 3. But for them, I absolutely, I'm totally sure that they talked about, okay, let's get for the safest way to try to guarantee 2-0 here. I'll finish early, you know, because it's versus Alpha 7. So if Alpha 7 has backed in the game, they feel confident to reverse that situation. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Second game here from the second match of the night. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. 1-0 to 9Z Globant. Let's go.
You mentioned something about Chino maybe getting dragged into the back line as an R-lot, and my thinking is, depending on how fluid you and your team is with the synergy, Chino gets to the back line of the enemy. If he can final slash that entire group of them, then you possibly have Alburo Crazy coming in with the Raging Sandstorm. You have a great set potential to hold the enemy down while Feshin is just raining down feathered airstrikes. There's the potential there for them to be able to kind of answer back. But we're going to see if 9Z Globant can continue their winning ways. Alpha 7, I mean, I want to say first game surprised them. Here, I'm hoping to see, I feel like there's going to be a lot more respect here coming out from Alpha 7.
Oh, Paquito with the gold armor. Yeah, it's a very beautiful skin here for Badang. Well choose, my friend. But now we are heading here for a 2v2 situation. Mid lane here and roaming on each side here, trying to cause this pressure, especially to get advantage on the river and domination and information here. But now we're crazy. Oh, he was able to take some damage, but now with the sands here of time, he is regenerating himself and gains more time for 9Z Globant. The first turtle is heading on the upper side here of the river. Both teams are concerning to reach level 4 as soon as they can to get the first team fight.
I feel like this is a pretty, I feel like sans the early game, it's a pretty even draft. You can see here, Alburo Crazy taking a heap of damage for Feathered Airstrike raining down, while Alburo Crazy gonna go ahead and get that healing in as well. Has to actually have to go onto the back line, looking for the damage, gets stunned immediately by Paquito, who's able to return it in kind. 2 down for Alpha 7, 1 down for Alburo Crazy. Flick goes down as well. Luisino chasing down the last member, and down goes Frostlane Eve. 4-1 at the 2-minute mark for 9Z Globant.
What a disaster here for Alpha 7. Private Dancer, they lost the turtle. They lost 4 members of the first team fight here. And 3 kills for Chino with Arlot. Luizinho guarantees the first one. Everything went so well for 9Z Globant so far, at least in the first team fight.
Yeah, not just that, you're already almost looking at like a nice little stun there onto Hesu, but you're already, I mean, I think it was about a 700 gold lead already for Chino over Hesu on that Sora, so he's starting to get a little bit of a lead there. They tried to answer back as Hesu went into the back line, got stunned himself. Paquito was right there as well, and unfortunately, the plays just came out from 9Z Globant, picking them apart one by one. And unfortunately, Flick just not having a great game right now. I feel like 9Z's actually done a great job of being able to isolate a lot of the picks that Flick really shines on. He's still done very well as a jungler with many of these picks outside of those, but he doesn't carry the same, I want to say, the same riz on the Harley that he does with the Suyo, or that he does with the Fanny as well. Right now, 11K to 10K, 4-1 in favor of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, I agree with you. And even though because Flick here, the situation for Flick, I'm sorry, is not that easy because he's playing with Harley. You know, okay, Harley has the potential for burst damage. Harley has the potential to get a flank, to get a backline, for example. You know, but for a face-to-face team fight, he doesn't have any kind of advantage. He doesn't have any kind of a situation here that can benefit. So it's not that easy. Oh, ultimate in front of Paquito.
Yeah, Paquito's gonna have to get out of there. Great zoning ability coming out from 9Z Globant. Now trying to cut him. Oh, final slash just misses both of them. In comes the Raging Sandstorm from Frost Lane Eve. IMU Chino in trouble. Mike gets taken down by that deadly magic. 2 on the board for Alpha 7 there, but they do lose a second turtle to 9Z Globant.
Just because I said it. It's a caster's curse here. I was saying about like how hard can be the situation for Flick. He goes there and guarantee a kill for Alpha 7. Okay, the second total was for 9Z Globant. It's still they are in the front. Oops, once again.
Yeah, bro, crazy. Is actually going to be able to get away here. I want to talk too about Chino sitting at 3-1-1 right now, having a great game as this R-Lot as well. And as we start moving into out of these laning phases, as we start getting into more team fight territory, I think we're going to start seeing him shine with a lot of those final slashes, those flickers, to kind of get the team grouped. And we've been seeing a great positioning coming out from Fashion, getting these feathered airstrikes. Chino fighting it out with Paquito here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, but even though now Alpha 7 is working with the macro. Oops! Okay,
yeah, that was actually a perfect combination. Fashion came in, got the immediate stun onto Upatizi, and then Luisino comes in, gets the aggro onto Upatizi. So he just basically was in a coma for all 3 shots of that feathered airstrike until there was just nothing left of him but dust. Now, enforcing their way up at the top lane, starting to cut it. This might be a little too much for them as they're actually able to clean it out. Paquito doesn't come in from the flank, doesn't want any part of this fight just yet.
Yeah, they do the proxy here in the top side because I was about to say that how good the macro for Alpha 7 is still so far in this game. They were able to take down the turret in the top side here. And now, the turtle. Oh, let's go, my friend.
Oh, yeah, we do have a nice big fish crack that comes in. The feathered airstrike does get taken down. Upatizi able to burst him down. Luisino able to grab themselves a turtle, and they're going to go ahead and disengage. They don't want this fight from Alpha 7. But as this is going on, I want to say there was a great job by Alpha 7 to push that top lane. And unfortunately, it looked like Chino had to ignore the top lane. He immediately ran down to try to help out with this fight, and you could see that tower up at top for Alpha 7 actually, or I think it was the other way around. Alpha 7 had to ignore it, and they took like a 50% damage onto that tower.
Yeah, no, even though but for me, the situation is, even though Alpha 7 is working very good with the macro situation here, as we see the gold lead here, it doesn't go far for Alpha 7, you know, and it is not very interesting for them because as we see now on the items, Corrosion Slide for carry, while we have the Hask Claws for Bruno, the Genius 1 and the Glyph for Harley versus the Radiant Armor so far for Fredrin. With they have different they have different roles, they have different purposes here in the junglers. But once again, the gold lead here not heading the way for Alpha 7, that could be a problem because we were talking about the carry. The strong late game here for 9Z Globant is about to coming up. But now, oops.
Yeah, Feathered Airstrike comes out to provide that backup for Luisino. Ooh, Appraiser's Wrath goes very wide against Alpha 7. I think that's more or less just to kind of shoo them away from this fight here. But man, when it comes to the tankiness right now, I mean, a firm lead right now for 9Z Globant. Gold starting to even out. This is something that we talk about when it comes to like getting some of these kills and stuff like that. Are we enabling objectives? And if we're taking a look at this map, Alpha 7 has 2 towers that they've been able to get down despite being 2 kills behind.
Yeah, so both 2 turrets now so far for Alpha 7. The first Lord here heading the upper side of the river. Alpha 7 has a good domination, has a good position here. It is going to be very difficult for 9Z Globant to try and do something to do the face check, but here it comes!
Yeah, Luisino was dabbling around that bush there. Didn't want to go in there. The entirety of the team of Alpha 7 comes in, jumps onto him. Are not able to get the kill just yet. Alberto Crazy trying to bait something out against 3 members of Alpha 7. You can see the rest of the team of Alpha 7 or 9Z Globant trying to back up, looking for an angle to try to get in or against this Lord really quickly. Already Upatizi on that Bruno, just firing off rockets. They're just waiting to be able to find this good. Ooh, Alberto Crazy walks into a bush with 2 of them, but the Lord has been reset. Hasu takes a little bit of damage there from Luisino. On the back end, we have a fist crack that lands on the Chino. Final slash is out, but he takes a dangerous magic from Flick. Down goes Luisino. Alpha 7 have turned this around. 2 down for 9Z Globant. Now trying to latch onto Alberto Crazy.
Once again, Alpha 7 finding the kills, finding the breaches here, the chances to get back in the game. Not only that, now the goal lead has just a little bit for Alpha 7, and more important than that, the Lord is for Alpha 7. One more advantage, one more map domination for the guys from Alpha 7. Now they're taking down the turret number 1 here in the mid lane. No, just because I said it once again. They are feather airstrike here to clean the minion waves. It is still standing up, but there is no turret number 2 in the top side for 9Z Globant. Almost 11 minutes here in the second game. That is a completely different than the first game here. Now Alpha 7 is playing forward, is playing confident, and they are heading for more.
Yeah, it feels like even with a lot of those fights that they lost in the early game, Alpha 7 has always remained on to what strategy they wanted to do, which was that, oh, actually, look at all that damage that goes on to Alberto Crazy with that deadly magic coming out from Flick. But they're starting to maintain. They understand that they might not have the greatest of early games, but they just need to be patient and to continue on. Here, they've been taking some losses, but they were able to macro up, continuing to get those towers on the side, even though they were about 2 kills down of a 7-killed game right now. So 5-5 right now. We're at the 11-minute mark. Alpha 7 with about a 4K gold lead over 9Z Globant. So sitting pretty comfortably.
Yeah, so far almost 5K in the gold lead here for Alpha 7, 5-5 so far, but the map domination, it goes clearly for Alpha 7. Malefic Gun, the Berserker Fury, and the Has Claws for Bruno, while we have the Trinity Core for Carry. 3 items, Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff, Demon Hunter. So for me, I believe that Alpha 7 has to finish this game as faster as they can, because the clock is ticking, because of this carry, because of how much time Khalid can buy for Gusto, Lagusa Shine, and also Luisinho and Chino. So Alpha 7 has to be aware about that situation and has to finish the game.
Ooh, actually, Luisino might have been caught here, taking the heap of damage. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Does not do enough damage. We do have the Feathered Airstrike trying to zone out the rest of Alpha 7, who is backing up, and a great job by Alpha 7. Go in, try to find themselves the gank. They aren't able to, and wisely able to zone out the rest of 9Z Globant, trying to back up so that they don't get caught into a fight that they don't want.
That's what I'm talking about. Alpha 7 didn't lose any players on the last try of like open the base or something here for 9Z Globant. But once again, they have to pay attention. They have to take care, because even though Chino, we didn't talk much about Tino anymore, except from the early game here that he was able to get the kills. He was able to knock up the players for a 9Z Globant situation. The same for Fashion here, only using the Feather Airstrike to cause damage or to trying to get some specific pick off. But I think that 9Z Globant isn't done yet, isn't dead yet in this game, even though the gold lead for Alpha 7 and the map domination. But oops, Paquito, what were you doing there?
About a 3K gold lead for Flick. You see he was already able to pick up the Holy Crystal. It's going to be a huge amount of magic damage for him on the side of Alpha 7. Now, trying to weed around the Lord, bait it into a fight. I'm pretty sure Alpha 7 is comfortable. They want this fight. They want to just bait out this Lord as well. Now, Hesu on the backside is going to go ahead and zone out Luisino, and Lord taken down to about 25%, getting back up, and comes the feathered airstrike. Luisino able to steal the Lord. He pays for it with his life, while the rest of his team able to find that disengage. This might not turn around the game, but it does at least give 9Z Globant a little bit of breathing room.
What a beautiful stealing here from Lord. A worthy sacrifice for Luisinho to guarantee the Lord for 9Z Globant. Once again, it buys more time for 9Z Globant. One more item for carry. Now the gold meteor. While Bruno is trying to finish the fourth item as well. But now we're seeing a carry that can impact for 9Z Globant. Look up Paquito. Paquito is in the bush. He's trying to surprise anyone. Burrow Crazy didn't go to the bush, but now Paquito is able to go out.
Yeah, I mean, oh, speaking of which, Paquito gets taken down by Gusta Lagusta. 1-0 and 2. You see the Wishing Lantern being picked up by Feshin. Now a big push coming at the mid lane for 9Z Globant. The rest of them going to go ahead. You can see Luisino picking up that purple buff. Does find the retry on it as well, and he walks past the mid tower as the rest of his team goes in on to this red buff. Tier 2 tower up at the top. The rest of 9Z Globant zoning out Alpha 7. Gusta Lagusta on fire now. If Alpha 7 is not able to find an answer to get to this carry, great zoning coming out from Feshin. Now Hesu comes in. Oh, damage coming out. Now they're gonna have to try to protect Luisino, who gets taken out by the deadly magic.
Luisino is taken out here, forcing 9Z Globant to head back. They were trying to take down the turret. Oh, here comes the chase.
Yeah, they're trying to go after Alberto. Oh, Chino and Gusta Lagusta might be in trouble here. Gusta Lagusta not able to find himself an escape. Alberto Crazy comes in, and just like that, Alpha 7 turned it around. An 8-6 game right now. 9Z Globant beginning to reel a 4K gold lead for Alpha 7 now with the Lord. Just high ground towers protecting the 9Z Globant base. Now you're going to see a little bit of the zone out. Here comes the feathered airstrike for Feshin to clear out those minions at the top.
Nassau has the using the ultimate for nothing. He was in vain here. Paquito now could be in trouble. No, because Upatiz is playing together with Paquito here. But now both teams are heading for the next Lord. The next Lord here. That could be the crucial one. That could be the most important of their lives. 9Z Globant is still standing. One more item now. Chesta's Podron for Paquito. And now the Lord is in the pit. The Lord is in the downside of the river. Both teams with the 5 players could be the epic team fight here, my friend Private.
Yeah, I feel like this could go either way, but whoever wins this fight might be able to secure this game. The other team really has a huge securing lead there. You see Gusta already starting to rain some damage down. Hasn't activated that speedy light wheel just yet. Down to 50%. Is the rest of the team ready in a good position? Down to about 25%. In comes the ultimate. The feathered airstrike is out. Flicker to create that distance. Down to 10%. Looking for the Lord here. Are they going to be able to find it? Gusta Luisino finds the kill, and now the rest of the team looking for the disengage. Chino still has the immortality, looking for the escape. Alpha 7 unable to reply to 9Z Globant, who come in, get the Lord, and run for the hills.
Oh, my friend Private, one thing I know for sure, my heart can't stand it. My goodness, what a frenetic, what a chaotic team fight once again. 9Z Globant guarantees the Lord. The last item for carry. He guaranteed now the Malefic gun to get more range for a true damage. But now here comes 9Z Globant in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and push into the tier 2 tower of top lane. Now, only the high ground towers left for the side of Alpha 7. Lord crashing in at top as the rest of the team looking to possibly assist with the Lord. Ooh, nice little push. There comes with, and that might be it. Deadly Magic is able to take down Luis and Ho with the help of Jesus, while Lord cracking away up at top. They do lose one. The Lord is able to take a high ground tower at top, but I feel like this could have been much worse and a great defense for Alpha 7.
I have a feeling that it's going to be a long fight. It's going to be a long game here so far because Luisino was taken down, but at least 9Z guarantees super minions in the top lane here, and now both teams are heading for the jungler as faster as they can. Alpha 7 is trying to take advantage to have one or more player to now let the chance to take down the turret here, but now here comes the Feather Airstrike to clean the minion wave. They found nothing. They find nothing here for Alpha 7. So 9Z Globant defend the high ground here so far.
Yeah, high ground towers there as we take a look at the gold. 4K gold lead here by Flick on this Harley, rocking a 4, 1, and a 3. 2, 1, and 5 on Upatizi. He's just gotten his Trinity build, or he's just gotten his Trinity build as well. He does have the Demon Hunter sword with I think I saw a Winter Crown there as well. So he's gonna have a little bit more survivability when he goes in there. We see that Holy Crystal picked up by Feshin. I feel like Feshin has been just a little too far out on some of these feathered airstrikes. They do a great job of zoning out Alpha 7, but when it comes to actually pouring on the damage, I feel like we've been, I feel like that's the price you pay if you're gonna be safe on the Farja. The moment you're close enough to really start bringing on damage, you're also close enough for the side of Alpha 7 to be able to get to that back line and really punish you for it. 6 and 9, 61K to 56K, featuring Alpha 7 right now, who have breathed life into their team.
Yeah, the 100k HP Lord is once again on the page now in the upper side. Both teams are aware about that. Now here comes the dance for the Lord. The dance that can be the final one.
Yeah, final slash is out. Jesus has to get away, still has the immortality. Now you don't have the feathered airstrike from Feshin as well. Are we gonna be able to drag out this fight till that ultimate can come back online? Alpha 7 doesn't really look like they want this Lord fight just yet. Alburo crazy, pushing up that bottom lane to keep that macro up for his team. Joins up at mid lane, putting a little bit of pressure onto Jesus on this Asura. In comes the Harley onto him. It does not put enough damage on him. You see that immortality is still out there. Still had that sand healing. Does Alburo crazy. Now playing the Lord dance, the waltz back and forth. Do-si-do. Chino takes a heap of damage. Deadly Magic. Chino has that immortality proc. Down comes the feathered airstrike to help support the team. Chino able to find himself an escape. Oh, from the back line, Jesus comes in, pouring on the damage onto Luisino. Now, both teams, I mean, you see 3 healthy members of 9Z Globant here at the mid, looking to take their action. Gusta Lagusta is going to start up on this Lord. Hasn't activated that speedy light wheel just yet. Do we have the safety here to protect Gusta Lagusta? You see 2 members up at the top. Alpha 7, conceal play is out. Trying to get out of Gusta Lagusta. They do find the fist crack. Gusta does create that distance. Paquito, immortality has been proc. Gusta Lagusta activated that speedy light wheel onto the back end. Jesus might be in a little bit of trouble here. Look at the damage coming out from Gusta Lagusta. Still dancing around. Upatizi finds the kill onto Chino. Gusta Lagusta and Luisino now attacking the Lord. Cross lane Eve on the backside. Oh, Alburo crazy. Might be in a little bit of trouble here. Has the immortality. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Alburo crazy. Dives into the bush, trying to push it back. Luisino able to find himself a 23-minute Lord.
Run for your lives, 9Z Globant, because Alpha 7, we're about to chase the teams here. But once again, Private Dancer, the Lord was secured. Oh, the base! My goodness!
all while this was going on, minions were hammering at the base. It's down to like 25%. They're lucky that this fight actually went over. I think that's why 9Z Globant were able to secure that Lord, is because Alpha 7 at the last minute realized, oh my God, these minions are about to tear their way through our base. So finally, they had to relent, had to go ahead and get onto that back foot to try to protect it. And that's what comes down with having two high ground towers down at both ends. Lord up at top, pressure starting to mount at mid and bottom. Flick looking for an answer on his side. Oh, you see Luisino on his side. Oh, you see a nice little taunt there, comes on to Paquito. Luisino comes on to Jesus. Dives underneath the team, looking for an answer here. You can see the damage coming out. Luisino does have 25% health left out there. Feathered Airstrike is out as well. Down goes Chino to the deadly magic. The rest of Alpha 7 have to regroup underneath the base, but doing a great job of rotating, getting the health on the base, coming back to the fight. It does force 9Z Globant back.
It is not over yet for Alpha 7. They're still alive. They defend the base, even though the ninjas called the minions here with the shadows trying to take down the base, letting with only 25%. But now the base is regenerating itself. Now it's almost with a half HP, I'm sorry, just a little bit higher than that actually. But now both teams are fighting once again. The next Lord, 30 seconds remain. Alboro crazy, always trying to get the info, always trying to face check here to get to spot the enemies, and it is working so far. But 9Z has to take care. Both teams now are using the spells, using the flickers to trying to find the best angle, trying to find the best choice here, best chance for the next team fight. But now we are having Paquito and Upatizm with Flicker, not only for 9Z Globant with only Gusta, Lagusta, and now Alboro Crazy is always having the flick as well. But now the next Lord is on the pit once again, Private, and that could be the battle of their lives.
So what I see is Chino keeps coming in here to try to bait out some of these fights. When he does that, Fashion rains down with the Feathered Airstrike, even though, we do a concealed play coming out here. Paquito trying to go around the bend, looking for the squishier members. Down to 50%. Is this a Lord? Luisino still staying very close. Is he going to be able to come in here? You see the CC kind of coming down. That Lord down to 10%. Who's going to be able to get it? Luisino in there, but Upatizi finds himself a kill onto the Lord and to Luisino. Now turning their attention to the rest of 9Z Globant. Chino in trouble. Upatizi drops him with a soccer ball to the face, and that is going to be 2 down for 9Z Globant. But the big question is, does 9Z Globant have enough in the tank to stave off this push from Alpha 7?
It was a painful kick here for Bruno in front of Chino's face to guarantee the kill. And now the Lord is heading for Alpha 7. 27 minutes of game here. 13 kills for Alpha 7. The Lord heading in the top side with the 2 players last for 9Z Globant. Will they be able to defend the base, to defend the turret? Okay, the Lord is very far away, but now he's heading on the top side.
Yeah, you can see 9Z Globant, they send Alboro Crazy down to the bottom lane. They want to try to macro as many lanes as they can so that they're not all crashing and they're not going to be dealing with a 27-minute Lord and all of the lanes crashing. They're doing the best that they can to try to macro up those lanes. Mid lane's going to start pushing as well. Top lane being guided there by Upatizi and Paquito hiding in the bush, looking for an opportunity. Big charge comes out. The damage coming out from Upatizi is more than enough to clear out that high ground tower up at top. Now they're going to turn their attention to the purple buff of 9Z Globant. Down goes the Lord, pressured, mounting at mid. Huge minions do have an Appraiser's Wrath that comes down from Luisino. No worse for wear. Almost still full health at the top or the mid and bottom high ground towers. This game is far from over just yet. I think we're going to be waiting for another I want to say another Lord pickup unless somebody makes a huge mistake on these teams. But both of them, they've been doing very well. They've been patient. They're trying to find and play to their win conditions.
Yeah, it is the battle for Highlanders here. Both teams with so many immortalities in Aburo Crazy's hand. We can see in Jesus also, but now Aburo Crazy can be surprised with 2 players from Alpha 7. Every step here can be the last for both teams, but now we're seeing Paquito. Paquito is in the mid lane. He can surprise anyone. He comes!
From the side! A huge flank coming in from Paquito. Down comes the feathered airstrike. The damage coming on to Paquito. Flick able to find a kill onto Chino. That's going to be the XP laner. A big set potential from 9Z Globant taken down. Alpha 7 have their 5 members. They're going to feel very confident in trying to pick up this Lord. The rest of 9Z Globant stuck trying to clean up these lanes.
Oh, Boro Crazy!
Boro Crazy takes a heap of damage. Luisino comes in looking for an angle to get in. He knows he needs to get onto Upatizi or he's not going to have any chance of being able to pick up this Lord. Oh, Bro Crazy finally taking enough damage. He's going to have to get away. A great job trying to take on 2 members, but it was not enough. 9Z Globant have to back up, and this is another Lord for Alpha 7.
Another Lord for Alpha 7 here, almost 30 minutes of the game. I think that when the Lord comes up, we'll be able to Chino have backs in the game once again, and we will have a 5v5 for both teams. But once again, look at the huge minion waves that are heading for the upper side for Alpha 7. But even though 9Z Globant has some win conditions, especially with the Gusta's hand, but they have to take care about, like, especially with Paquito, as we saw in the last team fight, trying to flank, trying to backline here, forcing players to use the ultimates to gain reposition. But now, here they come. Both teams, one for attack, another for defense.
Yeah, they want to go ahead and press the advantage down at the bottom lane with their entire team while the big Lord is going to start crashing in at top. Unfortunately, the Lord at top is being stopped by these huge minions because there's no high ground tower up at top. So it keeps lingering, keeps stopping, and that's giving 9Z Globant enough time to clear out these minions 1 lane at a time. Not just that, but you also have the feathered airstrike that can help out as well. Mid tower is down. Just 1 more high ground tower for the side of 9Z Globant. Here comes the fight. Chino in trouble. Immortality has been, or I think he still has, he doesn't have immortality just yet. Paquito on the backside finds himself a fist crack, and Fashion is down. That's 1 down for the side of 9Z Globant, still trying to fight off this attack. Alpha 7 pressing their advantage now. Down goes Chino, putting the damage onto the core. Minions rushing through mid. Luisino with the immortality, but game 2 goes to Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 here after a chaotic fight, a chaotic game, more than 30 minutes, and now everything is even 1-1. Let me take a breath here because my heart can't stand that, Zena. My heart can't stand.
Wow, what a back and forth there. 9Z was showing their dominance at first in the early game there. They took all the turtles, right? The objectives there, but that didn't make a dent to Alpha 7 there because they still stayed the same with kills and gold close to the same there. But all of that, it all depended on the Lord fight. Back and forth between the Lords here and there trying to get down those lanes. You never know whose fight was it going to be. Alpha 7 claiming that first Lord though, they almost came back. For sure, but
I feel
9Z
like
was able to take it.
This was a state of understanding what the win conditions were for you and the enemy team and trying to stop that. This isn't going to be, I don't think he's going to get MVP, but Paquito, a big playmaker for those last two team fights, came all the way from across the map. Huge flanking to be able to get these huge 3-man fist cracks. That last fight, he was able to surprise Fashion on the Farja to get that fist crack and take down their biggest fear of the damage. And I feel like that's what's really sunk in a lot of the danger here, because for the first bit there, Chino was doing such a great job of going out there, baiting out their abilities while Fashion would rain down those feathers airstrikes and really chew up Alpha 7. After they realized that was the problem, they were a little less stringent on these fights. They really allowed Paquito to kind of get into position to really help them with some of these fights.
Yeah, there was a great game here, more than 30 minutes in the second game here, with the advantage coming from both teams, like a roller coaster, you know, like 9Z Globant. They started with they started with a very interesting early game here. Guarantee the 3 turtles, guarantee more of the kills, you know, while Alpha 7 was working more in a macro game, guaranteeing like taking down the turret, like gain the map domination. But that was a point here when 9Z Global had the resilience to, okay, we have to find the right choices, the right chances here to get a very advantage team fights here to guarantee the Lords, especially with Luizinho here, with the Fredring stealing Lords, guarantee the another ones here to let 9Z Globant fight more comfortable. But even though Alpha 7 always aggressive, and thanks to Paquito with like 2 or 3 flanks that guarantee the kill for Alpha 7 after like 30 minutes. There was the time that we saw the base with a 25% of the HP here for Alpha 7. There was almost a victory for 9Z Globant. But once again here, Alpha 7 had the resilience, guaranteeing everything even. So far 1-1 here in this best of 3.
Yeah, it was a great game there. You can see here, I think this is when that flank came in. And if we see one more fight, I think we're going to see where Paquito was able to really hunker down onto Fashion for that last push. That absolutely, oh yeah, I think this is where it is. Comes in, fist crack at the bottom, and Fashion is down for the count. A great fist crack there coming out from Paquito to really take away the hugest amount of damage on 9Z Globant, and especially when it comes to clearing speed for their team.
All right, no hesitation and no wasted movement, just pure efficiency. Let's take a look at our MVP here. It's Flick. Flick over here with the 716 KDA, 114.7k total damage, and 803 gold per minute. He only died once.
Only once, more than 140k of total damage. But Flick, you know what? You have to buy a pizza for Paquito, because he was one of the very good responsibles here for guarantee this a victory. But once again, with a very strong Harley, guarantee not only the early game, because we saw 9Z Globant dominating the pace, but even though we are seeing a Harley with a very high positive KDA so far for Alpha 7, proving that Flick are versatile when it comes to many different heroes. When it comes to jungle with tankies, when it comes to assassins, when it comes to magic damage, he's versatile to play with many heroes in the jungler.
Yeah, I mean, a great game. Even every single time that Paquito went in, was able to get the flank, was able to get the surprise, Flick was right there to take advantage of it with that deadly magic. And really, yeah, see, even here, he was able to kind of get that last hit onto the Farja to be able to secure this game-winning push for Alpha 7. So great job there by Flick. And really proving, like you said, he's got a great pool when it comes to these junglers. He's very versatile. So, I mean, I'm kind of wondering where you go from here, because they tried to ban out a lot of those big picks from him, and still able to come back with the Harley that I thought he might be kind of struggling a little bit with.
Well, Harley is a meta character right now, so the way he can go in and out and able to avoid being taken down is pretty good at this moment. But yeah, 9Z tried to ban out all of his heroes and didn't. That apparently is not working for them. You think they're gonna go with a different strategy here? Maybe they're gonna start banning out just the meta heroes in general. The fact that they let out a Harley, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and another point here that we have to consider about is going to be a very hard challenge for both teams, because we came out of the first game, which was like fast. Anyhow, now somehow it was fast in the first game. The second one, 31 minutes, you know, and it's gonna be, it can be kind of exhausting for both teams. So both teams now are trying to take a breath, you know, like to calm down for this third and very important game, especially for 9Z Globant with 2 losses so far.
I'm not gonna lie, coming into this, I thought this would probably be one of the faster series of the night, but I want to say this is 9Z Globant have shown great resilience when it comes to these matches against Alpha 7. Definitely a different team than they faced the first time around as well, and I'm not even sure the draft was the problem, especially when you're talking about like a 30-minute game. 9Z Global did what they were supposed to. Unfortunately, I feel like it comes to those wars of attrition. Once you start getting to those late games, it's basically you're waiting for somebody to make a mistake. You're waiting for somebody to see those little cracks in the armor that come out of it. I feel like both teams executed what they wanted to out of these drafts. It's just like I said, at the end, that was a coin flip. It came from anybody who would have won those Lord fights. It was immediately going to be a push for the win there. It's just these great high risk, high reward plays coming out from Paquito to get these huge flanks. I'm not talking about like a small, like he was halfway across the map trying to get around to find the flanks on some of these fights, which was just huge for Alpha 7. So, and that could have gone either way. And I don't feel like the draft was the problem, or that a better pick would have changed it. I feel like this was very successful. Just that 30 minutes, it's just like somebody's gonna make that one mistake, make that one thing that the entire team is gonna be able to jump on, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, the one mistake could be all that matters. I noticed that when we were looking at the post game, that for Alpha 7, they were in most of their team fights always together, like at most 75%. And while on the 9Z Globant side, the carry and the Khalid were missing a lot from those type of fights. So maybe that was probably a big factor, the fact that they knew how to work well together and move around together to make sure they get in that full team fight with 5 men.
Yeah, that was very well noticed to hear, Zena, because I was thinking about that. Sorry, when I saw Carry as the first pick here for 9Z Globant, I was thinking like, okay, it's a good pick, it's a good choice, but it lets Alpha 7 to study a draft, to do a draft, you know, with not so many heroes that can benefit Carry. Okay, we're talking about a true damage hero. Even though it is a tanky or not, you know, a Carry is going to melt down anyone that she sees in front of her. But it comes with a composition with Alpha 7 that brought many possibilities to not getting caught by Carry. You brought a Harley in the mid game, in a jungler. You brought Sora in the XP lane, you know. You brought Badang in roaming that has dashes, for example. So for Carry, it was not that easy to like get a safe range and cause the damage that she needed to impact in the game. So there is one that for me there was one of the reasons that we didn't talk too much about Lagusa's performance in the second game, because he didn't show up. He couldn't show up. He was really neutralized with Carry. But now let's see what is going to happen in this final game. It's a best of 3. Alpha 7 in the blue side, 9Z Globant in the red side. Oh my goodness.
I feel like we touched on a little bit of it. It was brought up, the team fight participation on Alpha 7 was just monumentally more. Almost all team members were up above 75%, and I feel like that's mostly because 9Z Globant was trying to react and bait out a lot of these fights. Chino was going in, going back, going in, trying to draw out a lot of these picks from them. And once he got far enough, that's when you saw the feathered airstrike come down, the damage really raining onto them. And once the fight started going into their favor, that is when you would have Lagusta coming in and trying to lay down the damage on it. Unfortunately, it had to play like that. We didn't have any real front-facing initiations that I thought we were going to have, like where we would have the Fredrin and possibly a final slash. I felt like Alpha 7 did a good job of understanding that, all right, we're going to need to be very spread out so that we're not getting caught with like these abilities that are, like we're not Ube strat. We're not trying to everybody in a tight little circle that's going to allow this final slash to come out. So they did a great job of being able, like I said, to play to their strengths. At first, like I said, once they were able to figure out what they needed to do to stop letting Chino bait them into these fights, they were able to have a lot smoother of a game. Now we move on to the last game point here for Alpha 7 taking on 9Z. We're gonna have Zushin out there right now. Finally, again, I wonder. This is kind of like I said, I'm kind of at the point where I'm just like, where when you look at the bands, you're like, Zushin, do we have the plan for it? Hey, I've seen some very surprising things from 9Z Globant today, and heck, why not throw an ability to defend against Zushin? Do we have the back lane pickup? Because it's not going to be the Harley. We're not going to be able to get back there for the Harley. I believe we still have Yuzong out there that we can possibly get to the back line with to be able to stop her, but it's something that needs to be addressed with this draft, and I'd love to see it addressed in the first half of this draft by 9Z Globant. How are we closing the distance on Zushin?
Yes, Zushin is unstoppable. Well, she's stoppable, but she's a force to deal with for sure. Something you kind of don't want to go against for the fact that her CC is amazing and the fact she can stay far away and not be reached. So they're going ahead and picking up that Marcel and Suyu here on the side of 9Z, as well as a Phobius here and a Leo on the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, once again here Marcel in 9Z's Globant hand. Not only not for today, but in the last weekend versus the Black Lanterns, they brought this Marcel and it worked really very well in Bodo Crazy's hands. Let's see how they handle today with this composition. But now the response for Alpha 7, it comes with Leomort and Phobius. Alright, so it's a stack here for getting the back line, but now with a 9Z heading for a Kimi, it's a range situation here for them, sorry. So that is a kind of this is quite interesting so far.
Okay, we go with the Kimi pickup here. I'm just a little nervous because you're gonna have a very lot of backline dive with the Phobius. Leomord can close the distance. I guess I understand, because if you're looking for something in the mid that does have a little bit of disengage, maybe personally, maybe a Lunux could have come out there, but you don't really have the tankiness that you're looking that Lunux really counters out as well. The interesting thing for me is that I am a firm believer that Marcel, if you're going to be super successful with Marcel, your draft needs to be built around the Marcel. Like we were seeing the Gwen, the Terizla out there. Both of those have been big pairings for Marcel for a lot of his victories, especially if you're using him offensively. We do know that when it comes to their last match that was successful with Marcel, 9Z Globant would use him more passively to help the teammates to escape and stuff like that. I don't think they're going to be able to get away with that again here with a Leomord, with a Zushin, with a Phobius. We're really going to need to be able to kind of get in there and utilize these stuns, the golden hour as well, to possibly bait down a lot of the time that Leomord has with his Phantom Steed as well. It's going to be very interesting. I want to say I'm very much looking forward to see if we can scrounge something together with this Marcel pick. I do like that Alpha 7 took off like the big pairings off the board so that they're not going to have that with Marcel.
Yeah, they did take that Guinevere and Terizla out from there. So, but we did say that 9Z had done it without them. So they may be able to do well. They might have found the recipe for the use of Marcel that we do not know of. They went ahead and banned that Alice here to make sure they get rid of that tanky, annoying mage for them to deal with, right? So Let's see what else they are going to choose here. They still need the gold laner here for Alpha 7 as well as their roamer. And then maybe a gold laner, unless they play Kimmy in that gold lane, but they still have that chance at either picking that gold or mid. Who knows?
Yeah, it has the possibility, but it's a very, very low. Considering that they can choose another marksman here for the gold lane, but now he comes with the glue, heading for the XP lane here, like to get independence, to get like to have a very comfortable 1v1 with both views. That can be very interesting. But now we're ready for the last 2 picks for Alpha 7, assuming there is still a gold lane lacking and the roaming. Maybe Hylos that it wasn't choosing yet for Alpha 7. I don't think that it could be very interesting here. They're not allowed to use they can choose Khalid is another example. To the gold lane here is not Bruno anymore, but there is still no Claude. I'm kind of lost. Oh, Moskov and Hylos. Okay, good. Yeah, especially
and
with the split
Claude.
push. Yeah, the Claude was to 9Z Globant here. But I have to think about like this global ultimate for Moskov that he can join the team fight anytime that he wants.
Yeah. That's going to be very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We are at a game point as we take a last look at the final mock-up of the compositions coming out from 9Z Globant and Alpha 7. It's going to be very interesting for me. We have both the Zushin and the Marcel open for it. Zushin, a little bit more, I feel like more favorable when it comes to the stats for being left open than Marcel, who a lot of teams have struggled to be able to make work here. We're going to see if that changes here tonight. 9Z Globant, actually both of these teams, 9Z Globant and Alpha 7, have both been very successful with their Marcel pickup, so they're going to be looking to that 9Z Globant looking to duplicate that here.
It is the final proof. Whose Marcel is going to be the best one here? It's for Alpha 7 or a 9Z Globant. But guys, let's go. Once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the last game, the final game of this best of 3. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. It's now or never, my friend Private.
Yeah, this is one of the more interesting games. I was not expecting to be like the real nail biter, the really close one. Both of these teams seem very evenly matched. The Marcel pickup is going to be very interesting just because, like I said, it's been one of those things that have been ups and downs for a lot of team members, especially on the side of Alpha 7, where we do have the Zushin already, which is more often than not is very successful when it is picked up here. You see a lot of big a lot of pushing coming out from the side of Alpha 7 to already make themselves a nuisance, make sure that they are constantly putting this pressure onto 9Z Globant.
Yeah, I have a feeling here that 9Z Globant is going to play more reactive in this game, especially with the Marcel pick here, the Marcel situation that is working very well for disengage than engage here. And we're seeing Alpha 7 with Fovius, with Leomord, they like to play aggressive, but now a 2v1 here in the mid lane, but Frost Lanever is able to gain mobility, is able to play safe with Zunshin. She has his mobility, but now on the top lane he comes a party because Paquito now it is forced to head back in the base. No, he's still in the top side here. But now Luizinho is just trying to steal the beetle. Oh, the lizard, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you can already have 3 members here. Frostbite Eve by himself is able to hold off 3 members at mid. He even gets a little bit of a push and damage on the Fashion there as well. Bequito on the back end. Chino looking for that split. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Flick able to find himself a kill onto the Lord. Frostbite Eve finds a kill as well. It's going to be 1 in the pocket and a turtle for Alpha 7.
That is the global presence from Moscow that I was talking about. With the ultimate, he was able to join the team fight, guarantee the first turtle, guarantee the first kill for Alpha 7. 9Z Globant. Okay, trying to play safe, trying to play reactive. Is this the best idea for their composition? I'm not sure.
I feel like, especially when you've got Frostlane Eve, when you've got such early game. Oh, actually, Alberto Crazy in trouble. Out comes the glorious pathway from Paquito. Alberto Crazy is able to find himself an escape. If you've got such a great early game, as does Alpha 7, I feel like the worst thing you can do as 9Z Globant is to kind of play passively. Is it to kind of sit back and let things happen. You kind of just need to keep farming up. The problem is you don't want to mix that into taking unnecessary fights. When you have the golden hour is out, you see there, freezing Paquito down, Alberto Crazy. That's a very interesting choice of use for that ultimate. There's like, I almost kind of feel like it was a little bit of a waste of his ultimate there. Now, like there wasn't a point where I thought, oh, this is actually they're gonna get the kill on this or what have you. So very interesting there coming out from 9Z Globant.
Yeah, so now here almost 4 minutes. The first turret was guaranteed by Alpha 7. Now waiting for the second one. 17 seconds left. Both teams are working on the mid lane here to cause pressure to clean the minion waves. But now we can have a 3v3 situation in the Reaper.
Yeah, now you see Alberto Crazy. Oh, actually gets caught there. We do have a nice little ultimate coming out there from Fashion on that Kimmy. The rest of Alpha 7 getting in a good position to stave off this turtle. Good job by Paquito and Jesus to go ahead and zone out Alberto Crazy and the rest of 9Z Globant, who are not going to be contesting this turtle. Oh, you see SOD does come out the top lane all the way. Oh, Alberto Crazy. A little bit of an engagement comes out here from the side of Chino and Paquito fighting off in this purple. I believe that buff, I can't tell who actually got that buff, but I want to say 9Z Globant, they're not able to get these objectives. They're not even fighting for it. Oh, we do have a golden hour coming out to freeze up Jesus. And like I said, right now, I'm just not feeling the usefulness of some of these ultimates coming out from Alberto Crazy. We're not really out of the laning phase, and I feel like once we get into a lot of these team fights, that will become a little bit more evident is how well he can use a lot of these golden hours. 5-minute mark, still 1-0 in favor of Alpha 7.
Yeah, and the fact is, it is all that Alpha 7 wanted to, all that Alpha 7 preferred to play aggressive, play forward. As we're seeing the gold lead here, almost 2k for Alpha 7. Okay, just 1 kill in Frost Laneve's hand, but the gold lead here and the confidence for Alpha 7 to like play, not only caring about like the response for 9Z Globant, they engage that can come out from the other side because we don't have, because you're playing with a Glue, you're playing with a Marcel. Okay, they have the golden hour, they have this crowd control. But for engage, we are seeing so far that it's not working. But oops, here we come.
Yeah, Luisino is going to have to get out of there. We do have the Vance of Steed coming out. Luisino in trouble, getting chased down and gunned down underneath his tower. Now big damage coming on to Chino, who is not long for this world. 3-0 for Alpha 7. Up at the top, another glorious pathway is out, followed by, you see the ultimate coming out from Frost Lane Eve. A big push coming out from Alpha 7, winning on different angles of this match. Bottom lane has minions now pushing on to tower. 1 second left for this turtle as Alpha 7 turned their attention to start on that while putting on pressure at the mid lane as well.
Working with the goals, working with the objectives here with the macro also. 3 turtles for Alpha 7. The first turret in the top side and in the bottom side here for the Alpha 7 team. Yeah, so things are getting crazy. Things are getting better for Alpha 7, especially in the goal lead here, almost 4k, but here comes.
Yeah, big pressure mounting up at mid. You do see the Chino getting pushed up there. Phantom Steed is out and pushed Chino all the way back into Alpha 7, and that's going to be a kill for them, plus the mid first tier 1 tower as well. That's going to be all the tier 1s taken up and opening up this jungle of 9Z Globant, who have been unable to find an answer just yet.
Yeah, so now there's no the first line of turret here for 9Z Globant. Aburu Crazy. Yeah, okay, he has a dash, he has the stun, the buff here, but now Alpha 7 is playing aggressive once again. The focus can be the bottom line. Let's go.
The golden hour out, but then a Blazing Duet into the backside as well. Now the rest of Alpha 7 pushing onto 9Z Globant, who are taken very, very low. Is that going to be enough? Upatizes finds a kill onto Gusta Lagusta. Chino able to answer it back to Hesu, who is able to reply in kind. Flick finds the kill there as well. 6-1 in favor of Alpha 7.
2-for-1 here for Alpha 7, but now they're heading for taking down the turret number 2 here in the bottom lane. They still continue the pressure in the jungler, in the side, but now Paquito, what are you doing there? Okay, he used the glorious path to survive, but Private, I think that here the goal lead is almost a 7k for Alpha 7. It's a complete different game, this last one.
Yeah, I feel like some of those prime pickups, some of those prime compositions from 9Z Globant have kind of been used out here. The Marcel pickup, like I said, I wasn't a fan of it before. I just don't like when we don't have a composition that really complements this pickup as well. And unfortunately, using it on this kind of reactive type of a stance isn't benefiting them at all. You see, they did try to get an offensive golden hour, but it was immediately met by the Phantom Steed, by the glorious pathway laid down. The Alpha 7 immediately charged in to make sure that nobody from 9Z Globant was in a position to really take advantage of that stun.
Yeah, here 9 minutes and 26 seconds. This the first Lord here guaranteed by Alpha 7. One more advantage. Alpha 7 now very confident, playing forwards, playing aggressive, focusing on the macro game, focusing on the turret. Okay, 9Z Globant has Gusta Lagusta as that could be one of the win conditions here when Claude get the items necessary to cause damage, you know. But so far, I don't see it happening because Alpha 7 has like a very huge advantage, and they don't play like taking risks, you know. They play safe, they play guaranteed here, but oh, the flank? Okay.
Yeah, you see just the high grounds left right now. Burrow Crazy takes the heap of damage. Ooh, goes in with the golden hour, catches 2. Is the rest of the team going to be in a good position to take them down? And they are not able to take advantage of it there. Lord coming down at the bottom. Pressure starting to mount at the mid and top towers as well. 6-1 right now is 9Z Globant. Ooh, Gusta Lagusta comes in with the Blazing Duet. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Flick looking to put the damage on, but as 9Z Globant BMIs to safety. Mid tower, high ground has been taken down. The split is out. Chino might be in a little bit of trouble. Uses that flicker onto the back line. Demonic force from Hesu starting to slam down. Down goes Chino. Out comes a SOD from Upatizi as well. 7-3 right now. 9Z Globant trying to get their wits about them as Alpha 7 have bursted into their base.
I was waiting Upatizi joined the fight when we got the ultimate, but he only joined to clean the minion waves in the top lane when everything was like over. Like, okay, I'm here. No, just for to clean the minion wave here. But now seeing the items so far, Claude with almost the Trinity 1, Golden Staff and Demon Hunter, while Moskov has a Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff and Demon Hunter, and Wings of Nature. So the goal lane here for Alpha 7 is still way ahead for Gusta Lagusta. But once again, here comes Alpha 7.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and charge in. That's gonna back up the rest of 9Z Globant away from that defense there. And right now we are just counting down. Unfortunate for the side of 9Z Globant, who seem to be down about 9K gold. They can't contest turtles. They can't get into too many fights unless they're looking to make. Ooh, SOD does just go a little wide for Alpha 7. And yeah, they're just stuck at turtling up in base, trying to get any type of scraps left for these minions. 9K gold lead for Alpha 7, 11 seconds for the first, or for the next Lord.
Yeah, and it came into my house, these Spears of Destiny here. I saw passing through here. Okay. But even though 9Z Globant trying to do something, Alpha 7, the advantage is so huge, Private, that even though that Albero Crazy got the golden hour, that we were expecting that 9Z were doing the follow-up to cause damage and trying to take down the players, they decided not to do that. They decided to just escape, to just play safe, you know. It was for once again, the golden hour was for a disengage than doing something for 9Z Globant. But the fact is, another Lord that is heading for Alpha 7 once again. It's more map domination, it's more gold lead for Alpha 7, it's more pressure. I think that this Lord can finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, I would put it at that too. Now you have Lord up at mid. I feel like 9Z Globant, this is the part of the games where I'm kind of like, I understand you don't want to feed, you don't want to give them unnecessary kills, but there comes a certain point with like, are we just going to spend the entire game turtled in our base, or do we try to make a play? Do we try to go out there, try to find somebody and try to get this W? Now you can see the last high ground tower being mounted down by Alpha 7. Lord goes down. Now Chino goes into the back line, getting chunked down. A big golden hour does land on the two members, but they are unable to take advantage. Flick finds the Phantom Steed out there as well. Now minions are starting to get taken down by Alpha 7. They still need the waves, as 9Z Globant did a good job of trying to clear those out. First ones in are going to be the mid lanes. Now we're going to have the silence. Ooh, they're going to go ahead and latch onto Upatizi. They are able to make him pay. Oh. Down goes Luisino, and this might spell the end. Frost Lady has activated that ultimate. Albero Crazy on the back side is going to have to get back underneath the base. Gusta Lagusta has the blazing duet as well. A little bit of the close-up there in case you missed it. Albero Crazy trying to get back to his base. He gets taken out as well. Hasu now trying to fight back. There's only two members left. Scratch that. Two members left for the 9Z Globant. Fashion gets taken down, and ladies and gentlemen, Alpha 7 able to find themselves a series victory.
We saw Patrick lay down over the Land of Dawn, but most important here is the victory for Alpha 7. 2-1 in a reverse sweep for against 9Z Globant, Zina.
All right, Alpha 7 making a mark there in the early game, claiming 2 turtles and 2 kills by minute 5, and that just set the tone for the rest of the game there. They were able to basically take full control of the map and objectives and just tunneled their way down and took out 9Z. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's much different from the first and second game, which I felt were a lot more easier. It felt like this final game, 9Z Globant just ran out of gas, ran out of steam, and I want to say, I'm not sure if this was even play style, but I felt like that draft was like the big kicker in it too, is like that draft really kind of signaled it for the end when Marcel just really, they were not able to take advantage of what he provided. We did see a few golden hours there, even offensive golden hours that they got out, latched on the two members, but were not able to mount the damage, not able to follow up with anything of significance, especially once you're down about 5 or 6K gold. I think the ending of this, they were down by about 10K.
Yeah, this third game here, we were talking about like this draft composition for both teams, and when it comes to Marcel, the most effective one that we already seen was Marcel for disengage, and it was not like a combining for 9Z's performance, 9Z's personality, because they like to play aggressive one as Alpha 7 as well. So Alpha 7 brought these tools for doing that with the Zunshin, with the Hylos here with the Glorious Path. We had Leomar with the Phantoms team to trying to initiate this team fights, especially around the objectives or even before the objectives. So Alpha 7 had the keys, had the tools to play aggressive, even more than 9Z Globant. So that is why we saw 9Z Globant in this third game completely different from the others, that they were like playing a back, they were playing safe, they were playing reactive for so many times here. So it didn't bring the victory for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of these plays out here too. I mean, right from the get-go, even the SOD coming in to help out with the teammates from the first fight going in, you could already tell the domination happening and the problems that they were having with a lot of these rotations, getting caught out. Luisino there, you see taken out by Flick, and then eventually they double team onto Chino to finish the job, bringing them to a 3-0 game there. And then they just worked surgically. It wasn't super high, but they got the kills, they got their objectives that they needed immediately. So a great pushing job. Alpha 7 just took them a few games, I feel. Here's one of those, you could see right there, one of those golden hours that kind of went out, but just not able to follow up with it. It's like, what's the point? What can we do to try to actually get in there, especially when we're at a point where we are about like a 6K gold deficit for our team. I think we had another golden hour that was just really great, and it caught some decent members, but nobody from the team was able to follow up. So, I mean, and that is unfortunate when you have a Marcel on your team and you're not able to make use of him, especially with how high we treat him in the meta right now. We had the first series where neither team banned or picked Marcel, and here we had a point where he's 100% pick ban rate, and when we finally do get to pick him up, we're not able to utilize him.
Right, and here we go. Right place or right time in every single moment. This player was everywhere. Our MVP is Flick with Leo here with he did not die at all. The 408 KDA, 38.4 total damage, 861 golds per minute. He was a driving force for the team.
The immortal Flick, the Highlander Flick, here's the MVP from the last game for Alpha 7 with a Leomord 408 with a very good KDA here. And once again, Alpha 7 were having the tools to win this last game in the dominance as they did, because they had Moscow with the global ultimate here that could join the team fight whenever they want. They have the roaming also Paquito with Hylos with the Glorious Path here to like trying to engage and trying to get this team fights more benefit to help Alpha 7 in that kind of situation. You have Vios to get in the back line, to get stacks in the back line here to neutralize the 80s for 9Z Globant. So everything went well since from the draft, the idea for Alpha 7 until the execution. So when you get the idea and the execution works so well, it is very good for the team. It is very good to get the confidence and to play forward, to play aggressive as Alpha 7 did.
Yeah, and not just that, but I feel like there were some great combinations here when it came to having the Phantom Steed and the Glorious Pathway. So not only did you have to worry about the horse coming out from the Phantom Steed, but then you're getting slowed down by the Glorious Pathway. Leo's got a huge amount of healing, and he's chasing you down. Unfortunate, a great composition put together by Alpha 7, and a great series win for them. More competitive than I think a lot of people thought that this was going to be.
Yeah.
Yes. For sure, they were doing an amazing job there. Just the fact that the Flick was able to be there for his team and actually, you know, take it like, I wonder if he was the one making all those calls, right? To be like, all right, guys, we're gonna go here, we're gonna go there, we're gonna make sure we tunnel vision here, make sure we don't let them ever get their footing, right?
Yeah. It was like Western here, but 2 horses in the land of dawn, you know?
Right.
It's Hylos and
I got this.
Leo Mort. It was like the cavalry for Alpha 7 heading for the victory so far. And it helped. It worked with 2 Alpha 7 so far.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. The horse v horse connection, able to just chase down most of 9Z Globant here, and that's just like as a player, what do you do when you see both of these guys horseback coming towards you? There's just unfortunately for 9Z Globant, no answer there, and Alpha 7 reign supreme there. So great job by them, and a successful series for them, and a successful season thus far.
All right, guys, let's go talk to them real quick. We actually have somebody on the line here to talk to us from the team.
There it is.
And it's
Hello,
Flick.
Hesu. Yeah, Flick is different, right?
Oh God, it said then why would they put Flick?
Guys, this is Hesu.
Anyways,
this is
wrong
Hesu.
name. Sorry.
Dumb-
I was
You
just
should read
I was
names
reading
first.
the name. Yes, I was just reading the
Oh,
name.
name
I'm
there's-
sorry.
Be thankful
no.
she was able to read it correctly in the first
Yeah.
place.
Well, welcome in.
Hello.
How do you guys think that you guys did during those matches? Like during the second match game that you had against them, what was going through your mind? Like the one that you took 30 minutes.
For me, the only thing that is going through my mind is how to win that game because it's so hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was a very, how do you call this? It was a very intense match. So we had to think of a way to win.
That's true. You guys did a wonderful job with the defense there for sure. Like,
Thank you.
yeah, they put so much pressure on you guys, but you guys were able to make sure they wouldn't get that crystal of yours.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
okay,
Go
go ahead.
no,
Go ahead.
no.
Hesu, you faced a 9Z Globant, right? So it's a very traditional team in AMER South, and you know them very well. There are some good players, and you are prepared to face a 9Z Globant in this weekend. The question is, did you expect this struggling facing a 9Z Globant? I mean, there was 3 hard games, especially the second one. The first one, like, there was very well for them, but then you were able to reverse that situation. But did you expect this hard challenge for you guys facing 9Z Globant?
For me, in this game in Mobile Legends, it's always you need to expect all scenarios. So
Okay.
we just did what we just practiced our best, and whatever happens. But we did. Wait, guys. How do you say this? Maybe we did not expect that to happen also. That's just my answer.
Okay.
No need,
What?
no need explanation. No need explanation.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna ask. I
We'll
was
take
gonna
that.
actually try to dig into that.
Okay.
Sorry,
But,
guys. My English is running out.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. No problem.
Those were intense matches. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head for game 2 when it came to like trying to figure out. It felt like they had all the answers, and it took you guys a moment to figure out how are they winning these exchanges? How are they actually able to get that? And you had Paquito, who had some great sets for those last 2 encounters that you guys had to really upset them. And it came to a point that you guys were able to actually turn that one around. As far as rankings go for your team, where do you place yourself right now in South America? Or
As a
South,
team?
AMER South, sorry. AMER South.
As a team, I will always put my team as number 1.
Yes.
Okay.
As it should be.
Okay. What do you think right now are going to be, we've gotten over around 3 weeks of play. who do you think your top 2 challenges are as a team?
I think all of the teams are a problem right now or a threat right now. So anyone or whoever is going to be our enemy, we will just take it. We will take it as equal. Every team here, we see it as equal. So I'm sorry, but I don't answer your question.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a good answer.
All right. I just want to ask one more though. Who do you more that you want to go against the most right now out of all these teams? Is there anybody that you feel like you would have more fun with going against?
I think I have the same answer as
Okay.
the other
All right.
team.
It's okay.
I just enjoy playing the game so much, and any enemy, I enjoy playing.
Okay. Right then, well, any message for your fans or whoever's cheering for you today?
Shout out to my family, my friends. That's all. Shout out to you guys also for doing a good job again.
Okay, shout out to you too.
Thank you so much.
Doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. Well, it was nice talking to you. See you later. Bye, Jesus.
Bye, Jesus. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank
Ciao,
you.
ciao. Good
Good
night.
job.
Thank you, guys.
Well,
So
he was.
a great interview. He's always been such a positive bar when it comes to interviewing Alpha 7, what he talks about when it comes to the team and their synergy and being able to collaborate with everybody and keeping that positive. One of the few teams that we've talked about before that have they don't have a coach. They kind of go off of the synergy that they build with each other. So that's a huge thing for me when it comes to them. And I know we don't get to get down into the nitty gritty of who he thinks the top teams are, but I like the way he goes at it. It's respectful. It pays respect to all the teams. The biggest challenge that they have, or that they treat as the biggest challenge, is the challenge that's right in front of them, which I can appreciate as a team trying to move forward in here. Never looking too far out, always focusing and putting that 110%.
Yes, they did an amazing job. But speaking of your chance, you ladies out there, we have open qualifiers up and open right now for you to register. So make sure you get your team on there so you can get in on the MWI.
Yeah, like we said, you might have it came as a surprise last season when North America actually came in second place. You guys might have what it takes. You never know what kind of challenges or what you could bring to a team, and now's your chance as the female star to be able to bring that to the qualifiers and to MWI as well.
Yeah, like Layla said, time to shine.
Time to shine. And speaking of shining, we want to give a little shout out to our sponsor, runestone.gg. Light up your esports here with them. They can provide you some real-time data just for you to up your game.
Yeah, information, data. If you're trying to improve in the game, go with a company that shares your passion and fun for gaming. runestone.gg.
Yeah, thank you, Runestone. Once again, one of our partners here to make this happen on AMER South so far.
Yes, and we do want to say it. Welcome to those that are from the Philippines and Indonesia. Welcome to watching us. I know that you guys are watching us from far, and we thank you for that. Oh, and also for our viewers, we got those diamond drops. Make sure you get in on it. Stay in the chat, be active, and you'll get a higher chance at getting these diamonds so you can get those lovely skins that you see out there on the shops.
Yeah, Mobile Legends continues to impress with all the different skins and events that we have for the different collaborations that are coming out. Each skin more beautiful than the last as well.
Yes, and thank you guys for hanging on. We are going to take a quick break before our next match set, so we will see you in a little bit.
Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team...
Welcome back, guys, to MCT AMER South. We are down 2 of those matches, but we still have more chaos to come. We have this best of 5 coming up right next.
Yeah, this one's going to be amazing. Like I said, the action never stops, and neither do we. We're going to be here all night for you guys for this final best of 5 of the night. Like we said, this is the last week, the final week of the Swiss stage before we start going in the playoffs, where teams are going to start their journeys home or reign supreme and move forward.
Yeah, and once again, here is the battle for survival in that competition. Both teams with 1 win and 2 losses. Who's gonna still be in a competition? Who's gonna still survive? Who's gonna say, like, see you later in AMER South here in this best of 5?
Yes, super exciting. So we still have a whole lot of action-packed things coming up right now, but do we want to speak on what just happened? Give a little bit of a summary there. We had Alpha 7 going against 9Z Globant, and we did not expect 9Z to do as well as they did, even though they did lose against Alpha 7 right at the very end with that reverse sweep. They put up a fight.
Yeah, a huge game for them as well. And then starting out the program here, we had Octa Gaming going up against a Dreammax. Octa Gaming extending their domination here as well. But we're about to move on to our final series of the night.
Yes, let's check out what our final series of the night is. We got Infinity's lineup right here. The EXP lane Rusi, Jungle ZZ, mid lane Lionel, gold lane Zablax, and Fanboy on that roam.
Yeah, big interesting things here. Infinity, they're, like we said, they're still 1 and 2 right now. Big things that have been pointed out before. Fanboy has been pretty dominant. He has a pretty wide berth of different roams that he plays. Some useful, or some a little bit more useful than the others. His chip has been uncanny. Unfortunately, sometimes we can dip a little bit too far outside of the meta, as we've seen out here as well.
All right, and now here we have previously called Influence Rage. They are now Titan Esports. We'll have on the EXP lane Arctic, Jungle Jotun, mid lane Syndrak, gold lane Fury, and our roam will be Steffi.
Yeah, there comes like the lineup from Titan Esports now. The old Influence Rage here with the same situation for Infinity with 1 win and 2 losses. The only win here is it was for versus 9Z Globant. They lost the first game to Entity 7 in 1-2. and versus a Dreammax 1-2 either. So the only victory is versus 9Z Globant here, so 2-0. So far, like, no, not so far, I'm sorry, but it's even very far from the team that we used to see in the AMER South, in the South region. We were talking about a team that went through the finals so many times, but now they're facing some issues that they are about to solve today.
Yeah, we're going to see how well they can kind of solve those. I want to say one of the victories for Infinity, I believe, was Black Sentence.
A good team.
Black is okay. Yes.
I don't want to set expectations. But yeah, it was a Black Sentence that they were able to get their victory over. So both of these teams kind of scrambling, wanting to get, like we said, this is the last moment this week. Is the last moment for a lot of these teams to kind of prove their prowess, to start getting some of those practices kind of out of the way. Not that I want to say that they've been practicing out here, but I feel like some teams, they kind of have had drafts that can be a little bit more experimental than we're used to seeing here. A lot of bans coming out, still waiting to see if we're going to get that Zushin ban, or if we're going to be scooping that up here very quickly.
Yes, as well as Boxia is still open for them here. They're taking out that gold lane here. They don't want to deal with that. It has been a force here in the Swiss stages. So they just want to take that out just for now. I'm sure it's going to be opened up later for them to choose from. They went ahead and took out Guinevere here, Kalia, Marcel, and Freya. With broken walls here, that'll be easier for them to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, the one thing that we can expect here, as Private was saying about Fanboy, that he can bring something out of the box here, because he was responsible for bringing Lolita, for example, in the first game, the first weekend here versus Dreammax. He already brought a chip also here in the second game, so we can expect that he can bring something different. But we are here that we can expect a very chaotic game, because Infinity guarantee a first pick in Zunshi.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna leave open the Boxia pickup. The Harley is taken off the board by the side of Rage, or by the side of Titan Esports. You said, yeah, Lolita, Bellaric. He's had kind of, I want to say, the outside box picks when it comes to roam positions, but then, you know, the conversation always kind of comes down to, is it too far outside of the box for them, or is it going to be something that can work for them? Ooh, some very, very tanky, a tanky front line coming out immediately for the side of Titan Esports.
Yeah, speaking of that box, yeah, I guess to kind of answer with the Zushin, be able to get to her fairly quickly without getting caught, right? Because his movement's pretty quick and he can get around very fast. We got Glue here. I feel like Glue has not been doing very well in the Swiss stages. Like, he seems to, I don't know. He hasn't. He's just not that great from what I've seen. I mean, like, when people play him outside of the tournaments, he does a wonderful job. Everyone's afraid of him. But here, he's not been that scary for them.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Glue here is it can be an ally, or it can not impact so positively here in the team, as we saw in the last game. You know, like in the very ending of the game, we saw his body on the floor, right? Do you remember, like, the Alpha 7 was trying to finish the game, and it was especially like, it's like, okay, so that is the Glue like that. The camera focused on the Glue, on Patrick laying down on the floor. But jokes aside, Glue, if if you find a very solid composition, he can work well, especially to being independent on the XP lane to get a 1v1 comfortable, you know, like not compromise the team's performance. So he can be one very important ally if the draft fit very well with Glue in that composition. But now we are at Infinity once again. A fanboy bringing Chip in the roaming.
Actually, yeah. For me, I think I've seen this before too. Infinity were able to kind of use the chip to really like hunker down and surprise Boxia in the jungle. To where I feel like Boxia does decently in the early game with those 1v1s, those surprise in the laning phase, and then as the game progresses, he's tankier enough to kind of withstand a lot of these, a lot of the aggression of like multiple members. But in the early game, if Infinity can really start getting the drop on him underneath his jungle, where his team's not ready, and you've got basically the entire team coming in and bursting on him, this might be a successful right there for the side of Infinity. Here, gonna see what else they kind of have left out there. The Eve, I just right now I don't feel like there is an answer to get back to the Zushin. Eve, all of these are basically answered by Zushin having a flicker, Zushin having an ult that can displace where she's at. And I kind of am wondering, what are we going to be able to be as aggressive as we want on the Titan Esports Club side?
Yeah, this is true. Zushin does have that great escapability here, but they're going ahead and picking up this Wan. Okay. All right, Wan.
Yeah.
They banned out a Julian too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was looking for a Goose's nickname in the lineup here, but no, it's not him. It's for Fury here in the gold lane, for Titan Esports. I have to get used to it. The new branding team, like the Titan Esports. But I think that is going to be very interesting here, because with our ultimate here, the guy's invulnerable for a little time here, like versus the lantern from Zushin can stack in the crowd control, or even like Chip to get some kind of an engage, especially with the rest of the crew. So can be one very good response. But now talking about like interesting things, we're seeing the Barretts here in Infinity's composition with Lapu Lapu private.
Yeah, for me, I feel like this composition is saying one thing: we want to get these head-on. They're looking for head-on collisions with the enemy, and they're looking to hold a strong, firm front line to allow Zushin to kind of spray on that damage, to hopefully give carry time to get those items. And once we're in the late game, this front line will be that CC heavy tankiness that carry needs to just spray away at them without much worry.
It's looking like maybe they're trying, like you said, trying to find that answer for that Zushin. They're trying to think if CC can jump back there and probably slow her down enough and dish out that damage for her to kind of get to her. But we shall see if this will work.
Yeah. The idea is very interesting here if the composition works very well, especially with the execution. Barrett's heading in the jungler here versus Boxer. Two tankies here. And now Barrett has the ability with ultimate to get isolate. So he's isolated one enemy here, for example, to throw him in the rest of the crew, or a fanboy here with the chips to call the rest of the crew here in a possible team fire, in a possible engage using the portal. So there are so many options here to Infinity to create in this game that Titan Esports has to take care about that.
Yeah, that is a really interesting thing here too. I feel like there's a lot of interesting things on the side of Infinity. I do like that we have 3 possibilities on the side of Titan Esports here to try to get to that back line. But ladies and gentlemen, if you stayed with us, thank you so much thus far as we move on to our final series of the night. It is Titan Esports Club taking on Infinity. Both teams vying for their positions in this best of 5 series.
It's the battle for survival. It's the battle here for life or death to both teams. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the land of dawn. Titan Esports versus Infinity.
Yeah, you can see, I want to say, kind of even when it comes to both of their jungling speed. I see a decent amount of damage already laying on to Steph, looking for that Lethal Wanderer. Hotun's going to go ahead and scoop that up quickly. There's a lot of different factors and boxes that need to be checked for both of these teams to be successful. Barats is really interesting here as well because he's one of those that needs to maintain his stacks. He needs to continually keep moving and farming and finding that pathing so that he can keep those audio attacks up so he has all of his stacks to get that max amount of health, max amount of defense and damage that he can output as well. Meanwhile, I kind of like the CC here just because when that ultimate comes out, it's going to stick Lionel on that Zushin, so they're not going to be able to really teleport too far away. They're going to be stuck to whoever they were closest to, and that might provide the opening for Titan Esports to be able to find a successful gank onto them. You see the split is out, but both teams, Steph on the back end looking for an escape. Fanboy right there to guide his team to safety.
We saw the Titan Esports, they did not want to fight in that situation because we saw Hotun fighting, guaranteeing the beetle in the jungle. But now the turtle, here comes.
Yeah, Steph actually takes a heap of damage down. Down comes the real world manipulation from Syndrak. Is that going to be enough? ZZ gets taken down. Hotun takes down the turtle. Now trying to turn it around. 2 down for the side of Infinity. Unanswered on the side of Titan Esports Club.
2-0 for Titan Esports plus the turtle here. It's the perfect combo for the team. Infinity trying to find an angle, trying to fight something, but all that they found is kills, is the death. And the turtle against here. But okay. Almost 3 minutes here. The early game comes for a Titan Esports so far, but let's see what is going to happen.
Yeah, 2-0 right now for the side of Titan as the rest of Infinity looking to kind of get on. Oh, actually another gank onto Lionel, who's going to have to use that ultimate defensively. Feel like Titan is doing a great job of being able to get to that back line, get to Lionel to really surprise them off as well. No kills on Lionel just yet, but that already speaks mounds for their ability to get to that back line and to surprise the Zushin pick.
It's going to be very interesting matchup here, especially to trying to find this angle, to trying to find this backline here to neutralize Lionel here with Zushin. It's a very strong hero that we have seen so far here in AMER South being prioritized almost 100%, or banned or picked. But now there possibly a dive here in the top side. No, Fanboy is heading up here to help Rusi. But now he changed the mind. He's roaming now for the mid lane. While Steph here. Oh, here comes. Boom.
Yeah, Hotun does land on the Fanboy inside of that bush. A little bit of a surprise probably for both members there. 9 seconds left up on this turtle. ZZ continually keeping those stacks up to base. Up to date there now. Damage starting to come up onto this turtle. ZZ's gonna be the first one. You see on the back end, Syndrak's gonna use that flicker immediately. Out comes the other mage for Infinity. Zushin able to find a kill there as well. ZZ now looking for an opportunity. Oh, nice. Lionel doing a good job keeping 2 members of the side of Titan Esports onto the backside. In comes Steph deep into enemy territory. Immediately gets cleaned up by Rusi. Another pickup there onto Hotun, and down goes the turtle. ZZ able to scoop that one up for his team and tie them when it comes to kills.
I'm trying to figure out what Steph tried to do using the flicker, trying to head in the backline, maybe to surprise Lionel with the Zushin. That was an idea, but he was completely neutralized. But now, meanwhile, in the bottom lane here, the first turret, I'm sorry, for Infinity. Oh my goodness, Private. Infinity is back in the game.
Yeah, I really feel like Steffi thought that he was going to be able to flicker and get the max amount of stacks onto ZZ so that he would be able to use that ultimate, which he would be untouchable and maybe be able to like scoot him out. Unfortunately, there was just some great positioning by ZZ. Ooh, speaking of positioning, real world manipulation is out, and no worse for wear either team. 2-3 right now, but I feel like he flickered in thinking that he'd get the invulnerability he gets with the ultimate, but ZZ was in a great position and didn't take the bait. He was way down at the bottom, so that Steffi actually got bursted down before he could even reach him. So great call there by Infinity. And yeah, you can see that. I want to say that the side of Titan just trying to do their best to try to get to that back lines.
Yeah, so far here. Oh, once again.
Yeah, Lionel with that lantern now spraying on damage. Ooh, we did have a crossbow tank that kind of went out there. Not enough damage just yet, but Hotun down, killed up by Rusi as Lionel gonna have to back up a little bit, spraying down that damage onto Arctic. You can see a big push coming in here for mid, trying to see if the side of Titan Esports can save this mid tower, and they are able to put down those minions.
I'm starting to think that Zunshin maybe can be a Thanos in this meta so far, because every team here, okay, she's not 100% with the win rate, but you'll see now how Infinity is working so well in that composition around Leonel playing with Zunshin, because she's always a dangerous situation, even because of her lantern that can suppress someone if she stacks the lantern here. So that is why he can play so very aggressive. That is why he can play trying to flank, trying to do something. But now here comes Hotun because the turtle here is in half HP. Let's go.
Ooh. Lands onto Lionel. Is that going to be enough? Zablacha able to find a kill onto Arctic. Down come a little bit of stunts. Crossbow chain has been activated. Did you see that? Reese finds a kill of his own. Hotun finds a double. Is that going to be enough? It looks like, I can't tell who the turtle went over to, but tying up the game, 2 kills for both of these teams.
I think that the turtle went to Titan Esports here, considering they have 2 turtles here. I'm so sorry about that. I have to be honest. But I was checking out on Zablox, because he was 1v1 in the top side that guarantee 1 more kill. That could be that could be better for Infinity if they didn't lose the team fight around the turtle. But as we can see here, the item so far, we're seeing the corrosion side and the golden staff in Carrie's hand, heading now for probably the Demon Hunter, while 1-1 have the winds, the voice of the wind, the corrosion site also here, heading for the 3rd one, maybe also to the Demon Hunter so far. But the game is so even here, my friend Private. Okay, the map advantage goes for Infinity because they already taken down the turret in the top side and in the bottom lane also. But the goal lead here is even for both teams, just a little bit ahead for Infinity. And now Fanboy always playing aggressive, always trying to fight something, always trying to get this info for Infinity. But oh, Zablox.
Yeah, they're going to go in now, trying to put the pressure onto them. Out comes the ultimate for the Zushins. Otun able to find a kill onto Zabloch. The rest of Infinity now trying to back up. Fanboy taking a heap of damage. Out comes the real world manipulation to trap them. Lido in trouble, getting ganked up on as Arctic closes the distance. 2 down for the side of Infinity. 5-7 as Titan Esports Club claim another 2 kills.
It is a caster's curse that I always talk about here. I was making a compliment for Infinity's performance, and now here comes Titan Esports with a very well play in the bottom lane, guaranteeing 2 kills. But now the Lord is on the pit. But now both teams are aware of that, and maybe we will have another team fight.
Yeah, the difference here is when the Lord's being reset, we've got 2 kills on the side of Titan Esports over Infinity. But when you're looking at the macro, when you're looking at the towers, there's already all of the tier 1 towers have been taken down for the side of Titan Esports. We're going to start putting some pressure up at to the top. So that speaks well for the side of Infinity. They might not be winning all of the fights, but they're doing great when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to putting pressure onto the towers. And we all know that that is what wins games. And especially as we start getting a little bit later, I feel like we're gonna have a couple more issues on the side of Infinity that you're gonna have to deal with if you're Titan Esports. The one thing though, is I don't feel like we're really making use of this chip pick just yet. We're not really isolating. We're not really able to make use of those portals to get a big surprise ganks on the side of Titan Esports. So I feel like it's almost kind of being a little bit of a wasted pick. You can see Steph on the side being very patient, waiting for their time to go in on this pickup. I don't even know if anybody there. Finally, Rusi checks that side of the bush to get them some vision. Pop-up actuated by the Lord. Now Zablotch taking a huge amount of damage to fight onto the right side there. You see that the Vengeance activated by Arctic and too low. Lionel finds the kill onto Syndrak, and Hotun finds one onto Rusi. 1 for 1 right now as the ultimate has been activated for Lionel. Gets that repositioning out there, and Infinity continues their damage on to this Lord. You see Hotun lying in wait, waiting for the opportunity to come in. 50% left on this. Hotun, this is too much. You might want to be paying attention to it. 40%, 25%. Is this going to be enough? Hotun finds the retribution on to the Lord, claiming it for Titan Esports Club.
Hotun, the teeth of hearts, the teeth on Lords here. Okay, Stefan is going to, okay, now he's able to survive. Will be, that's very, very hard for him. Now guarantee one more kill for Lionel. Okay, once again, there it is. Patrick is on the floor, but it's a worthy sacrifice so far here, Private, because Titan Esports guarantee the Lord that is already marching on the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's definitely a good trade there, especially to try to take the team's attention away from trying to punish Titan Esports for getting this Lord. Now you're going to have a free Lord right now. You're going to be taking down some towers. Finally, hopefully able to even up the macro on their side. Like I said, they haven't really been doing great when it comes to a lot of the pushes just yet. They've been waiting on this Lord to come in. Oh, that's going to be a tier 2 possibly for the side of Titan Esports. Now moving their attention to the mid, looking for an opportunity. ZZ comes up to the top. Oh, does not run into Titan side just yet, but still minions starting to crash in. Top is being held at bay just well, and we don't have a fight signaled just yet for either of these teams. Oh, Steffi actually goes in pretty deeply. Is going to get pulled back. 3 members of the side of Infinity looking to try to put the damage on. Steffi in trouble as Lionel finds the kill there. Real world manipulation comes out. Rusi onto the back line, finds himself a stun, and Arctic able to take down Zablotch. A great job by both of these teams trying to find the nails in the coffin. 2 down for each. Rusi and Lionel trying to find themselves an escape. A long way to go. Rusi tried to drag them away, but was unsuccessful.
What a massive damage coming from Lionel, but it wasn't enough to survive. It wasn't enough to, it was not enough to guarantee the kill here. 4 players down of Infinity here. Guarantee one more team fight in favor for Titan Esports. That didn't play the macro so well in the early game, but now they're compensating him. They're compensating it. They already taken down the turret in the bottom lane, and now the focus is in the mid lane here. Now Arctic once again with the hard yo-yos here from CC, causing so much damage, and now the focus is at the tower number 2 in the mid lane, but now they decide to head back.
I was about to ask, you ever gotten hit in the head with a yo-yo? Those things are not soft. And when you got Arctic and CC just throwing hundreds of them at you per second, it's gonna leave some lasting damage. Here, right now, the team formerly known as Influence Rage, Titan Esports Club, having a dominant game right now. It's still pretty even when it comes to the gold, but finally able to kind of crack back at Infinity, who is still doing a good job job of keeping up the macro. They've only got, I mean, they're both sitting at +1 to their high grounds. I want to say there's a few more on the side of Infinity, so I think they're sitting a little bit more comfortable. But right now, they're Infinity having a lot of trouble when it comes to some of these team fights. We're starting to get out of the laning phase. Macro up at top for Rusi, who's going to be able to claim himself the final tier 2 tower on the side of Influence Rage. Zablotch is kind of going a little close, gets popped up there. 50% left onto this Lord. Arctic is going to be found out by Fanboy. Steffi has the concealed play out. Now trying to put the damage on to Zablotch, who uses the flicker to get out of harm's way. Is it going to be enough? Real world manipulation is out. Rusi goes into the back line, finds the stun onto the mage. Sindrak almost gets caught, uses that flicker to get away, while Arctic now putting on the suppressive fire. Hotun looking to get out of harm's way. Is that going to be enough? It looks like Titan Esports are so low right now, still juggling around as ZZ picks up the Lord, and now able to hopefully find themselves an escape. 3 down for Infinity, but they pick themselves up a Lord.
The Lord here goes for Infinity, but what cost? 3 players here down, but now the Lord is heading in the upper side, and I don't think that this is going to do much, because with the last 2 players now, there's no chance to working in the macro. There's no chance to cause pressure in the other lanes here. Fanboy, all he can do is watch their Lord being taken down, being melted so fast, and not even that. They already lost. They also lost the turret number 2 in the top side.
Yeah, and right now, like I said, I'm just not seeing the use of the chip. Fanboy has kind of really been held down. I feel like Influence Rage doing a good job making sure that they stick together. In fact, the only times I see the ults come out from Fanboy is usually around a lot of these Lord fights, which, I mean, it's not really repositioning too much when you're throwing down the portals and everybody's already right next to each other. So very interesting use here right now for the side of Titan Esports, doing a good job. 9-15 lead, just over 1K for Titan right now.
Yeah, so we're heading out the 17 minutes and a half. 15 kills here for Titan Esports. Both teams here, like the map situation is almost even, you know. Only the high ground here for Influence Rage, while Infinity still have the tower number 2 in the mid lane here, standing with a half HP. But now both teams now are working on pushing the minion waves on the sides and the mid lane, waiting for the next Lord. But because they know that even with a simple mistake here can be the end of this game.
Yeah, and we've seen it before when it comes to when we start getting late game, especially with a Zushin on the enemy team. You really are kind of waiting to get to that super late game so that you can get the power you need to be able to burst her down in the back. And especially for a pick like a Wanwan that needs sometimes. Fury's sitting at 3-0-8 right now. So doing a good job despite Wanwan kind of falling out of favor when it comes to the meta right now. The only problem for me is the kit of Wanwan. When you use that crossbow at Tang, 90% of the time what you're getting your stacks on is going to be a tank or something heavier, somebody that's trying to get a lot of that damage, trying to tank a lot of that damage on the front line. And that's where I feel like Wanwan can kind of falter, because that's where the crossbow at Tang is going to be actually heading onto, is going to be the first person who's actuating onto you. Now Lord is up. Looks like the side of Titan Esports are looking to find themselves a good positioning to get. Oh, we have a little gank at the bottom lane. Is that going to be enough to take down Arctic? A big surprise for the side of Infinity, who are able to find the max out there. Is it going to be enough? Portal's coming back. Now they're coming in on to the side of Titan Esports. Big pop-up comes out from the Lord. The rest of Titan Esports are trying to back up. Lionel taking a huge amount of damage. They're going around. Here comes the real world manipulation. Is it going to be enough? Down goes ZZ. And now Fanboy might be in a little bit of trouble. Fury, a huge amount of damage onto the Zabloch, finds a kill onto Syndrek on the backside. It looks like Steffi might be in a little bit of trouble, getting tank on the front side there. You see Fanboy trying to stalk down onto Steffi. 4 members locked on. Steffi is not long for this. World's gonna get picked off on the back there by Zabloch and Lionel. Do they have enough to be able to pick off this Lord? Fanboy, smartly, a great job by the team to find out Hotun. Fury on the side there. They want to make sure they clear this out. You don't want to run. Oh my God, look at the damage on the Lionel. Fury on the side there. Lionel's gonna have to go back to base, and that is going to end Infinity's squabble at this Lord.
It all went through it. Both teams here like came from the even because Stefan was taken down, but he bought so much time for Titan Esports here, not letting the Lord getting guaranteed by Infinity. Now the Lord once again, Infinity is securing the Lord, no fighting back for Titan Esports. Okay, now the gank in the bottom lane to neutralize Arctic, it worked very well. They guarantee super minions in the bottom lane here. Now the Lord for Infinity. Everything now in the past few minutes was so in favor to Infinity now. The Lord heading in the bottom lane here. Now Infinity has the chance to work in the macro, to work like synchronizing the minion waves in the mid lane, in the top lane here. Meanwhile, the Lord is heading in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and we've already got a full build for Fury. No boots on this Wanwan, just bare feet slapping around on the land of Dawn. Hopefully looking for a way to try to defend it. Oh, we missed with the ultimate coming from ZZ. Is that going to be enough? Arctic takes a heap of damage on the backside. Fury trying to get some damage onto them. Lord is starting to meet at the core. Just a sneeze of health left on that top turret. Rusi gets taken out by Arctic. And that is going to be one down for the side of Infinity. Basically, no towers left on the side of Titan Esports. That top tower, a strong gust of wind is going to knock that thing over.
Yeah, is that like a whistle in the tower in the top side here? That can be taken down. But now here comes Titan Esports once again. The chase continues.
Ooh, out comes the real world manipulation. They thought they had Lionel under control. And this is what I talk about. You've got the flicker, you've got the ultimate, you've got so many avenues of escape, and it's so hard. I feel like the only time they're actually able to get down onto Lionel on the Zushin is when he himself puts himself in the harm's way. I think 2 fights ago, you saw him dive a little too deep with his positioning and run right into the rest of Titan Esports and underneath a real world manipulation. So it's very tricky for them right now, but I feel like we're getting later and later. I feel like Titan Esports is getting a little bit more successful, but it's coming down to Fanboy. Is he going to be able to make use of a lot of these portals? We saw it already. As soon as he was able to take down Arctic, it immediately shifted the pace of this game.
I think that is definitely terrorizing Infinity so much. Did you see Zabloch's build? He bought in Immortality and the Winter Crown. He wants to be very safe in the possible team fights here. To the Lord, you know, to the victory. So he is really concerned about that. What Steffi and Baxia, for example, of Hotun can do it in the back line or in the flank. So once again, the Lord in the pit, in the bottom side of the river, Steffi is the most aggressive one here for Titan Esports. Look at Fanboy. Look where Fanboy is here, trying to do something. Now Lord is getting reset, is getting started, so Infinity is trying to bait Titan Esports to the possible lasting fight.
Yeah, they're trying their best here, down to about 50%. Here comes Hotun from the side. He sees the Lord is low. Oh, he might be going to mid. It looks like they're going to have a little bit of a clash at mid. Is this going to be the opening that Infinity needs to be able to pick down this Lord? Lionel still creating that distance, is not getting picked off yet. Big pop-up lands for the Lord. ZZ takes it. He's going to use that ultimate to try to get in there. Scoops up the enemy jungler. Is that going to be enough time to get off this retribution? ZZ in the middle, looking for an angle. Can't Can he find it? Looking for the retribution. ZZ gets the retribution in the midst of a Titan Esports fray. 3 members there, and ZZ still manages to get the retribution. And now Titan Esports on the run.
In the battle of retribution here, ZZ was the best, was even better here than Hotun, guaranteeing another Lord. Both teams have one player less, but the Lord is heading in the mid lane here. The question is Infinity will be able to finish this game now?
Yeah, right now you can see a huge gank that's going to be landed onto Steffi. Wondering if Steffi can try to get away. That's an entire team there chasing him down. And, actually lasting a little longer than you think. Steffi just taking him for a little bit of a ride. Now Lord crashing down at mid, taking down to 25% health. That last and final tower, you can see ZZ just walks up and bashes down. Now we're looking for the rest of the team members from Infinity to come in here onto Titan Esports. They now spit out. Hotun in trouble against the wall, getting taken down. Immortality has been procced. Another one coming in from Arctic. Lionel finds the kill onto Hotun, and that is going to be a first game for Infinity.
The first intense, chaotic game here in the best of 5 goes for Infinity. 1-0, Zena.
Yes, what a match that was. We had Titan Esports going in and getting their first 2 kills, but answered back by Infinity there. They kept it even the entire match right then and there, but then that macro at the end towards that 3rd Lord by Infinity was them trying to do that backdoor, had them going for a run there. Titan was not able to do much there at that point.
And that's just kind of the power of a lot of those. I want to say it could have been rested all up on Zushin and them not being able to close the distance, but I felt like Fanboy did a great job being able to find the angles that they needed to get onto Arctic. Also, ZZ on that was able to kind of be able to get the great retribution to get the Lord in the midst of like 2 or 3 different members from Titan Esports underneath that Lord pit, still able to find the retribution. And I feel like that is what kind of rallied the team to that game-winning push.
Yeah, so it comes the victory for Infinity here. Like, as we were talking about, like, how this game were extending and some performance we were talking about, especially with Fanboy, for example, with a chip choice that in the early game, in the mid lane, there was not so effective, but by the time that the game was passing, by the time that the minutes were passing in the game, Fanboy was like, trying to find and trying to create some alternatives for Infinity here to get some advantage. And I think that the turning point was the gank in the bottom lane that they surprised. I think that it was the gold laner for Titan Esports. They took down the player, and then they guaranteed the super minions, and there was even a time enough for they heading back for the Lord to find a fight for the Lord. So by this time, I think that Titan Esports was like just a little bit concerned about what Fanboy was about to do, was about to start with this chip, you know. So there was one of the points, there was one of the reasons that like I felt that Titan Esports was trying to every time to find something to respond this making this creativity a box from a Fanboy here, that it didn't work for Titan Esports. But the first game was really intense.
Yes, it was
an intense game.
For sure.
Yeah, a lot of action that came out. Like I said, I was a little bit critiquey in the early bits of it because we didn't have too many ganks coming out from Chip, especially Fanboy, who I was already singing praises for because his chip has been outstanding. One of the big pluses that we've been getting from Infinity. It just took him time to be able to find the opportunities that he needed to be able to kind of stick onto Arctic as well. As the matches progressed on there, that I felt like I think you're right. I think the turning turning point for Infinity was definitely the gank onto Arctic, and that just gave them the momentum. Then when that second fight came out, though, just being able, ZZ underneath, I think it was Hotun was there, I think Arctic was there. They both tried the best that they could to stop ZZ, who was still able to get the retribution. So a great job there by Infinity, by ZZ, to kind of have the patience that he needed.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. There did an amazing job. Just Lionel on the Zushin. You were saying that she's a force to be reckoned with, that Zushin, and she was this time around as well. She traveled real well around with Fanboy there, making sure that they were in most of the team fights together to make sure they get that CC for the team to come in and get those wins. All right, so right here, some players follow the pace, but this one is set. I just said Lionel taking that MVP with 824 KDA, 81.5 total damage, and 689 golds per minute. Oh, Zushin, prio ban, we all say.
Yeah, we can all say that Lionel is a very good mid laner, one of the best that we have in AMER South. But it also shows the power of Zushin so far in the meta, you know, because we're seeing almost 100% of prioritizing here to be banned, to be picked, you know. And in this first game here, he was the responsible for guarantee the victory for Infinity. And we are talking about global ban. We're seeing so many people in the chat like, okay, better ban cheap. Oh, this machine will be come again. But no, guys, we are talking about global ban. So Infinity is not allowed to repeat these heroes in this match anymore. But Titan Esports can pick these heroes, you know, because that's what a global ban is. The dynamic, the creativity here for the draft, it is still happening. But still talking about Lionel here with the Zushin, with a very Zushin. It's like it's almost unfair here to play with this mage, because she has mobility, she has damage, she has like this crowd control when the lantern is stacked. So it's very difficult to play against a Zushin, not only because of the meta, not only because of the buffs that she got, you know, but with the whole pack of ability that she has, it's not that easy to fight against.
My challenge is finding a Zushin that doesn't get MVP. It's like I consider her so OP. It's just like, all right, do we really need to mention that? Okay, of course they got MVP on their team as well. It's just one of those picks that is very strong, and it's almost like I almost feel like I'm biased when I'm trying to understand the game at the end and trying to understand where the winning conditions came from, because it's like, of course it was the Zushin putting on all this suppressive damage and the CC. We all know that it's basically a standard when a Zushin's out there, but what else did the team do that was successful? Because we all know Zushin was going to do great on it. But I mean, it just kind of speaks. It's so hard to deal with. I did see a few opportunities coming out from Titan Esports in the early game. It felt like they were better in the early game than as the game went on dealing with the Zushin. They were able to surprise her. They were able to get those the CC onto her, get the kills very early, and then as the game went on, they found it harder and harder to close the distance, to get over there, and ultimately that was, I want to say, one of the bigger downfalls for them.
Yeah, I was thinking it's the fact that they learned from their mistakes, right? So they know how they were doing in the beginning of the game, able to catch her off guard. But towards the end, she had her full front with her, right? So she was able to kind of counteract that. They were able to protect her more often than not, because they had more control of that map. And I think that it was kind of what kind of helped them later on there. So we go ahead and ban that Zushin because they already know she was a beast. And of course the Freya ban.
Yeah, and always reminding you to the people who are watching us and who is not used to get familiarized with the global ban. These gray choices here. It means the heroes that the team is not allowed to pick anymore in this best of 5, you know, so they are here. So Titan Esports are not allowed to pick 1-1 anymore, CC anymore, and Infinity are not allowed to repeat the Zunshin, the Barretts, and it goes on, you know. So and now we're seeing the draft from the second game with the bans happening here. Parrot, Guinevere, and Zunshin for Infinity, while we have Marcel once again, Freya, and now let's see the third ban, and I believe it's gonna be Baxia. Not to let Infinity here play with this jungler in the first pick can be a very good choice.
Oh, then you're gonna have open. I believe you're still gonna have the Sora open. Valentina will be out there as well. For one side, so we're gonna go ahead and leave that Baxia open, and I believe that's gonna be scooped up very quickly by Infinity if they. I mean, we've seen some pretty dominant Baxia games here today as well for both of these teams. And then answered back as well. So seeing where both of these teams, I think they're kind of. I don't think they were expecting the Harith ban, so they're kind of like, wait, or the Harley ban, so they're like, wait a minute. We go Baxia, right? So that's very interesting to see how it comes out.
Yes, they're trying to figure out what they want to choose here. I said they went ahead and banned out a gold laner, one of the higher ones themselves. So I was thinking they could have picked that up for themselves, but at the same time, I guess they wanted to go with something else more priority, like the Baxia here, and did not want to give that Harith to the Titan Esports.
Yeah. I thought that Infinity was about to cook Baxia just a little bit more because Titan Esports is not allowed to repeat Baxia in this best of 5. So I think that they could cook. No, let him cook this Baxia. But no, they didn't think. I think that they didn't think about it as the first pick here for Infinity. But now let's see the response for Titan Esports so far. As a private was saying, we have Valentina open, we have Sora open here. That could be a very interesting duo. There's Sora and Valentina for avoiding trouble, but not even close what I said here because he comes with Show and Zetian.
Well,
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely would not have predicted the Zetian and Show as the next pick coming out from Titan Esports.
Okay.
I don't know. Usually, Cho's been kind of making his way back in here a bit. We saw him in the first series, I believe. I think if I mentioned it back then, it was like 40% win rate. People were just having trouble. I feel he's one of those, like a Fanny, that you have to be masterfully good at the show to make him even be like significant and have a significant impact on your match, much less being able to angle your way of the dragon kicks in a way that was really benefiting your team. This is going to be very interesting. I even hesitate to say that the first series we saw Cho made the impact, like the game difference impact in that match. I feel like maybe, and I feel like that game just went so well that literally you could have had an Angela out there, and I think the team still would have won. That's just how dominant it was. But I want to say, we'll see how well this Cho can kind of come in. I do like it against some of these picks, especially because of how strong Bruno can be. And maybe if we can kind of get to that back line, isolate him down, we'll be able to shut him down indefinitely.
yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they ended up picking the carry when they already had chosen a Bruno, so they could have, made the most of it and picked something else. Like that they need here, like a jungle or a good roamer or something. But okay, they went ahead and banned the Soyu and the Lilia here, trying to make sure they take out some mages off the board. But they forgot that the Valentina is still open, I'm sure. I don't know if Infinity does not play Valentina or something, so
I agree with you, Zena, with the carry situation here, but I think that Titan decided to guarantee carry here because because There might be the situation that Infinity could ban a carry, you know, in the
you're
3
right.
and 4 banning phase. So they decided to guarantee carry here because even though that could not work with the idea of the composition, but we are talking about carry. We're talking about a very strong late game. We're talking about true damage, melting down tankies. So I think that Titan could not let this a chance pass here to guarantee this a very strong gold lane marksman here. But now heading to the picks phase once again, Alice goes for Titan Esports here, heading for the XB lane. And now let's see the two last choices for Infinity. Assuming there is still XP and mid lane lacking. Kagura! Oh, nice. And okay, now the XP lane, who's gonna be? Lapu, is it still open? No, they already used the Lapu. Terizla is banned. Who else? CC? Maybe? Could be.
I'm not sure that we've seen enough CCs out here to kind of put her at that priority.
No. Famous. Famous.
So I guess the question at mid is what we can do against the Zushin to try to get a decent amount of that burst damage. Especially we're kind of looking at a big CC when it comes to Minotaur, a big wide berth when it comes to that Minoan Fury. This is a very interesting draft for both of these teams because I'm kind of trying to figure out where some of these picks are going to shine. Cho, I mean, as soon as there's such a big berth on the Minoan Fury that I feel like Cho's gonna have trouble getting inside against the Bruno, against the Kagura, who can just use her umbrella to get away from them as well. Thamus will be very interesting too. They can go ahead and shut him down, get the way of the dragon kick onto him to stop him from doing auto attacks, to stop him from getting the regen that he needs to survive. So very interesting picks on both sides.
Yeah, very interesting here. Now the last choice for Leomord in jungle here for Hotun's hand. But now bringing the Leomord, it means that the sides here has to be as strong as they were working on. Alice on XP lane, carry in a gold lane here. So Fury has to take care about, like, with any try of Infinity trying to neutralize this carry in the early and mid game here to avoid her items, to avoid her damage, because they brought a lot of tankies here. They brought the Tamus, they brought Baxa, they brought Minotaur here. So it's a party for a carry. So they have to take care about it. But they also have mobility with Baxa, with the Kagura, also Bruno here, especially in the early game, that can impact very positively for Infinity. But this answer we are about to see right now, because, ladies and gentlemen, guys, folks, welcome to the Land of Dawn, to the second game here, Infinity versus Titan Esports. Let's go private.
Yeah, both of these teams, I want to say Titan Esports, looking to reply in kind from the loss they just took in that first game from the side of Infinity. And I'm trying to figure out the early game here. I mean, you've got a decent amount from ZZ, and when it comes to, I don't know about lineup. I feel like the early games can definitely be going to be going over to Titan Esports. There are a lot of damage, a big scuffle there just for the Litho Wanderer. It's very important for both of these teams. It does get you a little bit of, I want to say a little bit of a speed boost for your team to be able to kind of to get back and forth in a map. Steffi just being a nuisance back and forth, getting those Jeet Kundo kicks and raises in. Oh, Rusi does not decide to go in against him, as Steffi now looking to be a nuisance here at the bottom lane. ZZ sees it now. Oh, Steffi actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, Fanboy and Lionel right there to get some damage on. Steffi's going to be able to leap over that ledge to safety, down to 25%. But as we said, just being that nuisance that he needs to be.
Steffi laughs in the face of a danger here. Here is like walking through the jungle. Zaplats. Oh my goodness. Yeah, carry. Okay, there was Hotun's hand here, like help for trying to get this advantage on the top lane here, the gold lane. But even though we cannot underestimate carry with a very strong late game, but the true damage can come with very strong in the early game also. But now the first turtle here in the downside of the river, both teams are fighting.
Yeah, Rusi actually comes in, activates that Cauterit Inferno, trying to lie into Hotun. It's going to allow ZZ the time he needs to be able to scoop up that first turtle. So great positioning there coming out from Rusi to be able to kind of be that one-man wrecking crew. ZZ actually in a little bit of trouble here, getting pounced on. Arctic on the side there as well, joined up by Rusi to help provide for that escape.
Yeah, Steffi here is just a little bit behind even from Fanboy here. He didn't get the level of number 4, but now he's going to get.
Ooh, he might be in trouble there. Lionel gonna scoop up that kill with that Yin Yang Overture. A great catch there coming out from Infinity. And oh, another big damage coming out. Rusi finds a kill onto Hotun. Arctic in trouble. Rusi dusting, putting off the dust from his shoulder as he scoops himself up a double.
My goodness, Rusi, take my energy once again with a very strong Thanos here. 2-0-0 so far. Once again, another very interesting early game for Infinity here so far. Now here comes a 2v2 in the top side here. Maybe because Kagura was heading up, but now Fanboy is roaming for the mid lane as Steffi is doing the same thing here. Oh, damn, like 3 minutes here, almost 4. Here comes the very interesting advantage for Infinity game.
Ooh, well, the Yin Yang Overture coming in from Lionel is going to go in. Then you do have the Phantom Steed coming out. Steffi comes in, finds a pop-up on to ZZ, but both teams creating some distance, no worse for wear.
Yeah, let's see now, Lionel here with the Kagura, another strong millionaire.
Oh! Rusi finds another kill unanswered at the bottom lane, bringing it to a 4-0 game. Steffi actually in a little bit of trouble here, taking a heap of damage. Is going to have to Jikundo his way back underneath the tower of Titan Esports.
Yeah, and that's the result here from Rusi's strong so far. He guarantees the kill, he guarantees the gold energy in the turret in the bottom lane, and the most important, guarantee the turtle, the second one for Infinity. Oh, here comes!
Yeah, you can see a nice little, ultimate coming out from Hotun with the Phantom Steed. Is it going to be enough? Lionel's going to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Fanboy taking a heap of damage, comes in with a pop-up onto 2 members. Hotun finishes him off as ZZ finds a kill of his own onto Arctic Fury. Not able to find the kill in a stun underneath the tower issued onto Cindric as he's going to have to step back. A great play there by Infinity to protect their towers.
He used the flick to try to get the kill, but it wasn't enough. And Syndra didn't have the ultimate here. That could be very good. But now once again,
yeah, another Phantom Steed comes out with Arctic having the Throne of Ruin out, or the Doom Waltz trying to spray on that damage. Rusi's gonna have to create a little bit of distance now, not able to absorb all the health that he wants. Steffi in a good position, looking for the hit onto Zablach, who's gonna be trying to issue out soccer balls. Steffi takes some more damage. Fanboy on the side from the back. ZZ coming in underneath the tower. He just notices Arctic was right there. A good read coming out from Titan Esports as well. Looks like Infinity want to go ahead and get some damage onto these lane minions to cut up this lane.
Yeah, but now Infinity here is trying to work with a high tempo doing the proxy, but I don't think that is going to be possible. But though, they still continue the pressure.
Yeah, they're going to go in. Throne of Ruin lands on the 3 members. We do have the Rage of the Phoenix coming on as well. Underneath the tower, Lionel able to find a kill onto Steffi. Fanboy on the backside. ZZ able to find a kill onto Fury. And down goes Arctic as well. 8-1 in favor of Infinity.
Fanboy, you are insane! What a beautiful knockout from Minotaur here, heading up 3 players of Titan Esports. Infinity goes forward, goes aggressive, goes far, and gets more advantage. Gets the tower in the top lane, gets 1 more turret, 1 kill for Titan Esports versus 8 for Infinity. The goal lead here heading for almost 5 5K, my friend Private. Everything is working well for Infinity Esports.
Yeah, Infinity are just a well-oiled machine here. Even underneath the tower, Minoan Fury goes in. Fanboy knows he's got the tankiest chance of being able to go underneath that tower. Does it while the rest of Infinity go in with the cleanup to find the kill. Now we are finally starting to make our way through a lot of these towers. Still a mid tower that they're going to need to get for the side of Titan Esports to really cinch in this game. As we all know, that mid tower is so important to opening up the map for your team to make sure that the enemy has a shorter distance that they can run back to and be safe. Zablach finds himself another tier 2 tower up at the top, while Fury finds a tower of their own. I believe that is going to be the second for the side of Titan Esports.
Yeah, Titan Esports here is doing the cross map to trying to turn the game even, but oh!
Yeah, he saw the way the dragon come out, but it came on to Fanboy, who's going to be able to use that Minoan Fury immediately under the team. Now the rest of Titan Esports on the run from this team. They don't, Infinity does not have the minions at mid to really make a stand at mid or try to take down that tower, and that is unfortunate for them. Still an 8-1 game, about a 5K gold lead for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, it was a very fast initiation here for both teams, but no one was taken down. And the tower number 1 in the mid lane is still standing for Titan Esports. But the fact is, 5 seconds for the first Lord. Fury guaranteeing a golden staff for carry. Another items for the Trinity, but oh, Steffi! In the mid lane, he was able to survive using the umbrella from Lionel here. It's another interesting situation for both teams because the Lord is already on the pit.
Ooh, Holton goes in underneath the tower onto Lionel, trying to use that umbrella escape, is able to juke him out, and Hotun walks away empty-handed. Thought he had that kill synced in, and this is going to open it up a little bit for Infinity to start up and get positioning onto this turtle. You can see Rusi locking on to Steffi. He's going to look, it doesn't have that Cauterant Inferno activated just yet. Steffi on the back end looking for an angle to get in there. Now Rusi latches on to Arctic. Still waiting for an opportunity at the back end. You can see Steffi doing his best, trying to get in there. We do have the Rage of the Phoenix coming out. ZZ still able to pick up the Lord. Lionel finds a kill onto Steffi. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be another 2 kills for the side of Infinity and a Lord for their side as well.
The Lord goes for Infinity. Another kill goes for Infinity. The advantage goes for Infinity so far. Once again, the items has Gloss, Berserker Fury for Bruno. Wild Carry here has the Golden Staff, Corrosion Sight. Both marksmen here are heading for the Trinity core items. But even though Infinity has so large advantage so far, now they're heading for the tower number 1 in the mid lane. The focus continue, the pressures continue. Infinity goes forward, goes aggressive. The horizon is not the limit.
Yeah, right now, Rusi now looking for a way he can kind of get into. I feel like these fights don't exactly fail. Ooh, Arctic actually came in with the Doom Waltz, still continually trying to get that life drain up. Now, a big focus coming up onto the top and bottom lanes. It looks like Titan Esports is, they are split up. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Is that going to be enough? They immediately burst down the Lord. Only the high grounds left for the side of Titan Esports. In come the minions, and a big Minoan Fury lands on to 3 members of the side of Titan Esports. Now taking some damage underneath the tower. Minions from the side as well, and it does look like Infinity going to have to turn away.
Yeah, now here Rusi is forced to head back because his life was so low. Now he's regenerating here while farming the jungle. Now forcing the Infinity heads back. They don't want to take any risks because they know that Titan Esports is a very strong team. The Trinity here for carry. Malefic Gun for Bruno to get a high range. Steffi, you have to take care. You are a show. Okay. You have mobility. Okay. You have dash. Okay. But you are not a god. You are not immortal. And now, at this point of the game, with Leo now here, with Kagura so strong, they can burst almost everyone in Titan Esports composition.
I want to say, looking at the stats, it looked like Rusi's about 3K ahead of Arctic right now, which is just crazy, especially on a Thamus. I feel like Thamus is almost doing a little bit of a better job trying to get into the line, activating that Cauterin Inferno. Ooh, Steffi getting chased down now. Does get caught a little bit there from Azizi, who decides not to press the advantage. Doesn't really want that fight just yet. Oh, 4 members here. Hotun takes an umbrella to the face for his efforts. They're going to go ahead and clear out that mid lane.
Yeah, but now 5 seconds remaining for the next Lord. It is a big wave on the bottom lane that Zablak is going to farm. Oh, it's a beautiful farm here for Zablak. So many minions in the bottom lane here. He can buy another items, but now both teams are dancing around this Lord. Here comes the Phantom's team once again. Hotun trying to find something. Let's go.
Yeah, Rusi gonna come in the middle of this phrase and latch on to Hotun, who takes a heap of damage, and Rusi able to find the kill. We do have the Throne of Rune coming out, but Zablach able to find the kill onto Arctic. The rest of Titan Esports on the run as Infinity immediately turn their attention to the Lord. Steffi, not one to go down without a fight, wants to be as annoying as possible. Now, the damage coming onto this Lord, and that's gonna be a clean pickup for ZZ.
It was like seeing the devil in your face, looking at this Thanos here from Rusi. Did you see the damage that he caused to Overhun? It was unbelievable so far for Infinity. 11 kills versus only 1 for Titan Esports. Radiant armor, ice dominance for Alice here, but it doesn't care too much. It doesn't even matter too much because the advantage for Infinity, it's so big, it is so large so far that they just go through it. They just play forward. They just go ahead.
Yeah, we're at about a 10K gold lead for Infinity. Phantom Steed comes out again for Titan Esports, trying to protect the top high ground tower. That's down now as well. Arctic with the Doom Wall, so now looking for the damage. Comes in on the back line, but ZZ finds an immediate kill back there. Lord now swinging away at the core. Titan Esports doing the best they can to protect it. Auto attacks going off, and that is going to be game 2 for the side of Infinity.
Game 2 here goes for Infinity. What a massacre. What a stop here for Infinity over Titan Esports, Zina.
Yes, what a massacre that was. Infinity goes into the 5-minute mark with 5 kills, and they just kept going with that, keeping strong, showing their supremacy over the whole map, 9-1 by the 12-minute mark later on, right? And so they just kept on going. They were able to punish them and show them who was boss in that round for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a great game there, having the combination of the Boxia, having the combination of the Thamus in there, absolutely making use. You'd almost want to know like what made Alice so fearsome with how that game was played, because they absolutely were able to shut the Alice pick down to the point that even when they had their backs against the wall for the side of Titan Esports, they weren't able to stop any of these pushes. A great setting potential coming from the Minoan Fury underneath the towers to back up the enemy team away from that. So just a great job overall by all of the players of Infinity.
So it comes a situation now for Titan Esports, Xena and Private, that is comes a little bit complicated now. I have to be like, okay, just a little bit, not to say that it's a very huge complicated, because it is already 2-0 for Infinity, and now we're attacking the stats here. 13 kills versus only 1 in Hotun's hands for Infinity Esports. 2-0. Lionel here with Kagura, another astonishing performance. But what can we say about Rusi and this Thanos? Another XP lane here with a very solid performance, especially in the early game, that the Thanos guarantee a double kill, guarantee pressure. He took the tower in the bottom lane so fast, and now he was able to roaming to help the rest of the teams. And we can talk about Fanboy with Minotaur using the ultimate to knocking up 3 players all the time here versus Titan Esports. Once again, Infinity, the synergy, the execution of the composition. Here, we are seeing now the double kill for Rusi in the minute number 3. That could guarantee a farming items for him so far to roaming and help the situation. Now I see Fury using the flick, trying to kill over Zaplex, but it wasn't enough, and Syndra didn't have the ultimate here to trying to take down. But Infinity working sometimes in a high tempo here to take advantage of these situations, especially when Titan was trying to respawn in the other side of the map with the cross map here, taking down the towers. But even though Infinity didn't hesitate for a moment to take the actions to dominate the pace, to dominate here the intentions, the actions, not only for team fights but also for objectives. 3 turtles. I don't remember a Lord heading for Titan Esports in this second game, so it was a full dominance for Infinity since the first minute here so far. Guaranteed 2-0 for Infinity Esports.
Yeah, I feel like on one side, you're already kind of up against the grain when you're facing a Boxia as an Alice, because Boxia's whole kit basically is a one big anti-heal. But you mix that in with a Thamus pickup too, who's got just an amazing 1v1 potential. It's going to be a ruined game for you.
And here we go. This player didn't wait for opportunities. They created them. Your MVP is Rusi. Artemis with 404 KDA, 44.3k total damage, and 717 golds per minute. What a force he was during that match.
Yeah, I don't remember any Thamos phrase right now, but what I can imagine is like, I am strong, or something like that, because we're talking about Thamos, right? So once again, Rusi here showing in a high performance with the XP laners heroes, you know. So now with Thamos, not only because of the kills, not only because of the damage that he was causing, we saw a team fight in the mid lane that he deleted Hotun, he finished Hotun with a very high damage, but also to help the team with this macro game, because in the early game, he was able to take the tower down in the bottom lane, and after that, he was roaming, he was trying to help the team every time, especially to guarantee the objectives. So that's why Rusi worked so well, he played so well in this second game here so far to help Infinity guarantee the second victory.
Yeah, an amazing game there too. Especially, I want to say it was the first turtle fight where Rusi was able to kind of come in and zone out the enemy team, which answered a lot of questions for me when it came to the playstyle of this Thamus, who can usually have a little bit of trouble when it comes to getting kited out by the enemy. But he just put such an immense amount of pressure on the Alice from the opening minute. And then, yes, able to zone out both the Alice and then zone out Hotun as well, which allowed for that first free turtle to get picked up by Infinity. And that already told you how this game was going to go, how that Thamus was going to be played as this just working wall to protect their teammates when they're trying to go for some of these objectives.
Yes, and he was a wall for sure. That Alice did not have time to even recover from it. She wasn't doing very well, looking at her deaths during that last match. But it could be a different story this time around. Their communication was just on point, Infinity. They did a wonderful job being able to get their damage dealers to get that full-on bursty damage they needed to keep snowballing the other team.
Yeah, and you know what, guys? That's the beauty of MLBB. That's the beauty of AMER South, because this team, they were in the finals in the last season on MPL Latam season 4, and now they're just one game to say goodbye to AMER South. At least this split, you know. So the things that changes are so fast. They're so dynamic here that one day you're in the top, another day you were like in the bottom, you know. So you have to manage the success, you have to manage the experience and the performance so far. So now the question is, Titan Esports, they have substitutes. They have Orochi, that was a former champion for the Old Black Sentence last season, which plays in the XP lane. They have Chan, that is another mid lane. So the question is it time, like, will Titan give the chance for these players play now, for example, in the last game, or will they continue with the lineup to trying to reverse that situation? So, guys, what do you think about it?
I mean, I don't see a reason not to make any changes now, to just if you're trying to look for an experimentation. I usually am a very big stickler for sticking it out. One of the biggest things that I feel like a lot of teams underestimate is synergy with your team. You can have all the skill in the world, you can have the best coaches, but if you are just not syncing with your team, it's going to be one of the biggest deficits that you're going to have to overcome. And you can't build that by consistently changing people out, losing faith, going to different teams and things like that. You just have to stick it out and hope and build from there. Have the confidence to continue on with that same thing, and try the different drafts, try to learn from each other. That's always been my biggest thing when it comes to drafting, rather than trying to change things out at the last moment. I've seen nothing but like utter horror from the beginning of like changing out, whether somebody can't make it for a game and you end up having to adjust your jungler to the XP lane and the roam to the marksman, and you have to make all these different changes that end up just completely throwing your composition or your players out of whack. So but I'm not a coach for teams and stuff like that, so I leave that decision to those guys.
I don't know. I agree with you though on that front. The fact that more teams, I feel like, do better if they keep going at it with each other, and then they learn from it, and like they gain that synergy that they can keep going on with the communication that they start to have and all that stuff. But if you keep changing people out and even changing roles within the team, it kind of stunts your growth there, right? So like someone that used to be a roamer turning into the jungle, and it just changes everything.
Yeah, it's at least now for Titan Esports, they have a very hard situation so far, 2-0 for Infinity. Now we are waiting for the third draft here, because there's so many things that we can see about, that we can talk about, like about Titan Esports performance, about Infinity's performance, about what Fanboy can bring in this third game, for example, that he used to bring something different, not so far from the meta, but a Balearic, a Minotaur, a ship, so maybe he can bring something unusual once again here to surprise the enemy. So everything we can look and we can talk about for this third games, folks.
I mean, he's been, I want to say, in the South, I feel like he's been the most successful with not S-tier picks. I don't want to say that they're off the meta, because they're not terribly too wide from the meta. Chip has his place. Minotaur has his place. Lolita, we might go ahead and put that back on the shelf. Let it sit there for a little. But I feel like, I mean, I feel like he's not on the verge of like what we've seen from like in the North Nighthorde, where they have all of these, you don't even know what to ban from them, because they have all these different picks that they've made work. Here, I feel like it's almost not worth it to say that he's stepping outside the box. It's just that he's not sticking to the engraved meta that we've been seeing, and that's keeping his roaming positions pretty fluid. Not just fluid, but they've had their strengths that they've been able to go with. Minotaur being able to go underneath towers to get that Minoan Fury, so that now you're zoning out the entire enemy. Chip being able to go on those side lanes to find the pickoff that are needed before returning immediately back to the objective for them. So I mean, he's done a great job of being able to kind of balance that not being confined by the meta, but still respecting it and understanding what things would work best for a composition that might not be the Khalid or the Hilda or the Grok
Aleia.
or something like that. Yeah, Ikalea as well.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that he is choosing these random heroes that are not meta might be throwing off these teams, right? Because the fact that they're not used to training against it, or they wouldn't expect it to be chosen, and he has that comfortability with them. So it makes it even more harder for the other teams to kind of gauge and kind of do something about it, because they're just not used to fighting against teams that actually play these heroes in the tournaments.
Yeah, that's a good point, Zina. And plus, they're not able to, like, I think that Infinity says something like, okay, we have these heroes, we have this, like, roaming choices here, you know, so okay, maybe we can think just a little bit outside of the box, but not changing too much, you know, not trying to difficult to try hard the execution, you know what I mean? For example, Marcel, they think, okay, we don't want to play with Marcel because even though he is very strong, he's in the meta, maybe the composition, maybe the idea could not be the best for us, you know. So they think about some heroes out of the box, but not that difficult, you know. The execution are clean, the composition, the wombo combo are fast and clean for them, so it helps them to guarantee a strong mentality and an easier play style during the game, you know. So as we see now, Harley, the first pick for a Titan Esports, and I was thinking about that Yuzong and Rusi's hand here, because he used Lapu Lapu in the first game. Now he used Thamos, so maybe for him now Yuzong here could be a very good choice for him. That now he's confident, now he plays powerful in the XP lane here for Infinity. So Harit and Yuzong for Infinity. The response for Titan Esports comes with Uranus and Valentin.
The Uranus is an interesting pick for me, just because I'm not sure what it's kind of where its benefit is coming from. You're absolutely right when it comes to Rusi. On the Yuzong, we saw him with the Lapu, and in a lot of those fights, I wish I could have encapsulate everything that was going on, but I did notice while a lot of those team fights were going on that immediately as the real world manipulation came down, Rusi immediately closed the distance to be able to dish out the damage from the still target. Nolan has been he's been on the teeter-totter. I feel like it goes into the skill, it fits very well into the skill level of the person that's playing it. You really need to have the trust in you and your teammates to kind of get that advantage, keep that advantage, so that you're not getting overwhelmed here, to be able to kind of go in, get that damage, or even be able to split push once you start to fall behind. He's I want to say he's a high risk, high reward type of hero, because I honestly sometimes I'm just not a fan, because I just hate coin flips. I hate is this game gonna go well or is it just not? Because if it's not, there's nothing I can do about it as a Nolan. I mean, if you got the skill level 4, we'll see how well it kind of goes into it.
Yeah, it seems like they're target banning the roams right now, and they just banned out Eudora and Bruno here. I guess they're trying to make sure they're not going to pick up any mages on the side of Infinity. That could be good. What do they have, or who can they choose? I know Lilia is still probably open for them.
Yeah, maybe Lilia, maybe... I don't think that Ivy could fit in that composition here as a static mage, you know, like trying to help with the follow-up of the damage here for Infinity. When they have Nolan with a hybrid. Yeah, okay, I was thinking about Belleric too. So Fanboy brought also, yes, he brought also this Belleric before. So now he's another. So once again, a Belleric here being in the Land of Dawn. The response here for Titan Esports comes with Badang and Granger. Granger versus Harriet. It will depend a lot more with the skill shot. You know, Harriet is so much easier to play. I don't think this is a good idea, to be honest.
I'm not gonna lie, before the Belleric pick, I was kind of wondering how Nolan's gonna go into some of these heroes. You got a lot of dashing abilities, so Nolan, if he's gonna try to get the fracture, you've got, it takes a little bit of hesitation. Harley's gonna be able to jump out of the way, Valentina's gonna be able to jump out of the way, but if you combine that with the taunt that Belleric has and his ability to kind of draw people close, I feel like you have the ability. Oh, and you have a Zetzian who's gonna be able to get that rage of the Phoenix out there as well. So you've got a good amount of CC to hold down a lot of these players on the side of Titan Esports.
Yeah, and one thing here that can help Infinity again, and a plus, it's a plus here for Infinity. It's always that I always used to say that Zetian here and her buff that turns like the nerf the magic resistance here. So Zetian's and each ability that she casts, that she uses, it is turn the magic resistance of the enemy weaken. So Harriet can come with the damage, with the ultimate, and with the dash from the second one. So it can be very interesting for Infinity here with a team fight. You know, with a 2-time team fight here for them. And Nolan comes to finish. The enemy comes to take a pick off, for example, before an objective. So that could be very interesting for Infinity. I don't think that Irena's doing so much here, Private, to be honest, for a Titan Esports. But let's see what he can do.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, possibly the game point here for Infinity as they are looking for a 3-0 sweep. And the Titan Esports Club looking to reply in kind for our last series of the night.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This could be the last game of the night. Titan Esports versus Infinity. That is also 2-0 to Infinity so far in this best of 5. It's the battle for survival. It's the battle for the competition. One is gonna still survive, one is gonna still take a breath, another one is gonna say goodbye. Private, let's go.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, and I'm trying to figure out where Uranus shines here. And what he can be doing. I do like the Badang pickup just because it just depends on how fast Steffi is going to be able to react to ZZ coming in. Are you going to be able to get some of those dashes in to stop Steffi, or are you just going to be just like a second too late to be able to trap him? Steffi already invading, getting enemy jungle in here as well, as we see the most boring XP fight in the world, as these two just slap each other back with their regenning abilities.
Yeah, you're right. But now here in the mid lane, both teams are concerned about like causing this pressure, you know, like controlling the minion waves. But oops, Fanboy. Ooh. Yeah, it hurts, 50%. Fanboy. It hurts. Yeah.
Yeah, 50% health already taken down there. Hotun looking for an angle to get in there. Oh, he's going to go ahead and immediately. Oh, I thought there was somebody over on that side on that turtle. He just used his teleport for no reason onto the turtle. Trying to get the surprise damage on the turtle. Turtle's shocked and he goes down. So that's going to be a first pickup there for the side of Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, and that was a good thing here for Titan Esports, but now they're focusing here, causing pressure with Rusi, doing a proxy here, but now Rusi!
Oh, he gets the dragon and able to use that black dragon to get out of harm's way of the deadly magic. A great gank there from Hotun, but quick thinking by Rusi is going to help him to find himself an escape. No worse for wear. Both teams are still sitting at 0.
Yeah, now Titan Esports with a different play style here in the third game, playing aggressive, playing forward, guaranteeing the first turtle. Now doing the proxy once again here with Arctic. It's with a different mentality here, but now ZZ was able to guarantee the orange buff so far, but now in the bottom lane. First blood for Titan Esports.
Yeah, Syndra came down there for a surprise onto Zablach, who gets taken out. Right now, a pretty firm beginning here for the side of Titan Esports. This is one is a lot different than we've been seeing from them. Infinity usually able to kind of juggle in the beginning, and you see already a 400 gold lead there coming out for Fury.
Yeah, they still they have to keep this dominance. You know, they have to keep taking the actions, playing aggressive, because even though we are having an interesting composition from Infinity here with a very interesting scale up with the ZTN, Rusi, even Zablax here with Harriet. You know, so. Okay, they have Fury with the Granger, which has an interesting scale so far, but they have to take care about that situation, you know. So for Infinity here, just like exist and let the time pass by to be strong, to become strong, to get the items, to get the farm here to fight as even, but. Titan Esports doesn't want to allow this happen. All the time they're trying to find something.
Yeah, you can see already. I mean, there's just not really a target for ZZ, especially up at the top. I mean, you're not going to go. You're not going to be able to burst down the Uranus here. He's going to go ahead and pick up. Ooh, Stephanie in a good position to surprise ZZ.
Oh, ZZ.
Good, a nice little dodge from ZZ. Reads that like a book. Fanboy on the side there. ZZ's getting stopped. He's not able to get in to maybe get this lord. Black Dragon is out. Fanboy in the midst of this. Out comes the Rage of the Phoenix. And ZZ, just as I said, he wasn't able to get in there. Down goes Steffi. A turtle is down as well for Infinity. Zablach able to find a kill onto Zindrak, and now it
Arctic.
does look like Titan Esports on the run. Arctic looking for an escape. Lionel takes some damage coming out from Hotun with that deadly magic, but ZZ comes in with the fracture to take down another kill. 1-0-1 for ZZ.
ZZ, the player with more than the 3,000 IQ. Boy, he was like sleeping in and sleeping out every time the jungler. In the end, he guaranteed his total, actually, the turtle for Infinity. Plus, 3 more kills for Infinity Esports here. We were talking about how aggressive the early game for Titan Esports was. But now, Infinity gets back in the game. Actually, he passes the goal lead. Almost 1K for Infinity Esports. Yeah, my friend Private here, Titan Esports has to rearrange the things once again.
Yeah, a big little clamor there at mid lane, but they do disperse right away. I feel like even when it comes to having a Uranus in your lane, I feel like Rusi's doing a great job keeping his gold up and his levels to kind of keep it competitive in that XP lane. A little bit of pressure kind of mounting at the mid lane. 33 seconds left on the next turtle.
Yeah, the next turtle here now, 26 seconds for the next one. Radiant armor now in Hirusi's hand to get more resistant here. Oh, Harley was trying to defend the tower number 1 in the top lane here, but it goes to Infinity. It's a very good macro for Infinity Esports so far. Not only in this game, but also in all the 3 games. Even they were playing aggressive, you know, even though they were playing aggressive, guarantee the towers, guarantee the objective. Infinity Esports playing so well so far.
Yeah, and that's kind of my question too. Like, why are we sending Harley to try to clear lanes and stuff, especially up at the top where he's not going to be as much useful up there? Fanboy takes a little bit of a tower there from Steffi, who's trying to keep the zone out. Black Dragon is out. Hotun running for the hills. He wants no part of this Black Dragon. And now you can see Arctic now getting locked onto there by Rusi. Do have a Wrath of the Dryad coming out from Fanboy. Steffi in trouble. Fist Crack is out as well. Fanboy gonna use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way as Rusi takes the bulk of a deadly magic as well. And the turtle kind of wondering why nobody wants to go after him anymore as all the team completely disperses from both sides for that engagement.
Yeah, in this team fight here, the winner was the turtle. She won everything here. But now we're seeing Arctic once again doing the proxy between the tower number 1 and number 2. He tries to do this all the time, but now the turtle became the Lord. Now no turtles anymore. Now it is the Lord. Our fanboy here trying to defend the orange buff for ZZ that he could guarantee once again. Arctic. Ooh, who has to take care? Okay, he's a Rhinus. He has a very high regeneration, has a very high sustainability here, but he has to pay attention. He has to take care about that. But now both teams are concerned to defend the mid lane here, especially managing the minion waves. But now the Lord heading is on the pit in the upper side, while we are watching Zablox versus Arctic here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Arctic, like I said, I just don't feel his impact on the match right now. Not having to do anything with his skill level, but just as a Uranus right now, he's just not. I'm not feeling his force in a lot of these fights just yet. Lord is up. We have some split pushing going on at the bottom. That's going to be another tower for the side of, or actually not another tower for a cleanup job coming down from ZZ at the bottom to keep that tower safe. Only one tower gotten so far. Yeah, ZZ's gonna be able to find himself an escape. I thought so. Otun comes in with the deadly magic. That's gonna be. Oh, ZZ has the last minute health pop there to be able to get that health back and does not go down to the deadly magic.
He doesn't die anymore. I swear to you that he doesn't die anymore in this game here. But now the Lord is on the pitch once again. Both teams are dancing around this goal, a very important one. ZZ is once again in the game here. He's on the pitch, but now Arctic is trying to do this face check. Everything is possible here in this game. Now the Lord was started by Titan Esports. Hotun, okay, he has back. Fanboy here trying to find an angle. Everything is possible here, Private. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, Hotun just the only one missing his ultimate. He'll be getting that back very shortly here. But otherwise, both teams have full spells, have full ultimates here now. Black Dragon is out. Pop-up lands onto Zabloch as well. Fish crack onto ZZ. Oh, and down goes Steffi. Zabloch lays down to Zaman Force. Arctic running for the hills, trying to get that, keep that momentum up there. Zigzagging around, and Hotun finds a kill onto Rusi while Lionel scoops up that kill onto Arctic. Zabloch gets taken down as well. Zindrak right there. The Black Dragon is out. I believe that's the IMU Black Dragon that's coming out from Zindrak to help her get back to mid lane. That's going to be 2 down for the side of Infinity, 1 down for the side of Titan Esports Club.
Gosh, there was a painful bullet coming out from Granger's hand here, Fury. We're seeing the items here so far: Hunter Strike, Sky Pierce, and the Malefic Roar for Granger, while having the Heaven's Feather Starling Sight for Harriet. It's not even in the power spike that Harriet can cause that massive damage, but even though it's very important for Infinity here. But now, Rusi.
Rusi goes in, gets that little combo there on to Steffi to start leaking a lot of that health back over to him. And it's just unfortunate for the side of Titan Esports. Like, there's so much going on around the map. They start the Lord and then they realize, I don't think we're going to be able to take this just yet. And they have a lot of engagement tools there too. ZZ is allowed to kind of just sit in the bush and wait for it. As I say that, he goes up and immediately hits the Lord. But you've got a lot of these engagement tools where you've got Zabloch who can come in with that Zaman Force. You've got the Black Dragon that can come out. Fanboy can come in. Ooh, as I say that, I believe Hotun was able to find a kill onto Lionel. That means that's going to be a big stun that is down for the side of Infinity. The rest of Titan Esports Club going to go ahead, focus on to this Lord, looking for an opportunity to hopefully turn the heels of this game into their favor. ZZ. Nobody able checking that bush just yet. 50% left onto this Lord. ZZ gonna come down, looking for the chase. Does not find it. Lord has been reset yet again by Titan Esports Club.
I think that, oops, once again here, Arctic, what are you doing there? Oh!
Ooh, it does look like Fury finds the kill onto Rusi. Infinity members are starting to drop, especially, due to the damage coming out from Fury. Ooh, I think we said he's got the Hunter Strike, he's got the Sky Piercer, he's got Malefic Roar as well. Arctic, oh my God, able to walk away with under 1% of health left, able to heal that back. Now he's gonna be part of this fight. Meanwhile, Fury just blasting away on this Lord, while Infinity having trouble finding their footing, finding a way to get in here. Steffi takes a heap of damage. Lord down to 50%. Arctic on the front end. Zaman Force laid down, and down goes the Lord. Hotun able to find the retribution there as well. Down goes Arctic. ZZ finds the kill there to pay them back, but one kill for the Lord is a value for the side of Titan Esports.
Once again here, a worthy sacrifice for Titan Esports. They guaranteed the Lord that is already marching on the bottom lane here. It's a very interesting advantage, but now Infinity immediately is heading for the bottom lane here to avoid the Lord heading in this side. Yeah, it helps a lot here for Infinity. Now Titan Esports, it is taking the chance to take down at least the tower in the top side, but they still continue. Only Rusi here to defend this tower.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. They are able to take down the Lord, find a tower of their own, but up at the top, you can see Titan Esports just blasting away, already down to the high ground towers. Just like that, almost flipped this entire game on its side. As Titan Esports do start to get a little bit of a narrow lead, they have the macro up on the side of Infinity, as well as the fact that it seems like Infinity have not been able to find an answer when it comes to these objectives and being able to close the distance.
Yeah, but now there's one more tower here for Titan Esports. Only the high ground here left for Infinity. They're trying to find someone here in the mid lane, but Titan Esports plays safe. They head back. Only Steffi, it is the most aggressive one here, trying to find this info for Titan Esports. But once again, ZZ, oh my goodness, taking so much damage.
Yeah, ZZ took a face full of that Rhapsody coming out from Fury. And I mean, he has just been carrying this game with that suppressive fire that he can dish out right now. He's been able to take down Rusi. He's becoming a threat to ZZ every single time he wants to come in. We're just waiting. I mean, it kind of comes down to how well Zablotch can maybe kind of come in and put down the damage. Are we going to be able to pair it up? Are we going to stop losing members before some of these fights? Lionel got picked off. I remember Rusi got picked off. We need to be enforcing our types of fights, because right now it seems like we're on the back foot and we keep reacting if we are Infinity right now.
CZ, oops, okay. I thought that it was like chasing Steffi, but he changed his mind. But now once again, Infinity trying to defend the minion wave that he's heading every side here. Hotun, we have to take care. You are Harley, you have teleportation, but you are not immortal. But now he heads back once again here. Titan Esports has this interesting advantage so far in the gold lead. 3K goes for Titan Esports. Another Lord here in the upper side once again, immediately started by Titan Esports. And apparently we won't fight a fight back. We won't have a fight back. Or do we have? Yes, here it comes.
Yeah, we have the rage coming out. ZZ able to find a kill onto Steffi. The Dominant Force had already been laid out, but it does look like they have to turn away. Deadly Magic does land on the Rusi. Hotun on the backside, getting chased out as well. You can see Fury waiting, trying to count his cards. The blast, Zablotch with that Death Sonata as well. Dominant Force has been laid down. ZZ working on this Lord, looking to try to put the finishing touches. Finds the retribution. Now the rest of Infinity running for the hills, trying to find themselves a disengagement here so that it doesn't cost them too much. Fury puts the finishing touches onto Rusi, throwing Death Sonatas onto the backside of a Fanboy.
Only one player down here for Infinity, a very worthy sacrifice once again for Infinity Esports. But now the Lord is in their favor. Once again here, the gold lead in items, the whole beard here for a Granger, the stop healing, and the Blade of Despair. You can expect so much damage coming from this Granger, but now once again, ooh, Fanboy.
Fanboy took a lot of damage. The Zaman Force has been laid down. Arctic on the front line. I mean, now he's starting to pay off a lot of that tankiness on the front line to kind of keep the rest of Infinity at bay. He's got a lot of that regen. He's got a lot of survivability. So he'll be able to take a lot of those shots, especially coming out from Zablotch right now on that Harith. And that is, Fanboy in the middle of 3 members. Goes in, finds himself a Wrath of Dryad onto 2 members. Steffi punches him into the wall. The backside. Arctic gets taken out by Zablotch. A Lord charges in.
No way.
The bottom lane tower. Titan
No
Esports
way.
Club trying to fend off this Lord, but Infinity do not look like they want to continue. They're going to take the safe route. They're going to back up, try to put some pressure onto this tier 2 tower at mid. And that's going to be another tower for the side of Infinity. So trying to match it out. Zaman Force laid down. Minions now crawling at the mid-high ground tower base. Rage of the Phoenix comes out. Zablotch in trouble. Does get taken out by the deadly magic of Hotun.
There comes the greedy. That comes when you are too greedy here, my friend Private. Once again here, checking out the items. Almost everyone here full build so far. Infinity Goliath, the Magic Crystal here for Harriet. So 8 kills here, but the difference is they guarantee super minions in the bottom lane here for Infinity. You know, like at this point of the game, the goal lead, it doesn't matter so much because everyone is almost a full build. Now what matters is the play style, is the ideas, is the creativity here to find someone lost, trying to find the angle, trying to find a flank or a backline here, especially with Rusi here with the Black Dragon. That could be very interesting here, especially for zoning players from Titan Esports. So everything here is possible. The game is even for both teams, and Titan Esports has the pressure because they have to win this game.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of pressure on a Titan Esports here, and unfortunately we're at a point where the Black Dragon just is not as strong. You're going to be able to get kited by Fury, who's already putting on a huge amount of damage with that Rhapsody. ZZ is going to go ahead, start on this Turtle. He does back off there. You see Arctic going ahead, being that wall for the side of Titan Esports right now. Ooh, still waiting. Zablotch, we do have the Rage of the Phoenix comes down, but it does not connect on the backside. Ooh, you see that Hotun trying his best. Minions at the bottom. Oh, I was about to say at the bottom, they almost looked like they had a clear route into the base. The longer this fight goes on, I feel like they're going to be able to find themselves an avenue to attack at the bottom, and it's red. Fury has to return to the base. Does Infinity know that Fury's not part of this fight? If they do, they need to go ahead and actuate and jump on this. Lord down to 50%. They're going to go ahead and go 110% up at this Lord. Black Dragon is out. 10% is on the Lord. Are they going to be able to find the retribution? Arctic finds the Lord for the side of Titan Esports, who are still in this series. Rusi able to find a kill onto Hotun. The rest of Infinity pushing themselves. You'd think that they were the ones who got the Lord. Now 5v4 looking to enforce their will, trying to come down through the mid lane. Arctic in the front line. Zaman Force has been laid down as well. Consecration activated by Arctic to get that big boost of healing, and the rest of Infinity backs off.
Yeah, so here Titan Esports guaranteed the Lord, but what all cost here? Taking out Hotun. Oh, Arctic once again, but Fanboy can be lost. But now he still survived. The Lord heading in the top side, but immediately Infinity Esports here trying to avoid this Lord marching so far for this base. But ZZ, what are you doing?
Gets caught and blasted by Fury. Fury, Zablotch able to come in and take down Steffi. Black Dragon has been executed out there by Rusi. Arctic on the backside, tanking a whole lot of damage coming out from Lionel and Rusi. Fury on the side dashes in, looking to put some suppressive fire on there with the angle of that Rhapsody. ZZ is down. I was just about to say, too, ZZ's getting so close to this fight, so close to this Lord. He's going to be taking out minions at the bottom, fighting for their lives. The big group of them coming out from Infinity, trying to push out these super minions from the side of Titan Esports. Lord now up at the top, actually taken down to about 1/3 health. The Zaman Force has been laid out, and Lord takes down the high ground tower at the top lane of Infinity as well. And it does look like the rest of Titan Esports are going to disperse from this fight.
Yeah, they're heading back now, trying to respond, to defend the minion waves heading for the bottom lane so far. As I said before, at this point of the game here, the gold lead, the build, everyone is a full build here. Everyone, like some of them selling the boots as Granger, for example, to guarantee another items here, to guarantee more damage, to cause more damage here in the next team fight. But the fact is, 10 seconds left for the next Lord. Titan Esports are trying to dominate the map here, trying to surprise the enemy, trying to find someone lost, while especially Zablox in the top lane here, trying to cause depression to the minion waves, to push the minion waves so far from the base, the super minions. But now Titan Esports once again started the Lord.
Yeah, but this is going to be a 24-minute Lord. It's going to be a little bit more tankier. It's going to allow some time for Infinity to come and close the distance. The rest of
Rusi
now on the backside. Rusi takes a whole lot of damage. Zablotch able to find a kill onto Hotun. That is a retribution down for the side of Titan Esports. Arctic Immortality has been procced, and finally
Winter Crown.
has a Winter Crown, but ZZ right there to dish out the damage. Now they know that Granger Fury is going to be trying to take out this mid tower. They immediately go to secure and take out the minions there as well. Not going to allow Fury the opportunity he wants to be able to get the back door. Now pure focus on the side of Infinity as they lock on to this Lord. ZZ needs to be very careful about his positioning. Steffi is right there. Zaman Force laid out. Now putting the pressure on. The cooldowns down. Steffi comes in, finds himself a fist crack, and taking a lot of damage. Immortality has been procced. Now ZZ looking for the angle. Rusi comes in with that Black Dragon. That's going to be a Lord for the side.
What is Fury doing?
Infinity. Fury trying to put on the damage onto Fanboy, who's coming in chasing him down. Is it going to be enough? Immortality has been procced, and Zablotch finds the kill onto Fury, who was looking for the back door.
Yeah, but now the situation here gets very hard for Titan Esports, Private, because it is 2 players down. The Lord heading in the bottom lane, and the team of Infinity Esports pushing the minion waves here. That could be the end of the game.
Yeah, you have your big physical damage down right now. Fury, Ramson's Riot coming down. Zaman Force on the back end too as well. ZZ takes down Hotun. We do have the Fury of the Phoenix coming out. Zablotch finds a kill onto Arctic, now pushing their way into core for a clean sweep. Influence Rage with the series victory.
Take my energy, take my money, Infinity Esports! 3-0 over Titan Esports. What a match. What a victory, Zena.
What a match. That was a sweep for Infinity there. Titan was trying to put up a fight, but it was all for naught at the end. Hotun kind of did a lot of missteps there that kind of threw it, but at the same time, they put up a fight at the end, and here we are. Infinity has taken that sweep.
Oh man, I feel like there was a call that was made on the side of Titan Esports. I feel like the team fights were going in their favor. They had a lot of these objective fights, but there was a call that was made to either have your Granger out there to try to get the split push, and unfortunately that made a lot of the fights unfavorable on the side of Titan Esports there. And unfortunately, again, Infinity able to walk away with a very great victory.
Yeah, it's a very great victory once again for Infinity here. 16 kills over only 8 for Titan Esports. You're really seeing here like ZZ with the Nolan playing very well. Even Zablax here with A35. The Fanboy here with Balearic once again. You know what? For me, the idea for Infinity here that everyone know exactly what they have to do. Everyone know exactly what each one have to do, sorry, to guarantee the victory for Infinity. You know, so Rusi, okay, I think maybe. Not maybe, but Rusi is not even concerned about like KDA, you know, only use the Black Dragon, for example, to trying to zone the players out, even though the Granger is very strong with all the items with the full build here, causing so much damage. But even though Rusi goes forward, Rusi goes aggressive here to trying to neutralize the players from Titan Esports. Another one is every time someone was trying to neutralize, especially Hotuns here with Harley, he was trying to find a flank, he was trying to burst someone, especially Leonel, for example. But the idea was good, but not even every time that he could do it, you know. So it didn't work bringing this Harley here, especially in the very late game that he already seen here. So Infinity once again bringing a good victory and a clean 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these lords, especially toward the late game, definitely going in favor of Titan Esports Club, to the point that Infinity was having trouble trying to get some of these fights under. You see there, Fury just doing a great job keeping the zoning, keeping in range, putting on that damage to who he needed to. And I believe, yeah, this is still one of the a good fights for them. I believe this is where Arctic got caught, and you see the Granger kind of split off from that fight, tried to go on his own, and unfortunately, I mean, at this point, I don't want to blame the Granger for that, because he already had 2 players down. So he's trying to make the most of it. He's trying to go to the backside to try to get the clear there. Unfortunately, at that point, Infinity already had the advantage, already had the kills that they needed, and it was a wrap for Infinity.
Right, and we are going to see who our MVP is. We have Fanboy here with that Belric. Okay, the Belric with the 1013 KDA, 51.5k total damage, and 562 golds per minute. You can take him down. He was just too tanky for him. He made sure he was in most of those the majority. He was there, making sure his team was safe and being that front line for him.
Yeah, I gotta be honest here. I was expecting Zablax to be an MVP here with the Harriet. I believe that he was like 8-3 something in the KDA, but now we're seeing Fanboy here, which he was crucial for this victory for Infinity Esports with this Balearic once again. Once again here bringing a Balearic, and almost sure that he was victorious. That it means a lot for a Fanboy here, bringing this not so different romance of the meta, but always to get him so confident so far. But here the fact is, Infinity from the last season that their performance was like in the on average, you know, they were in the middle of the table, but now I can feel that Infinity, after this victory, I can feel that Infinity can reach more, like reach the top, you know, like fly so high.
I mean, a great job. I feel like both Belleric and the Zeshian pickup really melded well into this composition, allowed Zablotch on the Harris to kind of come through with the Zaman Force, allowed ZZ the time he needed to come in and dish out the damage. That was one of the things, like I said, as soon as the draft was happening, I'm like, what? We've got some mobile heroes on this side. Who's going to be holding them down? Who's going to be CCing them? And with those final two pickups, they absolutely rounded out this composition for something that absolutely complemented it. So a great job to the drafting, great job to the team when it came to the execution as well.
Yes, they did a wonderful job there. And Fanboy was choosing a lot of oddball roams that isn't usually chosen in that meta. He did an amazing job as a roam. I give him like MVP for all the matches, I would say. He was there making sure that his team was able to do what they needed to do just to get that win and secure it for them.
Yeah, it is another surprise for me here. You remember, guys, that the way we're talking about before the broadcast started, like, okay, this could be like the longest day in Amerisoft so far, because the first match, Octa versus Dreammax, two teams with a very high performance, two victories so far, 3-0 for Octa Gaming. Okay, let's say the second match, Alpha 7 versus I forgot the 9Z Globant. 9Z Globant. Yeah, we expected 3 games. Okay, we watched the 3 games. We brought the 3 games here. But now, once again, Infinity versus Titan Esports. Both teams in a very complicated situations. We can see that Infinity lost for Dreammax in the first game and lost versus Alpha 7. Two hard teams. And Titan Esports here, they only won versus a Globant. So there are 2 teams here that came with a similar performance, a similar situation. I was expecting at least like 4 or 5 games, but it came in with 3 games here, full dominance of Infinity.
I want to say too that last game a lot closer. I feel like when it comes to the levels of these teams, to try at least for Titan Esports to kind of try to match Infinity at their level. A lot of these games that we've had here tonight, it's just been a theme of how well certain teams are taking when it comes to the season, when it comes to the Swiss stage, how well that they're starting to advance. It's not usually about what you start with here in these opening weeks. It's about like how you start learning, how you adapt. We've seen it all the times when certain teams that maybe didn't do great during the Swiss stage, once it starts getting the pressure on them, once it starts getting to the playoffs, for some reason they turn into this completely different team. We've seen a little bit that with the last series we saw as well. So I mean, a great game, and I love seeing the effort put in there. Unfortunately, here for Titan Esports, I feel like the sweep does not do justice for how close that second or that third game was and how well that they were doing with it. It's just Infinity. The ability to stay consistent matters, and they were just consistently dominant here through this last series.
Yes, and their drafting, they just did an amazing job of, like you said, melding well together, the Belleric and the Zentian, to give that control factor to the team from afar. For Zentian, she could be anywhere in the map, drop down her ultimate, and there you go. Belleric, for sure, he was really up front there. Infinity has been doing an amazing job on these last matches. I can't wait to see what they bring for future.
Yeah, Infinity here surprising once again with the 3-0 versus Titan Esports. And as I told you guys before, it comes to the beauty for Amerisoft, because we're talking about a team that went through the finals in the last season, and now it comes with the seed number 7, so there's no chance for playoffs, there's no chance for a title anymore for Titan Esports. But as we were talking about, like, maybe they need like more time to get the synergy, and now with new branding, maybe they they can come, and I hope that they can come stronger in the next on the next split here for AMER South and the MLBB scenario. But even though Infinity did a great job here versus Titan Esports with a 3-0, with another high performance on ZZ, bringing in a Nolan, for example, or Fanboy bringing Valeric, bringing Chip, you know, like this. Not so different from the meta, but even though an unusual draft.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Fanboy. He's been since his first game playing on Infinity. I know they didn't win their first series, but I've been a fan of his play style and being able to kind of reach around. I'm usually very highly critical of people who go outside the meta for some of their picks, but Fanboy has just been so consistently a step above the team when it comes to his presence as a roam and what he brings with these other picks, that I can't help but be in favor of all of his picks and what he understands. Will it start holding up though as we start moving into the playoffs? We've yet to see. I'm hoping it does. We're going to see as the matchups kind of continue, because that's always been my biggest complaint, my biggest fear when it comes to some of these people who kind of reach around to get some of these lesser known pickups, is does it hold up to the meta? Will it hold up against some of these consistent roams that we have seen? And we'll end up seeing that next week when we start the playoffs. But man, consistent as ever, and a great facility for his team thus far.
Yes. I just want to say to our viewers, remember to like, comment, share the stream for tomorrow as well, so everyone can come and watch. We want to make sure that this gets out and North America grows, and that everybody can see what, you know, America South is all about, America North is all about. Make sure to get those in, right?
Yeah, you're totally right, Zenas. You in the chat, you are the main star of the show. Everything here is for you guys. So please send a like, share the live, you know, so call your friends, call everyone to watch the MLBB scenario once again.
All right, and make sure you go check us out at MLBB Esports. Be part of our community. We're everywhere on Kick, Twitch, X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. You know, I'm gonna say it out of order this time because I keep having to say it in order. We're everywhere. Check us out. You want some tips? Sometimes they're on there. You want to see what's coming up, what's new? They're on there. Everything. Check out these channels of ours.
Yeah, if you guys have missed any type of action that happened on the week or during the weekends as well, you can find it there at MLBB Esports as well.
And real-time data, remember, check out Runestone. We got runestone.gg. Now light up your esports, up your game, get better, analyze your plays. It's all there. Runestone will help you out.
Yeah, when it comes to passion for the gaming scene and intelligence and commitment, nobody can match runestone.gg.
So it's a chance to level your game up with Runestone. Thank you, Runestone, to make this things possible here. AMER North, AMER South, AMER everything here on MLBB scenario.
Yeah. All right, and remember, guys, we do have the open qualifiers right now for you ladies out there. The MWI is open registrations right now, starting today. Get your team on the board, make your register, get your squad in there. You ladies can also be up in these tournaments and do a wonderful job.
Yeah, the men have had their time to shine when it comes to the competition here in Mobile Legends, and we know that there are a bunch of ladies looking to get their hands dirty when it comes to the competition in Mobile Legends. Now would be your opportunity when it comes to the qualifiers and possibly a seat for the live event of MWI.
Yeah, and we all know there's a lot of ladies who's actually a pro in MLBB scenario, so it is your time.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, why not? Here's a pro here. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love the game. I play it a lot, even for hours. 10 plus sometimes. But you know what?
This question is for me. This question is for me. Do you know how to play MLBB? I like. I think this
But
about
Zena,
the
you can
schedule
go ahead
now.
and take us into the schedule for tomorrow.
Yes, let us check out the schedule for tomorrow. What do we have lined up for you all? We have Infinity versus Dreammax. Don't miss out. It's the best of 5 for those teams. We are going to see what they're all about and what they'll bring to the table, what chaos will be happening.
Yeah, like I said, impressive matches by both of these teams here today. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they can bring out with a best of 5 for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's another battle for survival here. Both teams here with 2 wins and 2 losses. Tomorrow is gonna be definite one for one who's still being in the competition, who's gonna heading for the possible playoffs, and one who's going to end in the seed number 6 here. So we expect a lot of things tomorrow. All the actions, all the unusual drafts coming both the teams here. So stay tuned, and we are waiting for you tomorrow with this match: Infinity Esports versus Dreammax.
Exciting. We can't wait to see how they will go about, what drafts they're going to pick out, what lineup they're going to pick. That global band is going to help with that, right? We're going to see a whole bunch of different things showing up. I am excited.
Yeah, an intense match. Maybe not a long day, but it could be the most intense match that we have here for AMER South. Before, like I said, this is going to round us out before we start the playoffs next week.
Yeah, so tomorrow, don't miss it up at the same channel, the same place, with the same casters, not the same clothes, but here we are waiting for you.
Yes, be sure you come by and see what colors we decide to choose next.
See, you reimagine here like gray, white, gray, gray, gray. Hey, what? Black? Why private?
Silver.
It's okay, I got my black necklace, right? It kind of fits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
But ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor here for the 3rd week of the AMER South, MCT AMER South, to bring you guys all the action. An absolute honor to cast aside Zena, Lily, and Rico as well.
Yes, and it's an honor to cast alongside you guys too. We're just getting started, so make sure you stay tuned and stick around for the Swiss stage for tomorrow's matchups. Remember, we'll be here, and see you then.
All right, guys, so we are waiting for you tomorrow, so drink water and stay tuned.